Hello, everyone, and welcome to the MillionPugs WoT7. Really happy to have you with us for the final day of the tournament, where we're gonna see who is gonna take it and win on the EU and NA tournament. And once again, just like yesterday, I am being joined by the amazing analyst Anakin. How is it going today?
I'm great and insane. Thanks for having me. Good morning to all my NA friends, and good afternoon to all my EU friends.
Well, Anakin, let's take a look at the brackets to see exactly what happened yesterday, starting with the EU brackets. As you can see, we had matches that were covered and two in the losers bracket that were not on stream, but maybe upsets. All of Nitsi, post draw, they're usually very good in WoT7's tournament, but they were both out straight in the losers bracket.
Yeah, and we've been seeing the Ukrainian teams from GDV1 and Freaks being able to continue GDV1. We're going to actually see them in the finals. The first match we're going to be watching today is actually going to be Freaks versus Group of Speed. And both of those teams had a couple shaky performances, but I would say have been playing fairly well overall. And then match 7, we're going to have Opor versus the winner of that game.
Yeah, well, Fricks and Group Speed Fricks, they had not the greatest performance against GDVV1, but that Ukrainian team waiting in the grand finals, they performed like crazy yesterday. They actually got a really good performance against Olovenitsi, one of the favorites in WoT7 tournaments. They won 4-1, and from the side of Group Speed, it was a bit harder. They went all the way to the tiebreaker against Pozdrav, but took it, so that's going to be the first match of the day. Now, that being said, let's take a look at the NA brackets to also summarize what happened there. And as you can see, we have Dopamine that is going to be waiting in the grand finals, and we're going to be covering a bit later the finals of the losers bracket, Smile against Escalate.
Yeah, and we went over it a bit yesterday. That game, Smile against Escalate, you'd think based on pure player experience from past tournaments, WGL, etc., Smiles should take it on paper. But the way Escalate's been playing has really just thrown teams off. So I'm gonna really look forward to that matchup, and then the winner of that obviously is gonna face Dopamine in the grand finals.
Yeah, small reminder, all of those matches in the upper and losers bracket are BO7 and the grand finals are BO9 with a slight advantage to the team actually waiting already there. They can pick them up straight, so you don't have like a permaban available from the team coming from the losers bracket. We also have some Twitch drops, just like yesterday today. You get mystery drops. You can also get the drops from yesterday if you were not here, decals, Twitch tokens, and those mystery drops, tier 8 premiums, Anakin, pretty good, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you're able to pull a tier 8 premium out of a mystery drop, I mean, that's probably a really great day. You get to watch some good tanking and receive a tier 8. I'm all for that.
All right, we'll have a very cool announcement a bit later on that stream. But first of all, we should take a look at the first match of the day. It's in the losers bracket for the EU. One, it's beating Grupa and Freaks, and actually the community going Freaks way.
Yeah, it looks like fairly decisively the community thinks Freak's going to win 62% as opposed to 38% for Group of Speed. Personally, I think it should probably be split 50-50 down the middle. It's very, very hard to determine who I think is going to win here. What do you think about that, Insane?
I mean, when I had to put my prediction, it was tough because I know that Grupa is a team that can definitely beat anyone, and sometimes they really perform like crazy, and sometimes maybe you are a bit disappointed about what they're showing. And from the side of Freaks, I mean, they lost against GDVV1 in the winners bracket, but we mentioned it earlier. GDVV1 has been performing like crazy. So on top of it, winning against Olovenitsi 4-1 in the losers bracket, they definitely played really well there. So that's definitely going to be a match interesting to watch. Maybe you can get your opinion in the chat what you think about that match. But Anakin, now to introduce that match, the first match of the day, it's going to be the time to get to the casting desk. Kian and Dake, guys, it's your time.
Well, hello there, and thank you very much for the very good introduction. Now, we are here at the Costas desk, and that means obviously that, yeah, we are pretty close towards the first match of the day, Grupa Speed against Freaks. What do you think about it?
I think it's going to be a banger, Kihan. I'm not sure who to predict between these two myself. I went one way, just a little bit extreme, because it can always go that way. But Grupa Speed, yesterday, not the greatest of showings. Let's be realistic about that. Against Opur, it was not that fantastic.
Yeah, against Opur, they did lose out, but then again in the lower bracket, the not streamed match, they did perform very well against another really good team.
Very well is
So
a big word still, though. I mean, they needed a tiebreaker against a Polstro that seemed to be struggling. I mean, I think it's fair to say that Polstro was struggling, coming third in the group stage, then going into the lower bracket and losing there as well. You could definitely say that they have been a struggling team. So we'll have to see how Grupa Speed does against Freaks, who in their return did dominantly beat their lower bracket opponent.
yeah, 4-1 is the final result for Freaks yesterday. So they definitely had a good showing in that lower bracket. Now they need to continue that if they want to stay in the tournament. They definitely should be able to do it. The only one that they did lose to on stream was, well, the team that's in the grand finals already.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, personally, I went with the prediction for Freaks just because of all of the stuff that we just mentioned. That being said, I think we can have a look at the pick and ban to see what maps we can expect today. Yesterday, it was a bit heavy regarding Cliff and Himmelsdorf, but now we see that's going to get switched up at least a tiny bit. Moravanka and Ghost Town getting taken out respectively. Then we have Steps, which we didn't see on the stream at all yesterday. Followed up by Prokhorovka, then Cliff being banned. Himmelsdorf would be a potential map 3, and if we get to it, the tiebreaker would be Sand River.
Tiebreaker, Sand River, I do not believe we'll get that far, but Steps is an interesting one to see, Kian. We haven't seen it at all, neither on EU or NA so far, I think, in the broadcasted part of the stream. There have been some alterations, changes to mainly the A-line of the map, right? Which do affect the gameplay in 7v7, and we'll have to see how teams work around this. There was a lot of discussion about the map as well on the internal communications about how Steps could or could not be played, what changes, etc. But we'll find out how they actually do decide to approach it.
Indeed, and that being said, obviously there is 2 caps, so you don't necessarily even need to make a commitment to that A-line. If you're the attacker, you can just go to the other part of the map that has remained essentially unchanged. So we'll just have to wait and see. It is kind of a curious pick coming out by Grupa Speed, because I would consider Steps to be a 1-1 map, but then them immediately picking it probably means they have something funky prepared for us.
Yeah, they may have something in store for Steps, some understanding of the map that we don't know yet. That could be the case, of course. We'll have to see. Sometimes this picking a map, starting to surprise, does not really end up working and can backfire rather easily. But I'm curious to see how Steps works. Kian, you talk about 2 caps. When is the last time you saw anybody cap the northern base on Cliff?
I mean, basically, if you start capping that one out, you don't really end up capping it through. Most of the time, obviously, the defender will have to make a move to decap, and then you need, if you're the attacker, obviously, you need to capitalize on that. And most of the time, at some point, the tanks that are capping will then just leave the cap and go for the counter push. We'll have to see. Obviously, map video now loading, so that means we should be fairly close towards the actual match. Now, predictions here, both of us going with the 4-2 for Freaks, Insane going with the 4-3, so tiebreaker victory for Freaks, and Anakin out there with the Grupa Speed prediction.
Yeah, Anakin, either he is the new coming up prediction god of analysts, or he's just really wrong. We'll have to see. Going against the establishment is maybe not always the greatest way to predict, but you know, Anakin is Anakin. He may have some high ground information that we are not aware of.
Yeah, we'll have to see. All right, the game is now live, so we should hop into it momentarily, revealing the lineups for today. Are there any? All right, let's go with the lineups first. We have quadruple Eskong for Grupa Speed, then we have a Batchat, a Foch B, and a Minotauro.
Yeah, interesting lineup for Grupa Speed with Freaks. So they have the 113, the triple IS7, the Eskong, the Batchat, and the STRV.
Yeah, so I was about to ask you, what tanks do you think we have not seen yet that you would still expect to see? But one tank that I wouldn't have expected is actually that Push B being played by Alien.
Yeah, no, I don't. I think we've seen almost every tank that I would expect. I actually don't think we've seen a Leo 1, by the way. I do not think we've seen a singular Leo 1.
Also, I don't think we've had a T100 yet, right?
No, I don't think so either. Yeah, none of that. But yeah, the Force B Mino combination is to protect the A-line positions. It's, well, it's where TDs are the best, right? You know, behind a rock, behind a bush, ready and waiting, eagerly awaiting their opponents to come in. But Sokol here coming for the spot, sees Diavol, sees Kopiat, is going to be backing up from that, just getting some information. It does right now seem like Freaks realize about the A-line, don't really want to contest with it just yet, just feeling out the other side of the map, maybe trying to, you know, spark a rotation.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Obviously, it's going to be very, very hard to dig out that Foch B and that Minotauro, especially from that A2 position. And Group of Speed knows this. This is why they have a lot of other tanks in other parts of the map. Now, Force B, with that Batchat here, starting to at least try to get information on towards this A-line, but obviously the Minotauro, the Foch B, both of them hiding. Force B now even getting spotted. I think that was by the Minotauro. So, Freaks not really finding openings currently.
Yeah, not finding anything, but they still have a bit of time to work around it. Force B is just trying to feel out the positions, but that Mino-Force B combination is really deadly. I mean, the Force B with its 6 shells, 400 alpha versus that Minotauro with its 5 shells with 530, right? Is it 530 on the Mino?
530 or 560? I'm actually unsure right now.
I'm unsure right now as well. Could be 560. I don't remember. I haven't played it in a while. But let's just say that's a lot of burst potential there.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is also the Minotauro, that the Foch B not necessarily, but the Minotauro, if it actually manages to stay hull down there, then Group of Speed will have to overpush to take them out. And that should enable all of the S-Kongs to just turn their turrets and just farm them to pieces as they do that. So Group of Speed here with a very, very solid defense right now. Miko has taken some damage probably by Rambo in that STRV, but nothing too concerning yet. And I think Freaks are moving into position here, with some tanks at least, to overpush that A-line, but they don't really have the burst potential here right now to just gun down those Minotauro and Foch B, both of those TDs that are heavily entrenched in A2.
I don't even think they have enough tanks for it. I mean, what will they have? Double IS-7, a 113, and a BAT? You could expect one of these heavies just to explode, right? And there will be support because of the way that the map got changed. You can see that these S-Kongs are aiming there as well. They can get some shots. They can get shots when you get to the Mino, to the Foch B as well. I don't know how easy this is really going to work out for the boys from Freaks.
It looks like... yeah, obviously we know more than they do. We are the all-knowing casters. But yeah, if I had the information of Minotauro and Foch B there, I wouldn't really want to push. And now the Minotauro does get revealed here, doing its first shot of damage. But the Foch B actually hasn't really started firing yet. It will probably do that in a second or two. But actually the tanks are really just driving past. Now they see the Foch B, and Dries is like, oh my god, no, this is more than I bargained for.
No, please, no. Dreiser says as his teammates, like, no retreat, no surrender for you. And this one, that Foch B Mino combination, and it's actually even crazier if you think about it, Key. When the Foch B is reloading, you can always go and shield the Minotauro and get him into that holdout to survive there. So right now it does seem like Freaks is halting whatever they were doing, trying to understand and see what they could do against this threat of the Mino, of the Foch B, pressuring the other side of the map, trying to get some shots on Jordan there and on Gursky. But for now, Grupa Speed in the driving seat.
Grupa Speed indeed in the driving seat. Skittles, I don't think he can even make it out of there. Cry PayPal also proxy spotted. Finally a shot connects into the Minotauro, but to be honest, like Twist, he can just drive back and stay safe. The only one that can realistically maybe deal damage is the STRV right now on towards the Super Kongs with out of render shots, but not even that. I mean, Freaks down a tank, down 1000 HP, and Grouper Speed, they aren't really in the position where they really need to make a move. That is indeed Freaks doing that now. Miku over peeking here to give a shot into Direwolf, who is now in the cap and should be hold down, but honestly, Miku can just get those resets with HE onto the turret.
Yeah, I think there's also just going to be a big overpeak here from Gursky and Jordan to delete this IS-7 deletus from the map. You can see Gursky, Jordan just peeking up and over. They want to delete that, but the damage taken here on Jordan as first one significant. Now Gursky's trying, bouncing, missing as well. That big overpeak that we were talking about, not really coming out. Jordan down towards 600 as well. They thought they would get an easy pickings, but Rambo, Kopiat, and Diavol have something to say about that one.
Yeah, 4CB now lurking here on the sidelines in the middle of the map with the Batchat. Also does have the clip potential to really deal damage to those hurt Superkongs right now. This is prompting Ely and Twist in those TDs into a counter push. Cry PayPal trying to stay safe behind the stones here, managing to do that for now. And yeah, Twist and Elian are calling it off.
They're calling it off indeed because they weren't aware where 4CB was, but 4CB was flanking the S-Kungs from behind. He gets down towards 300 though, trying to get on his clip. He doesn't make it. Gursky surviving on a one-shot, but Kopiat now peeking over to get the retaliation. He does finish off Gursky, but now Elian and Twist should be able to make some moves on that north side of the map, and you can see that Freaks is running out of tanks, running out of HP as well, because most of it is located on Rambo. That STRV, it doesn't really share HP, it doesn't come into the fight, he's just kind of covering from the back lines. If, however, Jordan was to die here in that S-Kong, because Skittle and Cry PayPal have a nice crossfire here, but Jordan's kind of shutting them down.
Jordan is indeed kind of shutting them down, and Cry PayPal and Skittles, they're actually doing more than I thought they could. Now the Foch has reloaded though, so we'll have to see how that one goes. Alien, oh my goodness. Is he stuck?
He might be stuck for a little bit, but I think he's going to get out of that one. Twist finishing off the 1i7, Sokol finishing off Kopiat. That leaves just Rambo in the SCRV. He's going over to June, kind of turning sideways a little bit. But yeah, Freaks definitely did get surprised by the Foch B and Mino combination.
Yeah, indeed. They didn't have any kind of answer for that. It was looking a tiny bit dicey at one point in time when Grouper Speed thought they probably really had the upper hand in this game already. Started overpeaking with the S-Kongs, didn't get the pickup onto the IS-7 immediately. But overall, a very, very solid defense coming out by Grouper.
A very solid defense from them indeed, resulting into a pretty nice win as well on their defense. Marcel's going to finish it off. That is good for Grouper. That's exactly how they want to come into this game. Picking it up, having a solid defense strategy with that double turtle in A2. And we'll see if how Freaks does it on their defense, right? Do they have something similar? Do they play it different?
I mean, yeah, obviously it is Grouper's pick, and I think it's starting to become apparent why they did pick it, because they were probably pretty sure that this defense would net them at least one round, and now they have the potential to extend that lead to even two. And yeah, Freaks, I think they tried doing the best with the situation that they were facing, but I don't think they had any kind of answers towards the questions that Grouper Speed was realistically asking of them in this game.
Yeah, Grouper even got a little bit overzealous, let's put it that way. Trying to pick that IS-7 of Diavol on the cap was not worth it, because simply they traded off so much HP. They did one shot of damage, and they got so much damage in return. I mean, Jordan was down to 600, Gursky took 1,000 as well. That even enabled for CB to come in, pick up one or two of them before he went down, but Grouper could really just have reset the IS-7 every so often with H3 and be fine there as well. So a little bit of overplay, bringing it closer than it had to be, but they were in control.
They were firmly in control, and now it's going to switch around. I think Steps is one of those pretty defense-sided maps, and we just saw why. That in turn obviously is a good thing now for Freaks, who are going to be on the defense. That being said though, the team of Grouper, they have picked this map, and if you do that right at the start of the pick ban, that normally indicates you want to pick it up 2-0.
Not necessarily. I'm not sure if I would agree with that. You can pick maps in the beginning that you may think turn into 1-1. It's better to have a 1-1 map to start with than lose 2-0. So it kind of depends. You can do both. You can pick a map where you think you're going to win 2-0. Yeah, and like you say, but you can also go pick a map. It's like, okay, we pick steps. We expect it to go 1-1. And then we'll see what comes after, and we're fine with everything that comes after.
Mm-hmm. Now, the next round is about to start. Let's see if we extend the tank count, actually, by one more. The Foch, obviously, being kind of a little surprised, but then again, I see why they picked it there, right? It's close quarters, so the iffiness of the gun doesn't really become a problem, and you just have that incredible burst potential that is unmatched by any other tank in the game. So, yeah, well picked, I guess, by Grupa in the past battle.
I think it's also just supposed to shield the Mino if they do get pushed by like a lot of tanks. Clip and go sideways.
Now, Grupa Speed in game number 2 coming in with the triple IS-7, 1 S-Conk, 1 WZ, and double Batchat.
1 Batchat to finish it off. Grupa though, double Bat, 5A, S-Conk, triple IS-7. So Freaks don't have that TD though.
I mean, they have the VZ that could potentially go to A2, but then again, he does his 2 shots and then just gets overpushed, so I don't think that's realistically going to happen. I'm mostly interested into how Grupa is going to approach this. They obviously have a lot of potential with that double Batchat. I think that is a scary prospect for both Rambo and Cry PayPal in their Batchat and CS63 respectively. But we'll have to see how they use it. Currently, they have actually split up those medium tanks, Grupa that is. So, yeah. I mean, the Batchat in F2, that's sort of standard. He's trying to generate information onto the A-line, but I think that's sort of a legacy thing from back when the A-line, how it was before. He does see the CS, however.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that happens, actually, in this one, that the CS got spotted, but it's all good at the end of the day. You can see, though, that Grupa is mainly doing kind of the same as Freaks, right? Freaks was playing in a specific way. Grupa's kind of playing the same, you know, just kind of pressuring out the 8 line, taking F0 away, making sure they can't get Reapers there, and then rotating back towards 1-2 line. We saw how it worked out for Freaks, though. And they had about the same amount of tanks going there. There was 3 heavies and a Batchat.
The difference now being that you don't have this explosive firepower of both Foch and Minotauro in A2 currently. There is not a clip tank, however there is this IS-7 rather close as well that does have the armor to go with it. So we'll see how it works out. Good shot there by Sokol. He does get spotted for it. And, does take damage here. Does take a lot of damage, actually, down to 937. And interestingly enough, he doesn't have HP module.
And he took one more, actually, as well, down towards 532. I think it was Kopia there peeking over, but Kopia in return taking about 1,000 himself for that one shot on the ban. I'd kind of still say that was value, because Sokol is really now in deep trouble on what to do and how to play it out from that point. And the CS even going a little bit more aggressive. That's brave. He has to be careful with the CS. There is a lot of heavies waiting for him around there.
Oh, he does spot out the Batchat, and that should probably ring the alarm bells. Now he does see the WZ. He takes one shot, and I think for that kind of aggressive move, he gets out kind of unscathed, actually. One shot is not too bad, considering he could have full HP died. We'll see if Miku is actually able to connect one more onto him, and he misses. So down to 1270, and he does make it out.
Yeah, now Dreiser pushing forward in his S-Kong to get an angle on the rails as well. Followed up by, of course, the rest of the team. The double Batchat there as well. Now they're all spotted out. The CS just running and continuously running for his life, trying to get to a safer position. He takes one more, 431 into him. 791 now, down towards the one shot in that CS. That little play there, that information play, getting punished for Freaks. Not sure why they needed it even. But as a result, we can see that the CS63 is down towards 479. The question is, down towards 92. One more shot, about a low roll even. 387 from the 5A. Good shot though onto the I7. Marcel kind of going over, not taking too much. 959 taken so far in that I7. He's just going to move towards that little walk position there and play from that point on. And I'd say for Grupa, this has been a lot more successful than it was for Freaks.
it has been successful, but Diavel still needs to be dug out here, and I don't really see how that happens. Yes, Crypapal finally does down. He wasn't able to get safe to disappear, to vanish and go to the back lines. So that is a good first pickup here. Miku now also bleeding for that cross that Marcel already did. So yeah, if they push together, then they would have probably lost less HP, but I think they're reconsidering how many tanks they actually need to dig out Diavel here. Marcel and Miku now making their way. We'll have to see if Diavel is able to get one more shot of punishment onto Marcel for the cross. He seems to be unable as of now, and those angles, they are gonna kill Diavel sooner or later.
Yeah, he has an issue here, Diavel, that is that the 5A's in front of him, the I7's kind of holding this as well, the bad shots are waiting towards him, and Jordan was constantly shooting him from behind, from that rock position at D7. He has an angle there, he is trying to make shots, Diavel now trying to survive, has to be careful because of the bad shots, reversing back into the I7, that gives Miku an easy pickup. Now Dreiser's in no man's land trying to run away. You can see Rambo and 4CB are trying to make a push off of this. They're trying to get Gursky out of the game at the very least, but it has the loss been too significant. Riser now getting his fuel tank damaged as well, does make it out narrowly, takes less damage than I expected. Rambo and 4CB, they'll find Gursky though. That Eskunk, he was even trying to relocate, trying to readjust, but he gets caught by these double autoloaders. Rambo needs to be careful, fuel tank damage as well. Does immediately repair that. That's good to see. Now Gursky is going to pay off his HP here at the very least, as Rambo's trying to come around, and Gursky smartly so is going to be focusing that bad shot, wants to lower the HP to a bare minimum so he's less of a threat, less of a flank potential. Rambo is not even able to pick Gursky, and Gursky doing a great job here at surviving.
Gursky indeed doing a great job, not even offering 4CB the option to ram him. Finally, Gursky does go down, but that was a lot of HP and time that he just wasted. Cap is going on though. Elian and Sokol in their batches, probably both with low noise exhaust, so they are not going to get spotted until late. And this is a big problem for Freaks here, because they don't really have anyone right now that could be spotting them. The Batchat that is coming through the middle for Freaks right now getting sort of found by the IS-7, so he's going to pay dearly. 5 seconds now. Dreiser and Skittles both doing what they can, trying to go with those blind shots, but the cap is down to 1 second, 0, and last second resend.
Yeah, Rambo there with these spots on the bad shots. I'm surprised they didn't even bail for that one, because right now you can see the punish coming out, and Rambo even here surviving for a little while against that IS-7. He was going to give one more shot to Sokol as well, makes him a one-shot. Good stuff there from Rambo, really just drawing them out for as long and as much as he can. 4CB picks up Sokol in the bad shot even for that. And we got to remember, yes, Group at Speed has the tank advantage. They have 5 of them versus the mere 3 from Freaks, but time is always ticking.
Time is ticking, time is of the essence, and we can see Elian down to 76 HP. That is even an HE one-shot, even if it doesn't connect. I think I saw one of those connecting, not penetrating earlier. And now Dreiser and Skittles, they just need to hope that essentially it goes well for them with the blind shots. Jordan now joining the cap, but he is spotted, so he's going to get reset continuously, and we can see right now that it's not even enough here at the moment. Like, it's 37 seconds and cap is at 42, 43. Miku now also joining the cap here, but if Jordan keeps getting reset, like, it's...
Even with 2, it's not enough either way. And even if, Gihan, look at First V. I mean, this VZ would just absolutely destroy both of those guys on the cap, as he's doing right now either way. There's nothing to do about that. And that last second spot from Rambo, man, really saving the game there. But you gotta say, maybe it would have been good from Grupo when they saw this bat to go off of the cap. They would have had 2 bat shots alive to cap it and spotted again.
Indeed, and so the time is gonna run out, and Freaks is also gonna put one on the board, but damn, that was really, really too close for comfort there with that reset. So they are gonna be happy about the game that they won it, but they are probably not gonna be happy about the way that it did, because that was really a hero play there. That saved them the game.
Yeah, and I think Grupa could have even avoided that if they wanted to. They also got a bit lucky that they picked up the CS though. I don't know how much he would have done, but Elian does 0 in this game. Yeah, bit unfortunate there. I do believe that, yeah, they thought that they could get the cap, right? It's like, oh, it's so low, let's just get the cap out, right? But that's a bit of a mistake. The better play there for them would have indeed been to make sure that the bat immediately dies, from Rambo, bail from the cap. The Badshot dies, restart the cap. They have time for it, you know?
Mm.
They can very easily stop a singular VZ or the S-Guns from coming back in and even potentially kill them at that point.
Yeah, so overall, steps being split 1-1 in between both of those teams, which I think means we are now headed towards Prokhorovka, a map that is also quite large. It relies on a lot of spotting as well. I think both of those maps really, like, the first thing that you need to get done as the attacker especially is find out how the defending team is approaching this game, how they want to play it. So, yeah. In that regard, Prokhorovka being kind of similar, but in other regards, obviously completely different with a lot more bushes, bush lines. So we'll have to see. It was picked up now by, or it was picked by Freaks, and we can see that Grouper Speed chose defense first. And yeah, I'm quite curious. Steps went kind of as we, I guess, expected it with the way of 1-1, but I think Prokhorovka is one of those maps that can also go 2-0 very easily.
Yeah, it's very possible. We saw GDVV yesterday do a formidable job on Prokhorovka. Played absolutely beautiful. Let's see if these teams have taken the same amount of time in preparation to also show us a great Prokhorovka gameplay.
Yeah, I just hope that there's going to be more tanks that we haven't seen yet. I mean, Leo 1, you mentioned it, might still be a possibility for some teams. I think Prokhorovka is, if there is any map to pick it on, then probably Prokhorovka would be the Leo map. But we'll have to wait and see about that. Obviously, we talked about it during other tournaments as well. Like the Leo, yes, it's a great tank with an incredible gun, but it cannot really contribute, same as with the STRV. It can't really contribute the HP to the fight. That being said, though, Grouper Speed coming into, I believe, their defense here with a double IS-7, triple S-Kong. We have one CS and one STRV.
One CS, one STRV to round it up, and then you have on the other side the 13-105, the STRV, the S-Kong, the double I7, and the double 113. We saw the 13-105 from them yesterday already. Not working that great then, though.
I mean, I think it did top damage in the game
Yes.
that it was picked, but like a light tank dealing top damage is never a thing that should happen theoretically. So yeah, the spotting advantage definitely going in Freak's way, simply because they have the light tank and Grouper Speed doesn't have one. But we'll have to see how they set it up. The IS-7 here, Twist, immediately being boosted towards the ditch by the CS-63. 4CB there with the 13-105, getting some initial information already. And now we'll just have to wait and see. Rambo there tried with the SRV to get some initial shots, not going to happen though. And yeah, also they are keeping back that IS-7 on the K-line currently. Not sure what for. I think they're not decided yet on where they want to send the tanks.
It's just like a bit of a split, right? You're just kind of feeling it out in the beginning, trying to see the information, trying to understand what your opponent is doing, but it is actually Grouper Speed going to be making the first move here, pushing Jordan into that 3-line dip. You could see it on the minimap, he was approaching that, and Jordan is getting battered, getting bruised, getting dominated. Rambo in the SRV is just having a field day. An IS-7 driving frontally, that's what he wants to see, that's what he loves to see even as well. Jordan's like looking at the bushes and probably communicating with his team in Polish. They're in the trees, but he cannot see them as Dreiser picks it up. That was easy pickings for Freaks.
That was indeed easy pickings, and Jordan not the only one here to take damage. We can also see Miku and Gursky have been tagged already. Skittles there taking one in the 113. They were probably thinking about taking some more map control after getting basically handed a tank for free on the 1-2 line. But now 4CB coming in, spotted already as well. That might be a bit problematic here, but he is going to make it to the ditch, and then he's going to compromise the S-Kong's position in the middle. They will have to drop back, so Freaks now taking essentially the hand and ripping out the whole arm from Grouper Speed after this, because not only are they up a tank now, they also generated so much more map control with this.
This is a very, very, very disastrous position for Freaks right now. I'm gonna say it looks really awful from their POV. You have to make a repush. They'll probably try and, I don't know, retake B9 to establish some control over zero line by the looks of things, because they cannot hold like this. Like, they will not hold in this position. It's impossible to achieve this kind of hold where you cover 1 to 6 and you don't have info on 1-2 and you're playing against a light tank. That does not work out for you whatsoever. So you can see they are indeed now trying to retake the eastern side of the map. The timing here is good for them. They're just about going to make it away from the positions on 1-2 by the time the Freaks guys push in. Diavol here and Dreiser tried to clear the hole. They did not spot the I7 of Twist leaving, so they realized that it's empty, it's clean. They'll still have to clear 1-2 at some point, and the longer this takes, actually, the better this gets for the boys from Grupa Speed, because they do have some time then to take over the hill, for example. But still, the current positions, not great for Grupa Speed still. But how having here F0, H0 all the way deep, this I7 S-Con combination is always in a little bit of trouble. They can't really play there, they can get pushed on. And 4CB is just having complete and utter free play. Gets every spot he ever wants to. He does get spotted out, has to be very careful now.
He takes one by the CS63, the other shots just whizzing past his tank. The 13105 obviously quite small, which is helping him currently, but yeah, him getting spotted there like that should probably ring some alarm bells. Kopiat there with a good connection into Twist in the middle of the map, but obviously Freaks, they need to establish that 1-2 line control at some point in the game, and Dival already starting to push here, probably expecting the SRV to still be in that A2 position, but we can already see that he has rotated on towards the 6 line, and that once again gives a lot of map control towards the side of Freaks, and it probably even compromises Miku's and Twist's position.
Yeah, the biggest issue here for Grupa is not having F0, H0, like I said, not having that hill. Sokol's finally taking it, because what does the hill achieve? What does Sokol's position achieve? He's able to pepper these guys in the middle. He can farm Kopiat. He can farm anybody that tries to peek, but by the time he got here, some damage is already dealt to his guys. Kopiat now respecting the CS at 804CB with a cheeky little shot there on the back of Twist. He's going to take double for that, though, in return. Not really worth it in your light tank. The RAM as well doesn't really change anything. It was a one-shot for everybody either way. But yeah, a bit risky. I7's now pushing across the A-line, though, for the side of Freaks.
IS-7's pushing across the A-line, and this is a big problem for Twist and Miko, because Crypapal is also overpeaking from the middle. Skittles, the same story for him. Yes, Diavol takes a lot of damage, but Twist is going to go down for this. The STRV also spotted here. Ilian now trying to come in with the counter push, getting sort of blocked by Diavol here, and I think Freaks, they have found an opening.
They have found more than an opening. They found a whole complete cap as well for them. 4CB is going to be able to sneak into that one. Still can solo cap. Diavol and Dreiser also just in a good position here to hold off everything. Bit sad that Freaks didn't hold the hill as well with this, but you know, they got a whole I7 in the beginning for free, and after that they have that light advantage to spot from. It is really, really hard for Grupa to come back.
I mean, 7 versus 4 tanks right now, and like 3k HP advantage. We can see 4CB is in a bush right now, so Sokol is not going to spot him. Instead, Sokol tries to get some shots onto Diavol, which he does, picking it up. He's taking shots in the side right now, though, for free by the STRV, and that tank has enough DPM to just eat that CS63 as a whole. And yeah, Sokol indeed down towards one shot, gonna get picked up, and those last-ditch attempts here by Grupa to get those resets. Yes, they do achieve the resets, but at gigantic costs here. They aren't able to sustain that, and Freaks are gonna make it 2-1.
Yeah, they're gonna make it 2-1. Kurski's HG not even connecting there, but even if it did, he would die to the STRV. We'll just have a field day on that one. And Freaks, they're very happy that Grupa Speed on their defense decided to push that 3 line with the I7, where they had the STRV, the 113, another I7 on the left. It was not the hardest of kills, I'd say, on Jordan. Afterwards, they did try the rotation, which I can understand. but they needed F0 earlier to shoot down the middle. And even then, being down in IS-7, not having such great map control, not being able to play the S-Skunk in the middle of the map at the rails, it's all so bad for Grupa.
And you have to really give it to Freaks, like how they played this game first, establishing the Eastern control, then completely switching it up, going for the 1-2 line, and also the SRV. Great game for Rambo. He has 6,000 damage. That is a lot in 7v7.
I mean, most of it was endgame damage, though. Like, at least half of it was like the CS and the S-Skunk at the end. His initial damage was mainly on the I7 of Jordan, so there was that. Key, you could be there at the end in the SRV, you do the same thing, okay?
Thank you for
it's
the flowers.
It's a compliment.
Yeah, thank you for the flowers. Yeah, thank you. And you would probably do more. But yeah, essentially, what happened here was that Grupa, they tried this with the I7, sending it at the start of the game, but honestly, like, Freaks, they were just set up for this, and then he does get double tracked, and at that point he has like no chance. I understand why they would send Jordan there, but the punishment was just too good by the side of Freaks.
I don't know if I fully understand why they sent Jordan there. I mean, like, you can see the enemy team has an SCV as well. They have a light tank. It's SCV always kind of K2 area in the beginning of the game. He always kind of starts it around that part of the map. I don't know why they needed such deep 3-line, or what it gains for them.
Yeah, I think they were probably hoping for some tanks at least to be committed to the eastern part of the map, but we obviously saw that wasn't the case. So, yeah, in the end, I mean, Jordan sort of dying to FC call. That is sometimes just how it is. And we earlier talked about the T100. Well, there it is, being picked by Grupa Speed, together with 1CS, double S-Skunk, and triple IS-7.
Yeah, and triple IS-7 to round it up. Freaks, on the other hand, that 13105 again. CS63, double S-Skunk, triple IS-7. So, T100 versus the 13105. Kihan, our resident WoT expert, please do elaborate on the dis and advantages of having either one of these.
I mean, I think the T100 has better camo values, so theoretically it should be better in that spotting in that 1-2 line. The important thing to mention also is that the 13105 has only 3 shots in the clip, so that is 3 times 390, you're looking at 1170, so basically 1200 kilo potential. You cannot clip out the T100 completely. Ooh, he does, I think, track the 13105 here. But in the end, the 13105 cannot clip out the T100, and that is the crucial point that we need to emphasize. Ooh, the 13105 even down to 756 here, not what he wanted, so he needs to be extra careful now.
Yeah, Jordan there with the big peak as well, trying to do some damage. Does not achieve this, only takes some in return. And for Grupa Speed, this is what you want to see in the beginning. You have that hill control. You have the information that Freaks is mainly around that 6-0 line. And now you can really, very comfortable, take the rest of the map away and then decide how to play it on.
Yeah, we already see on the minimap one of the IS-7s. Ooh, that was a good blind shot into Elian here even. But we can already see the IS-7 on the 1-2 line. He transitioned out of the ditch, out of the EF23 ditch into the 1-2 line. So they are going to fully take it. They're not going to pay anything for that. So great success here for Grupa Speed. They also have a very good anchor on the 0 line with that S-Skunk, with that IS-7. Guski now even going to try to overpeak, but Crypaper is already in the ditch. So right now, things going very well for Grupa. They just don't know about that IS-7 in C5 right now that is even in a bush.
Yeah, I mean, they have spots on the K line now, so they know that these double tanks are stuck on 0 line. Jordan takes the cap now, but he's going to be facing off against Diavol, who's still there in his IS-7. I don't think even Jordan's going to cap right now. He spots out Diavol as well. He's like, I'm in bush. I'm in bush. You cannot spot me. How do you spot me? Second IS-7 will be joining, though. The Grupa Speed, it does have a pretty big chokehold here on the side of Freaks. But I do believe that right now Freaks is okay. At the very least, they are okay.
I mean, they have 4CB here now in the bush, spotting Gursky and Elian before they can even peek on Crypaper. They have put Grupa, that is, they have put a second IS-7 close towards the cap number 1 here, but Diabol, I think he has very good shots, and the thing is, as long as Miku is being prevented from peeking over the middle with his S-Conk and farming Diabol, basically Grupa speed can't cap onto the WoT7 the 1 cap here. They can't really do that as long as the IS-7 on the 5 line isn't pressured away. So they need to find a way of doing that, but realistically Miku, whenever he peaks, he is going to run the risk of taking shots from the hill on the 0 line.
Yeah, but look at this though. The Jordan and Marcel IS-7s, all they're really doing is screening for Sokol. Sokol in the T100 has now arrived on the cap. Jordan makes a peek on Diavol. They're just trying to lower his HP ever so slightly. And Jordan actually has a decent position from that rock to be able to do that on towards this IS-7. Diavol's trying to get saved behind a little lip. It takes one more for his trouble, trying to get safe from all these angles. It's hard for Diavol to play from this. He has all of these tanks from the enemy team to deal with. Jordan, Marcel, Miku, the CS on 1-2 line as well. He has to play around every single one of those and try and get a favorable trade. Good shot there though from him on towards Jordan. But Freaks will have to make a move here. Sokol is below the ridge in that slight low ground, able to cap, and in 1 minute 14 seconds it will be a do or die for Freaks, and Miku here with a big peak as well, lowering Diavol's HP. They want to pick up this IS-7. He's like the last bastion of defense, but Miku takes so much in return for this in the S-Conk. I would not say that was worth it.
I don't think that was worth it either, but the fact remains the Diabol IS-7, they can at any point in time just overpeak and kill
Repush
the IS-7 that is going on. But yeah, the repush coming in now here. The Freaks tanks, they are forming up around the D and E line. Diabol taking one more shot of damage here. He's down towards one shot. Jordan did not connect his shot here. Now on the A line, you see also Skittles in his S-Conk coming in. And Miku starting to get overpushed, but Cap is down to 10 seconds.
Cap is indeed down to 10 seconds. Rambo is going to have to be the one to do it. Kopian finishing off the kill against Miku. He goes down to his low HP. 3 seconds left, 2 seconds left. Rambo has not gotten it. Neither has Skittle, and Grupa Speed is going to steal it away right under there. And also his good stuff there from Grupa Speed is going to be making it all even going out of Prokhorovka.
Exactly. 2-2 going to be the scoreline after the first first 4 games in this matchup here. So fairly even matchup in between both of those teams. Now finally the cap attempt working out, and yeah, you love to see it. I mean, when the teams are basically trading blows, that's really what you want to have. Only 1 kill per side, but obviously cap completing, and yeah, well played to Grupa.
Well played the group indeed. That repush from Freaks, I liked it, but it was a little bit too late. Yeah? It took a little bit too long to achieve it. If they did it slightly earlier, perhaps they could have done something, because you know they were down on HP, but Grupa had those tanks stuck around the cap circle, right? You had those IS-7s, that T100, none of them really able to leave. So if they did this earlier, maybe they could have brought it back, but in this case, just good stuff from Grupa to finish it off.
So, yeah, this means that we are now headed to map number 3. If memory serves me correctly, that was Himmels, but now I'm second-guessing myself, actually. Yeah, indeed, it is Himmelsdorf. So, either one of the teams picking up the next round is going to be putting themselves on a match point first. Grupa Speed is going to start off as the defending team. But yeah, it is a 50-50 map, so both of those teams, I think you could wake up the players at 4 AM in the morning and they'd be able to draw the minimap of Himmelsdorf for you regardless. I mean, yeah, just the bread and butter map, as you call it yesterday. It is the classic.
You wake me up at 4 AM, Kihan, the only thing you're getting is a beating, actually. Not going to lie. You're gonna get a drawing of how your face looks like. 4 AM, Kihan, what's wrong with you? How dare you wake somebody up at 4 AM? But yeah, I actually do believe, Ki, could you draw the map of Himmels, like, roughly, from heart?
Yeah, I could, I think.
I think I could as well,
yeah.
actually.
It is, like, yeah. I don't want to know how many hours I spent on that map, but I think I could. Anyway, though, so Grupa starting off as defender now. We'll have to see if we hop into that 60 TP meta once again. I think we saw that yesterday by Grupa, but not going to be the case today. So Grupa bringing one IS4, double IS7, one mouse. We have double S-Conk and a bat.
Double S-Conk and a bat against Freaks. Double E5, double I7, double 113, and try PayPal in the E100 because he has no friends and he doesn't get to be part of a duo. That's how you recognize the guy that they like the least on the team. Everybody has a buddy, and he's like by himself.
Then again, the E100 is heavy enough to make it 4-2. All right, Freaks not bringing a medium tank at all here. That is kind of curious. So they do have the full-on brawling setup, basically. They have not a single autoloader. They have just single shooters with armor, a bit of mobility with the 113s, and yeah, DPM as well. I mean, IS4, E5, all of those things. You can't underestimate the DPM either.
No, you cannot do that indeed. But the hold here from Grupa is kind of what we've seen before. Sokol there with a good initial spot from the 5 line. You get the K line spot out of that. Then you have Twist to be the secondary spot. The bat goes there because Twist may not always see everything crossing, but now they have info on about 6 times. They're only missing the singular 0 line tank for the side of Freaks, which is Skittle in his 113.
Now, Twist needs to be a bit careful here with his IS-7 in the D5 window. I think he can stay mostly safe, but if he moves back even a little bit, then Skittles should be able to shoot from the top. We can see here he doesn't really have a shot right now, but if Twist moves back, he's going to get tagged. And now the 1-2 line push here in full effect for Freaks, but they are already starting to pay HP for this one. And Sokol in the Batchat starting to rotate around, so if Elian gets pushed, the Batchat could profit with a clip.
And Kopiat and Rambo are actually just gonna keep driving down in those 2 tanks. I don't think they're aware of Sokol just yet, but they have gotten across this pretty unscathed, and Skittle from the top of the hill is like, thank you very much, Twist, for driving out of the window. I'll give you one, and I'll probably give you another. Now Rambo and Kopiat realize Sokol's position. He has been spotted, but you have to be careful about how they engage against Elian. You can see Sokol peeking out, tries to make the connection. Rambo backing off smartly, so away from that. They're going to have to go to the outside of the hangar if they want to live here, because Jordan and Twist have established those positions. Rambo taking one more. Now they have to go for the bat, but at least one of them. Good connection there on towards Sokol. Rambo's position pretty strong as well. And for Freaks, this is a great opening.
For Freaks, indeed, a very, very good opening here. Taking a lot of angles, and the mouse here, he can't really stay safe. Elian also taking one more. Gurski heavily paying for driving here to be able to support his buddies. But yeah, Rambo in that IS-4, he's just gonna trade down that mouse, that IS-7, that S-Conk. There is realistically nothing that they can do against it. Cap was started but abandoned by the side of Freaks as well, so they're pulling even more guns into the fray here. Grupa Speed realizing they can't sustain what they have been doing so far, so they're sending Jordan in that mouse here. Diabol also down towards very low HP. Sokol meanwhile on the reload in the Batchat, doesn't really have a say in the matter. Elian and Twist starting to come out of the hangar as well here. This is a free fall, but Freaks, they do have the HP, they do have the guns.
They have everything. They have Skittle coming in as well. That 113's been zooming down the hill. That's why you saw the Grupa Speed repush. They realized that Skittle was out of the fight and was coming to help this, but they didn't even close out the kill on Diavolt. That man in his IS-4 drove around the corner, kept going, never stopped, and they didn't even kill him. Now Sokol has to come back in, get another shot from Diavolt to finish it up, and you can say that should never happen, as now Sokol falls against 4CB. Skittle joins the party, and he's like, hello guys, did you miss me? What's up? I'm here to finish off the game. I'll get Twist out of this one, don't worry guys. Got it locked down, but Freaks here with a great opening. Absolutely, yeah, showing at the Grupa Speed. That was quick, aggressive, so very good.
Yeah, they took some damage on that cross on the 1 line, but it wasn't nearly enough to kill off the tanks. You could see there at the end, the E5 was still alive, and that was the tank that really took the damage on the crossing. And as soon as they had established that IS-4 at the hangar, just side-scraping against the mouse and the IS-7, that was basically a timer put on towards Grupa Speed here, because, yeah, realistically, the IS-4, yes, it takes some time to trade down 2 tanks, but he could do it essentially for free.
I mean, Grupa was always first to push because Skilla was on top of the hill. I gotta see Sokol's damage and see how impactful he was on this game. I honestly think, that bad shot in A2, there's like two things. He got spotted early, which stopped them from pushing inside, if you remember, right? I don't know how he got spotted early, but he got spotted, which means that those two guys, Rambo and I'm not sure who the other one was anymore. I think Dreiser's at the
4CB
4CB?
and E5? I think so.
Yeah, Rambo and 4CB. They would have probably driven inside and tried to kill Elian, right?
Yep.
Because Sokol got spotted, they peeked Elian. They realized, okay, we can't do this because the bad shot, and went back behind the corner, which then put the mouse in a lot of trouble. So it was either Sokol does not get spotted or he's on the other part of the map, because they lost every part of the map, by the way. They lost the north, they lost the middle, and they lost the south. They didn't win any part.
Yeah, so great reactions by the side of Freaks, actually. I think that is the mistake of Sokol, to get spotted too early, because like the wall of the hangar is like large
Long
enough for you to hide in a bad chat. But
I mean, if he's unspotted, they push inside, he clips out one, they just win that whole part of the map for free.
Yep, exactly. And you could see, like, even in the game itself, you could see that Sokol, he got like one, maybe even two shots, but obviously that isn't enough to win those trades there. So yeah, great reactions by Freaks, realizing they couldn't push and then just putting the pressure against the mouse and the IS-7. And then at that point, it was really, really hard to do anything realistically for Grupa, because yes, they know they have the 130, like the enemy team has the 113 on the hill. That is a gun and a lot of HP out of the game, but they were going to have to push into crossfire always. Also, Gursky, I think, with that S-Conk, he paid so much damage, or so many HP, simply for being able to go into a position where he could help his teammates, and it didn't really achieve anything.
Yeah, and also not forgetting that 113 from the hill did pay off his HP in the beginning by shooting Twist and an S-Hunk in the back. Lineups though: Freaks and double T57, 277, IS4, BZ, and double 113.
And for Grupa speed, we have 1CS, double S-Kunk, double IS4, 150B, and a 113. Now, you already said it. T57, two of them. That is not something you normally see.
They brought it yesterday. It's almost the same lineup as they brought yesterday, but they had triple 113 yesterday. They were all on 1-2, kind of out of the fight the whole time, not able to really contribute anything to the battle, if you remember. And Opur pincers them from the 8 line and the top of the 8 line from the hill, so from both sides. So they came in, and yeah, it was not pretty.
It was not pretty indeed, and they seem to kind of copy-paste right now what they did yesterday. Diavol once again driving through that middle of the map here. He does have a boost available, but there's just so many guns shooting at him. He's down to 175 already, so once again, not really paying off. Yes, he does get the proxy spot now. Ooh, can you actually get up there if you're boosted?
I don't know. I just don't understand why he just doesn't drive through the 8 line or the 6-7 line. Like, why does he have to drive through the middle every time?
He wants to trade a lot of his HP for information, I guess. That's the only thing that makes sense in my mind about it. So yeah, it doesn't make sense at all. Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, starting with one tank already down to one shot, that is not what Freaks wanted, certainly. Yes, they did get a bit of punish onto Jordan. They just got another shot of damage into him. 330, that was probably a min roll by one of the 113s, but yeah, what does Diabol even really achieve there except for like the proxy spot? Like, that is all he does.
I guess he also spots some tanks crossing over the 5 line, but I don't know. And he crosses the gap himself. I just don't see why he cannot go over like the 6, 7 to 8 lines and just take this position from there. I mean,
yeah, I mean,
or even turn left and then go through the 5 line and boost into the middle from there, you know.
Also good preparation by Grupa. Like, you saw how ready they were to punish this BZ75 cross. So I guess they watched yesterday's games, obviously, and decided to prepare accordingly, so well played to them. And they need it. Freaks right now on the match point here, so if Grupa don't win this round, then they are out. Elian now here trying to get some information by being in the window, but as it stands right now, Grouper Speed with a good early punish, but now they need to follow that up with something, and it seems to be the K-line cross.
Seems to be the K-line cross indeed, but Skittle does get all the info you'd ever want from that position. They gotta be careful for the side of Freaks, so they're pushing the 8 line, but you have the 50B there, waiting in a little bit of a trap with the CS from the top as well. Elian is in that window position, but you have the support of Marcel, who is just ready and waiting to potentially help Elian whenever he has to. But he has to be careful as well. It's double T57 coming around the corner here.
Okay, so he does reveal himself. They don't know about the second T57 yet, but now the 50B actually in a huge bit of trouble because both T57s are just going to be able to clip out on him. And double T57, that is enough clip potential to take out the 50B.
They missed some, but it's okay because they reload first anyways.
Yeah, they reload first anyway. And Rambo actually making Marcel a one-shot here, so that means he is going to be able to pick it up. That should be the first kill of the game here, if not something else happens in between, because there is a repush by Grouper Speed here currently happening up onto the position of Kopiat and Cry Paypal, also getting pushed by Elian and Jordan here currently. Kopiat and Dryza now engaging against Gorski. This is all over the place, Ducky.
All over the place indeed. Diavol yet still alive in that BZ, and Grouper Speed unbelievably almost kill an entire tank for free, but now seem to be just getting rocked and rolled by the side of Freaks. But the fire there from Gursky on Dryzer will make sure he dies to one shot from Twist. Now Freaks running out of steam. They wanted to repush this position, but this may have been the repush too many for them as Gursky comes in with another kill. He's going to be picking up Kopiat. Now they need 4CB to come help out Rambo, though, finishing off Elian. It's not all over yet. It's 4v4, and unbelievably enough, that BZ yet still alive. Now Rambo needs to be careful because he's getting flanked by Sokol, who misses the shot on the crossing, but Diavol yet again dodging danger apparently in that BZ, surviving slightly longer amount of time, but Skittle there in the IS4 getting pounded by Twist and Miko. But here comes 4CP in that T57. It's what you want to have to do the damage in this scenario. He picks up one. Can he get another? No, the gun block from Twist actually will secure Gursky's life a little bit longer. Now 4CP desperately trying to back off into that little hangar position. Gursky not connecting the shot there. Skittles should be taking the damage at this moment in time for his T57 heavy friend. He bounces there though on towards Twist. Gursky does not.
And Sokol now coming in from the backlines. This is going to be problematic here for Skittles and 4CP, both of them on a two-shot, but the T57 now has reloaded. Does get picked up though. Sokol now trying to shoot into the back of the IS4. This is, yeah, very, very close, but Grouper Speed right now, maybe with the advantage, we'll have to see. No, the Amarek, but Gursky actually able to pick up Skittles, and now Rambo coming in from the backlines with a fully loaded clip. Rambo, I'm not sure if he has a medkit. He needs to connect this shot, but now the problem is that Sokol is on 437 HP. A possible one-shot, but not a probable one.
12 seconds left for Rambo on the reload on that T57. That tank reloads rather quickly. Sokol going from the top, spots out Rambo. Can Sokol get it? If Rambo has 3 seconds left, 2 seconds left, 1 second left, Sokol's gonna come around the corner here. The high roll for Rambo to pick it up! Unbelievable, it's Rambo to win it all. At the end of the day, Sokol is gonna be hitting something. Something in the house of Sokol has been broken, but at the end of the day, it's Freaks to take it away with a 4-2 scoreline.
Yeah, Rambo with
honest,
the tactical high roll. Easy.
You say whatever you want, like now that Grouper Speed lost due to a high roll, but they killed an entire BZ in the beginning of the game and gave them a 50B in return for no reason. So they only have themselves to blame for this loss.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, Rambo, he's probably telling his teammates right now, easy cut guy roll those. But yeah, congratulations for Freaks to win the game. Unfortunately, we'll have to say goodbye to Grouper Speed at this point in time. And this means that, yeah, Freaks, they are now tasked with going up against a different team. One that has only lost to GDVV so far.
Yeah. The damage department here, I mean, pretty even all around, even Marcel doing 2.7, but a lot of that initial damage from Marcel was on the BZ.
How does Diavol deal 2.8k after starting on a one-shot?
He does 4 shots of damage after starting as a one-shot.
I mean, well played to him, but that should never happen.
I mean, Grouper Speed should never lose this after.
Yeah. well, I guess well played to Freaks at this point in time, and rewarding themselves with the high roll and the victory, I guess.
I thought Rambo didn't have a medkit. I don't know why. It felt like he didn't have a medkit. Because he had his gunner damage like really early in that fight when he pushed the 50B. And I swear there was at least 1 minute 30 in between him pushing the 50B initially and then the end game scenario.
Then again,
I think so.
You do have the commander skill that basically makes up for a bit of
Yeah,
the
but it's not fully.
but yeah, it doesn't fully do it. I think like 50 or 70%, something like that. Anyway, Ducky, I think after this very, very exciting match 1, most of all, we want to hear what the analysts Anakin and Insane have to say about it.
Well, thanks a lot, guys. And Anakin, a good victory from the side of Freaks and an amazing round to finish off.
Yeah, Freaks played really well. They've knocked Grupa out. They're going to move on, Freaks will, and they just outplayed Grupa the entire time, I would say.
I mean, outplayed, there were some interesting rounds. I mean, Grupa, they had a pretty convincing start. They could even take it 2-0 on step, but afterwards, you have to admit, Proco and also Himmels at the end managing to come back, even if they had a tank on one shot. That was actually beautiful. And maybe also I have to say, Grupa, they probably misplayed a lot during those matches, not just the openings, but the reactions.
Yeah, a couple of Grupa's rotations were not great, and I think it caught them out and allowed Freaks to capitalize on it. I think Grupa may have also tried a couple gimmicky things. It worked out on steps, for example, and on the Himmels. So they were obviously well prepared, but in the end, like we said, I think Freaks may have just out-rotated Grupa a little bit better.
So yeah, basically, if we take a look at the brackets, Freaks is going to be moving into the finals of the losers bracket, and they're going to be facing Opor there.
Yep, so like you said, it'll be Freaks versus Opor in match 7, and then the winner is going to face the Ukrainian juggernaut of this tournament, GDVV1, who has just been playing lights out. So that's going to be an incredibly hard match for the winner of match 7. I'm looking forward to it.
So yeah, basically we cover this match on EU, the finals of the losers bracket, and then we'll be jumping afterwards on the NA1 to have the finals of the losers bracket there, and then both grand finals. So we have 4 matches left in total. Opor against Freaks, what's your take on that?
I think Opor is obviously probably the more well-known team. Freaks had a pretty good victory there. I think it's going to be close, though, Insane. I think Opor is going to really have to show up for this game, but I think they will, actually.
What would be your prediction, actually?
I'm probably going to go a close 4-3 for Opor. I've still got faith in them, even though they've looked a bit shaky this tournament.
Yeah, we'll go for 4-2 for Opor, because I feel like this is a great team that has performing. They even won the last WoT7 tournaments, but Freaks probably very convincing in the losers bracket, I have to say.
Yeah, for sure, very convincing. And I think we are ready to go to replays here in a second.
Yep. So we were starting between those two teams on step, as you can see, and we had a pretty good trap made by Grupa Speed with the Foch B.
Yeah, so they didn't actually spot the Foch B or the Minnow until they decide to make this push, I believe, and it's going to cost them a lot. You can see Drazier in his 113. He comes up thinking he's going to only really see the Minnow, but the Foch B is right there, and he just blows up immediately.
Yeah, you also had the Eskunks in the backup from the backlines having some side shots on him because he was just going up. But good stuff from Grupa, actually surprising Freaks with this Forge B picks. They probably didn't expect him to be here. Maybe they expected him to play over C4 because that's something we've seen already in the past. And you could see afterwards, Freaks, they were down 1 tank. They tried to make it work around the base too, but this was just not enough tanks and HP to recover.
Yeah, as you said, Freaks, they kind of make a desperation play with the bat chat we just saw and the Supercon coming in. But because the side of Grupa Speed was able to hold that A-line with just those 2 TDs, the rest of their tanks were still holding that 6, 7, 8 line really strong, which makes a re-push over in that area almost impossible for Freaks, and it really doesn't end up working. We see Eileen here in his Foch B eventually pushes Skittles. This was probably a little bit of a misplay, just because you probably just want to push Cry PayPal. He could have gotten stuck there too. A little bit of nitpicking there. because they're going to pick up the win, but I would have liked to see him push low instead of high there.
Yeah, probably combining with his teammate would have been better, but they still took the victory. And next up on their attack against Frix, they managed to take a good amount of damage on that CS, catching him as he was running away. And you'll see that later on they're gonna keep pressuring, win over the rails. But once again, we have been mentioning it before. I think that Grupa has been doing few mistakes, and you will see it. One of the mistakes there is to keep that tank over the 0 line and actually allow Frix to recover from losing the rails and pushing the 9-0.
Yeah, like you said, if Grupa opens for map control, which is great, that's all well and good, but once they take the B line, it allows Freaks to repush the 0 line, and Gursky in his Super Conqueror, he probably should have gotten out earlier, like we were saying, because he's going to get picked, and that then allows the bat chat from Rambo to essentially rotate around the map for free, which comes in very, very clutch at the end of the game when Grupa is then forced to cap. They're forced to make a cap play with very little time left, and Freaks is able to capitalize on it and absolutely dominate that cap play and pressure them out.
Yeah, I think the i7 going D7 and the S-Kong 0 was probably what lost the game to Grupa. And next up, once again, a mistake. I mean, I cannot say a mistake. I would like to point out that it was probably a good read from the side of Frix. It's a pretty aggressive and gambly tactic to go for that push over the 2-3 lines straight. You could see the tanks from Grupa speed. They were all over the 1 to 6 lines, and they wanted to take deep control over the 2-3 lines. But in return, Frix, they have some great control over here, some great shooting, and they managed to take him out straight.
Yeah, and I'd also like to point out when Group of Speed opens like that with nothing west of that 6, or east of that 6 line, I should say, they are forced, like you say, to play 1-2, so that's why we see the IS-7 commit initially. But Freaks, like you said, just countered it, they blow them up right away, and they kind of corner Grupa in A6 and the D6 area. They eventually make the repush across the A line by Freaks, which Grupa tries to make a counterplay here, but I think we were saying this during the cast, they had a couple tanks out of the fight, and it's just not going to work out for them.
I mean, Gursky is taking too long to actually join off the rails. They also have the CS out of the fight, so it's just not going to work for them. They had to try that, to go for Deuce Peaks and get the damage done on Diablo and Trader pushing the A line, but that was just not enough. Frix, they had one tank for free at the start. You have to keep that in consideration. It was essentially like a 7v6, and they didn't make mistakes. They went for the easy and good push over the A line, combining also with the 5-6, so good stuff from them.
Yeah, and then on this next one, we see Grupa is making a 1-cap play as Freaks had decided to commit into the east. The 2 IS-7s from Grupa in B5 and D5 are there so that their T100 can get onto the cap, and the IS-7 from Diavol, I said that incorrectly, he can't really pressure out that T100, so that's why you've got the 2 IS-7s pushed up there. Also, Grupa Speed still maintained hill control throughout this whole game, which came in very clutch for them.
This is what won them the game. The way Freaks played was like they had an IS-7 of the 5 line to actually poke and try to get some decaps, and in return they want to actually push off the 9-0 and possibly then over the F line like they're doing right now. But as you can see, Grupa, they kept 2 tanks over the 0 line the entire time, so they completely countered that tactic from Freaks, and it paid off for them because at the end of the day they managed to get the cap done. Freaks, they had to push. It was a bit of a panic move and it didn't work out. Next up, Anakin on Himmelsdorf, we had Freaks actually going for some aggressive play over the 1-2-3 lines.
Yeah, and what we were discussing here during the cast is I would have liked to see Grupa actually take their Batchat and maybe a Super Conk and repush the 0 line into the hill. I really don't think the courtyard repush is the correct play here. We see Skittles in the 113 on his hill. He absolutely farms. It's not a great repush by Grupa, and it looks like this could be a repush misplay by Freaks, but we were discussing why that may not have actually been a misplay.
I mean, from the side of Grupa, this is wrong to play such a tactic if you're not actually considering to commit on the hill with 2 tank the Batchat and, for example, the S-Con, because that was definitely needed. When you play such a tactic and you don't have anything committed E1, F1 like an IS-4, you want to actually play over the courtyard, and that means that you need to be having tanks involved into taking the hill. They would have killed Skittles, they would have taken over the courtyard, and they would have tried to get some angles to get the decaps. From the side of Freaks, they kept on pushing. Of course, since the Grupa speed is not taking the hill, it may be a mistake because they could have held and they would have been totally fine. They would have the hill to get all the angles to counter the courtyard. But at the end of the day, that's the good call, that's the good play from Freaks. They're not risking into losing the hill, so they pushed all the way to the Angert and it paid off.
Yeah, it did pay off, and they take the victory on the first Himmelsdorf in a pretty convincing fashion. A little bit of maybe unorthodox play by Grupa, like we said, pushing through the courtyard definitely wasn't the play. Courtyard 8 line, especially with Skittles on that hill, and Freaks is able to pick up that victory fairly early. On the next Himmels, though, it looks like Grupa may have done some homework because they see the BZ75 from Dival, and I believe that Freaks played this exact same thing yesterday, and it looks like Grupa just were set up for it, and they bleed him to a one-shot. So that's very, very bad for the side of Freaks early. I'm actually not too sure what the BZ is supposed to do there, but we can see that Freaks does eventually kind of even up the HP.
It's kind of crazy because that tank left on one shot. I think Daki said he did a total of 4 shots of damage, which is a ton, like almost 2.5k. And you can see at the end, Freaks, we didn't see it on the clips, but the T57s, they managed to cut off guard the 50B and take him out. And at the end, those T57s, like the reload and the DPM they provide was just crazy. At the end, you could see like Rainbow, he was 1 second off to reload and he gets the eye roll on CS. So that was pretty sick. I mean, he was on defense, so the CS had to go for it. But at the end of the day, Freaks, a bit lucky at the end, but I think we can say that they deserve to take that victory today.
I think they did deserve to take the victory for sure, and it was a really, really great last Himmels game. A little bit chaotic, but really great to watch, and Freak was able to win a couple of the brawls, and then, as you said, a little lucky in the end, and they take the series 4-2.
4-2. Yeah, I mean, even though they had a tank on one shot, they still managed to recover and turn this back into their favor to take the victory, so that's good stuff from them. Like our casters mentioned it, we have to say goodbye though to Group Split since it's the losers bracket, and now we're going to be moving into the finals of the losers bracket. It's going to be Freaks against Opor. Probably can have a quick look at those two teams. The matchup, I think that if the community has to give their opinion, they were probably going to go Opor. I'm actually wrong. 48% only for Opor. I would have expected the community to go behind our Polish players, but that's not it.
Yeah, and I would assume that it's just because Freak just took a victory. Opor maybe hasn't been playing quite like they would like to. So it's still a very even, essentially 50-50 split for Opor and Freak. And the winner is going to move on while the loser gets knocked out of the tournament.
Yeah, they're going to be moving to the grand finals against GDVV1, but that's going to be for later. We can also say a big thanks to our sponsor, MillionPugs, for sponsoring the event. You can actually have extra information in the chat with the comments, give pugs and pugs, so make sure to check it out. This is great from them to actually help having such a great event. Also, Anakin, on top of that, talking about those two teams for the match coming up. Opor yesterday, they finished on a pretty big defeat against GDVV1, and Freaks in return, they have the momentum. They just won against Group SP. Do you think it's going to have some influence in this match?
You know, I think Freaks is going to ride high, but I don't know if it's really going to help. I think Opor kind of has something to prove at this point. So we're going to see. I'm taking Opor personally, but I do think it could go either way.
All right. I mean, it's time to get the opinion from our casters, Ki, and Daki, to also introduce the next match of the second one finals of the losers bracket. Back to the casters.
Well, hello there and welcome back. Insane and Anakin already introduced us to what's going to be the next match. It is going to be Freaks, the team that just threw out Group Speed against Opor. And yeah, a couple tournaments ago, I probably wouldn't have believed I would be saying something like this, but Opor actually the last team to hold up the Polish flag. If they're out, we're going to have Ukrainian festivities in the final.
Unbelievable. I don't know how long it's been since we would have seen something like that happen, but it is possible here. Opor coming in today, they've seen their opponents play already. They're going to be coming in cold, but more preparation compared to Freaks who are coming in hot. You know, just having played a match, probably still hyped from the Himmelsdorf round. I would be hyped from that one. Really stealing something that you never should get away with.
Exactly, that was really taking the chopping of the bread by Freaks from Grupa Speed. Now, Opor, maybe a different kind of beast. We'll have to wait until the... Oh, actually, map pick and ban seem to be done already. So, yeah, those two teams just had to do a live pick and ban because they didn't know before the match who they were going to play against. So, yeah, Opor taking out Prokhorovka. Freaks are getting rid of Ghost Town. So we are going to start once again on steps today. Moving into Cliff. Sand River taking out Moravanka then. Yeah, map number 3, and if we get to it, Tundra would be the tiebreaker. Once again, though, steps being picked. That is interesting, considering we just saw Freaks play it.
We did indeed just see Freaks play it, but maybe they have some more things ready. They also had just a good practice run on it just now, if you remember. Perhaps able to fine-tune some of the things that they were like, okay, maybe we shouldn't send the CS to go spot again. May not be worth it. But I'm most excited to see Cliff come out because Opor is a phenomenal Cliff team. We saw them dominate Group A speed on it in quite a fashion, in my opinion. So that's what I'm going to be waiting for. I do believe steps will be even Stevens to then have Cliff as a potential decider.
Yeah, we'll have to see, because Cliff, I mean, Opor, we can't forget about it. They are essentially an inbuilt team, and those teams from that clan, they do very, very well normally on Cliff as a map, just because it's about reactions, about cohesion as a team. Then again, yesterday we also saw some teams just completely falling apart on that, so I am very, very interested. First of all, though, the map is going to be steps. All of us waving the Opor flag.
Waving the Opor flag indeed. Kihan, Insane, and Anakin going for a more close game. I'm believing in Opor because of yesterday's performance that they already showed against this. We'll see who remains to be correct after the match is over, right?
Mm.
Who got the last predictions right? You and me, right? We got it right?
Yeah,
let's go.
Too.
I'm on a streak this tournament, dude. I'm at 3 or 4 right predictions.
Yeah, this tournament is also going pretty well for me. Like, I had tournaments in the past where I didn't get a single one correct, but so far going quite well. We'll see if that holds true. Obviously, I did say tiebreaker because with those kind of games right now, I'm not entirely sure what to predict. Normally, I'm like, yeah, when in doubt, go Indil. But this tournament, not like this.
Not like this, indeed. But anything can happen. Anything can happen. Freaks do deserve to be here. They've come through that lower bracket as well. Fought hard. Steps will... I don't know what kind of Opor we're going to see on the steps. It's still... we saw a few different holds already in the last one, right? We had one with the i7. We had the first B Mino. We'll have to see what Opor decides to go for as well. In their defense, maybe they'll put a 60 TP there. Who knows?
Indeed, who knows? I am kind of interested if we see the A2 position being used like we saw it in the previous game. I do think that the group of speed tactic of having Mino plus Fosh be there was a very tough ask to crack, because in the end, what you're doing with that is you're completely locking down one cap with just 2 tanks. So you have 5 other tanks available to completely roam the map and defend the other cap. So I think that is extremely potent. We'll have to see, though. That was group of speed using it, and obviously adapting tactics on the fly is not really something you can do in tournaments, because yes, it might look good in one situation, but in others, maybe you don't know how to react and execute. Opor coming into this one, though, now with an IS-7 triple S-Kong. So far, so good. A bad chat, also kind of normal. Double Centurion Action X.
Well, Freaks, on the other hand, double 115, triple I7, a bad in an SCRV, a lot more mobile than that Opor setup. That double Centurion Action X, you pick those for mobility as well, so we have to pay attention. Where are they going to be going? What part of the map do they decide is theirs in that Centurion? Don't really know if you put this on the A-line.
Yeah, also the Centurion, pretty good when hold on, but the hull itself is actually very, very big. So I am very interested where they are going to send the Centurions. For now, they seem to be going towards the 9 and 0 line here. they're sending a lot of forces. The Batchat so far covering A3, and everyone else for the defending team here is orientating themselves towards the 2 cap.
Yeah, that's interesting from Opor because it does give a base 1 for free. If you look at it this way, you can see Freaks here with a similar opening as last time, just feeling out the south side of the map, taking some control, and then we'll probably rotate back after.
I mean, the double Centurion very close towards the 2 cap yet, but they are not the tanks that are being committed. Instead, it is Rexa in his IS-7. That position in E0 that he's in currently is very, very potent because you properly need to commit in as the attacker to dig out that IS-7, meanwhile opening yourself up towards just being farmed by essentially the S-Conk and the double Centurion that's waiting here. 4CB now trying to scout out the northern part of the map, doesn't really see anything, and Rishek just chilling in that bush. Yeah, not seeing anything either because the Batchets are simply not close enough to each other currently. Diabol now getting spotted in that IS-7. He's not really gonna take damage for it at the time being, so that is already a lot of information passing over to the attacking side of Freaks currently.
Potentially what we could see from the side of Opor, sorry, I was collecting my thought, is if the team from Freaks would rotate towards the A line, they would decide to push out 0 line. We can see now on your minimap that Freaks is doing exactly what Opor wants.
Yeah, the double IS-7, double 113 are currently driving in, and there is only 3 tanks that are very close to the cap, but Panzerfury, Ketzai, they are there at the moment. They are behind. They could also farm, and this might become problematic here. Dreiser now being committed into the lower side of the map. Crypapal taking a shot or 2, and now the Centurions are actually going to spring into action. They didn't think that they would be so close. Rexa now driving in towards Dreiser, giving another shot, and that DPM from one S-Conk and double Centurion action 10. That is brutal.
The IMO coming from behind, Skittle from the front, a sandwich with the DJ as the meat for this one. And actually, you could say here, Kian, yeah, for a second it looks really great for Opor, but then they turned these guns around for Freaks. They came in with the Ram, but the good thing for Opor is they have the better combat tanks, in my opinion. They have those S-Conks that are able to just chew through these heavies from the side of Freaks because they're just better at this kind of brawl.
They are indeed. Now Rishek, the last guy for Opor, also coming in. Right now Opor with the HP advantage right now. The Batchat of 4CB is already all out of juice. He is out of the game actually. Skittles now dropping down towards a one-shot, but T-Sec getting picked up. It is currently a 3v2, make that a 2v2, but the STRV is farming from the upside, and Rishek seems to be out of steam as well. Rambo committed in here. This is looking good for Freaks at the moment.
It is looking good for Freaks, but that ignite from Rishek is pretty good to help them out as well. Rishek is going to try and ram Rambo to try and mess up his aim, try and keep his teammate alive, but Rambo with that turbo is going to get out of this, and that leaves Rishek all by himself, all to his lonesome. I'm not sure, Rishek, if that was worth it, if to go for that ram on the SCRV to try and block him from shooting was worth it. Better to keep your shells and somehow focus out Kopiat. But now Rishek coming back in and Rambo just popping off, giving shots left, right, and center is going to finish it off as well. And Freaks going to be picking up the first round here against Opor.
And that ram, Ducky, I think, is one of the crucial turning points of the game. The fact that the IS-7 was able to come in from behind and just completely remove half, I think, of the HP of the Centurion.
About 1,000 in ramming.
That is crazy, because after that, the Centurion is just gone out of the game. That is DPM from a tank just removed. And yeah, so great stuff coming out, and obviously the STRV wasn't really farming from the backlines at that point anymore. He was crucially also right there in the fight, able to focus out the correct tanks. And yeah, Rambo just with a monster of a game here, 5.6k, 4 kills to his name. And we can see that DJ, I think that was the Centurion that rammed. He wasn't really able to
3
do a
shots
lot.
received, so about 1,000 in ramming.
Yep.
He only penned 1 shot, by the way, so
That is
600 damage by ramming as well.
That is not what you want to see, really. Like 3-1-1.
I mean, this oversight from Freaks, I think you would call it an oversight, and I think the analysts would agree with this. An oversight from Freaks is not clearing the I-7 position from where I think Rexar was.
So Dival didn't even do a shot of damage, he just did
Yeah,
ramming.
but it's 737 ramming, man. could be a difference maker indeed. ForceCB doing 5 out of 5, but Rambo in this game, unlike the Proco where he did 6k, he was crucial here. And not staying back actually in the SCRV was great. The fact he pushed up so close and was able to pivot around the top of that dune as like a mobile turret, really, just like an auto turret shooting in every direction, is really a difference maker. And the reason why that almost came closer in the end, if Rishek's last shot against Kopiat doesn't set him on fire, Kopiat would have another 400, 500 HP, which means that they really easily pick up this S-Skunk, and Rishek has no way back into this game, to be honest. But the oversight from Freaks is not clearing Rexar's position, but it actually worked out great for them, because the double IS-7 that drove on the cap was then able to swing into the Centurion Action Axis and just go for the ramming damage as well, which means they could take a fight with all of their tanks immediately.
Yeah, that was also one of the factors, right? That Freaks, being the ones to set the pace of the game, just committing in there with all of the tanks, yes, it's kind of a blind play, but at the same time, this means that Opor is never going to have all of their tanks in the fight, because they have 2 caps to cover. So if you blind commit with like all of your tanks immediately with the STRV farming from the back all the time, that can work out really well, and it did for Freaks, and they did now take the attacking victory here on steps, so not really looking that great for Opor at the moment. They have to basically return the favor now of taking the steps attack victory, and they're trying to do so with triple IS-7, double S-Conk, 1 WZ, and a Batchat.
And a Batchat to finish it off. Freaks bringing their own Batchat, but Rambo actually playing that one. Then a CS, a VZ, triple S-Skunk, and a I-7. Seems like 4CB also plays those Clipper heavies. You usually see him in the Batchat as well, but Rambo, SCRV Bat player.
I mean, those are normally the kinds of tanks where you want to put your best aimers, your best playmakers. So, yeah, I guess Rambo is that for the side of Freaks.
Okay, I have a question for you, Key. How many years is it then that you've played the Batchat last?
Actually,
in competitive. You said you put your best aimers there, so it should have been quite a while for you.
I used to play it back in Silver League, so that I think gives you kind of an idea.
Oof.
Yeah.
Not hype.
No, I was like the Batchat and also TVP player back in the day, but
what changed, man?
We all get older. But yeah, Opor now moving immediately here with a lot of their forces through the 1 and 2 line. Katsai now getting spotted here, same for T-Sec, Rexa, and so Jacob is going to get lit as well. So that is a lot of tanks here already revealed for the side of Opor. They do see Diabol in the IS-7 in return. The S-Conk is driving through the middle, so that is going to offer up additional angles against Diabol. Immediate commitment by the side of T-Sec, who is not really paying a lot for this, honestly.
No, 2 shots coming out from those S-Kongs, but look at this immediately push. 4CB and Skittle immediately crossing back over the rails. I like this from Freaks, a little bit of adjustment to what they did before. Yeah, sure, Skittle takes some damage, but now they're just going to try and hold these IS-7s here and try to shoot them from range with those tanks, and this may work out great for the side of Freaks. Skittle and 4CB actually just continuing to push forward. You gotta say though, when do they stop? What commitment is a commitment too far? Because you can see that rock where Jacob is, where T-Sec is, where Rexar is. It's actually pretty good for that. Playing from that rock is very comfortable as well. It gives you a pretty good hold on position.
Yeah, Dival now with the counter push, but paying a lot of HP for this. Rishek now from the back lines. That Batchat clip is going to come in crucially. So Jacob now down towards one shot, down and out of the game. Dival the one to pick it up, but to fall in turn. CryPaypal now trying to do what he can against Rexa, who is shielding T-Sec currently. The Batchat now starting off his clip, and CryPaypal's just melting.
Yeah, he's just melting it at CS63, but here comes Kopiat, another reinforcement on the block. 4CB missing his first shot, does connect on the second. Katsai now pushing in as well. They want to get this fight won for the side of Opor. 4CB there on reload, of course, not able to do much. CryPaypal down towards a one-shot. Rexar picks it up. Katsai is going to find Kopiat, and this move from Freaks, it looked good on paper, but we think we can see here that on paper and reality sometimes are a bit different.
Exactly, Kopiat now falling, and only 4CB remaining in that A-B line here for the defenders of Freaks and Opor. They have done it, exactly what they needed. They are going to get their first point on the board here with a very good commitment. That stone that you mentioned from the IS-7 was basically the turning point here that made Freaks do that counter push. That, yes, it did look good on paper, but then again, who were they pushing onto? It was triple IS-7. That is the tanks from Opur that actually are supposed to get pushed, and then you have the Batchat behind, you have the WZ behind. That is just too much firepower. And yeah, Freaks dropping around. It's going to be 1-1.
Going to be 1-1 indeed, and 1-1 in quite a quick fashion as well. If you look at the attack times, you always keep that in mind for a possible tiebreaker. But steps being split, 1-1, just not really the way we would normally see. You know, you want to say defense bias. Talked about it yesterday, but both the teams actually picking up their attacks.
Exactly. Rambo obviously now trying to draw out the game for as long as he can. Rishek already on his way here, does spot him out, and Rambo really dropping a lot of HP. Rambo now down towards one shot, and Rishek is probably gonna sweep in and finish it off to make it all even between Opur and Freaks, who are trading blows here, and it's good to see.
Trading blows indeed, and quickly so as well. So moving on really quickly to a map that may be even faster. Cliff.
Yeah, Cliff, one of those maps where you're basically guaranteed to get immediate action right from the get-go. Cliff also, I think, one of those maps that really tests the teams that play on it, because yes, you have the initial split that you need to adjust basically by seeing the lineup of the enemy team, and then comes the more important stage of the game, that is the reaction to the enemy split, and then basically needing to call out what you do here. And we see for the side of Freaks that yes, Dreiser was able to farm a lot of damage in his S-Conk, but it wasn't nearly enough, really, because the tanks that got pushed by Opur, like, yeah, so Jacob only doing one shot of damage, T-Sec already 2k, and then the tanks that were farming from the back really breaking the back of Freaks in that moment.
Good adjustment from Opur to stop there behind that rock. You see how difficult it is to push that, though. It's like a perfect echelon to play from, just able to pick up that S-Kung from Skittle, who never really got into the fight. But yeah, for Freaks, it's all right. I mean, they won one game, they lost one game. For Opur, it's also like, okay, we could have been 2-0. They could have really been 2-0 here. But moving even into Cliff is good for both teams.
Yeah, I'm mostly interested to see how Freaks is going to react. We already know that Opur is a team that can handle Cliff very, very well. Freaks still needs to prove that, in my mind. But yeah, they definitely do have the player skill to handle it. It's just about the calls needing to be correct. It's like, if you have CSs, do you continue going up the hill like we saw yesterday, or do you actually stop and farm the people that are on the lower side? All of those little things are going to make the difference on a map like Cliff. Also, I think we saw Diavol yesterday with some questionable BZ75 pushes. He shouldn't push that boosting button that often today.
Let's see if there is even a BZ for Dival to play in. Right, let's start with that and then see after if Dival's going to be playing that, or it's been demoted to a CS player.
Yep. We'll see. Anyway, now the lineups here, and yeah, Opur coming in with double IS-7, 1 VZ, and then quadruple CS, and for Freaks.
For Freaks, 4CB and the 50B, Drivers Dival and the BZs, and then Rambo, Skill, PayPal, and Copia to form the CS 63 hit squad with the 4 of them. So Diavol gets another chance.
Diavol indeed with another chance, and now the most important thing is going to be seeing how the initial splits by both teams that we mentioned are going to work out. Yeah, there we go. So, well, for Freaks, it really isn't much of a split. I mean, yes, you have Skittles going 1-2 with the CS, but everyone else going middle. And for Opur, it's even more clear. They're just sending everyone towards the middle, but I think already it's starting to fan out here. T-Sec and Jacob starting a rotation around the hill immediately.
Yeah, Risha getting spotted to going to that little cubby position there. Rambo going on the hill. He's not going to be really stopping. Ketsai actually taking the hill as well. He gets a little bit stuck. No damage being dealt to Ketsai just yet though. ForceDB missing not one but two shots, and here come the IS-7s from Opor also arriving in the middle. DJ just holding the angle on them on the hill. That double CS flying though. Tsek and Sir Jacob. Do they come in or do they decide to hold right now? They do have Ketsai on the hill.
They do have Ketsai on the hill, they have the IS-7s close. There is the VZ from behind that should be able to clip out if Rambo, Kopiat or Diavol want to cross here. We can already see Diavol taking one shot, now activating the boosters, driving up the hill. That was one more VZ shot connecting, but now the BZ is actually fine. He's made it through. And now Ketsai is going to be in a bit of trouble because he's facing a hold-down heavy tank. This is why Tsek and Sir Jacob are now coming from the sidelines. They're going to be opening up onto 4CB and Kopiat, but maybe they bit off more than they can chew.
I mean, they're now pressuring the middle as well, though, with these IS-7s, with that VZ coming in as well. And Jacob and Tsek have taken some pretty strong positions. Rexar is taken all the way on top of the ramp. I think Freaks here currently getting a little bit battered, getting a little bit bruised as well. They're trying to find the angles. Ketsai is already fighting Diavol as well. I think for Opor, this is pretty good if they can get the kills out. Rambo is the first one to fall. Kopiat's not going to survive much longer. Fury in the IS-7 finally falling. 4CB had to bite the bullet for that. Got his clip off, but died in return. And you can see now that that Opor middle presence, that pressure with coming around with the CSs, has done exactly what they wanted. That two-prone attack actually working out phenomenally.
Yeah, working out beautifully here. Crypapal from that G2 position, trying to do what he can, trying to shoot into Ketsai here, but Ketsai with a good roll onto Diavol is able to finish that one off, and now all of a sudden Skittles and Crypapal left in a very, very unfortunate 2 versus 5. They don't really have the HP to deal with any of this anymore. DJ starting to move closer on towards Papal's position. Skittles just hanging on by a thread here, really, but Rishek is already coming in close. So, yeah, Papal actually falling first, and Opor, after going down in round number 1, now demonstrating that they are definitely a force to be reckoned with. Now 2-1 the scoreline in their favor.
Yeah, this is a good clip from them. That double CS going around, holding for a little bit, waiting for the BZ to take the hill, getting another tank out of the battle, and then that two-way attack, the VZ coming closer as well, Rishek being able to shoot from the side, the I-7s bullying the Ram. Really good overall. They set up a really nasty crossfire in the middle.
And we can already see that Rambo, he wasn't really able to do a lot from where he was. Kopiat, the same for him. So the CSs that were close towards the middle for Freaks, not really able to achieve a lot. The BZs also not really with a great impact. And yeah, 4CB, he got off 1 clip, but time and time again, the story is if you only do 1 clip with a clip tank like a 50B, that's not enough. You want to do 2 and everything on top is bonus. On the other side, things looking good here for Opor, because once again, they managed to get it done in a way where the tanks that realistically Freaks could push upon were the heavy tanks that you want to, like, those are the tanks that you want to get pushed and everyone else profits off of it.
Yeah, and Opor is showing just a really solid cliff yesterday and today, not really allowing their opponents to come into the battle whatsoever, and playing it from a really active stance. I mean, they're defending, but yesterday as well on their defense, always making moves, always making rotations, catching Krupa speed then off guard, now catching Freaks off guard. And I did say that Cliff could be the difference maker, and I believe that if Opor plays a similar kind of game as they just did, it will be 3-1 coming out.
Yeah, definitely. Like, you saw from the start of the game that they definitely had a plan on how to approach this. Like, the rotation with the CSs was started super early. They got the hill control very early on as well. They, I guess, got a bit lucky that the CS on the hill didn't really take any damage.
Wouldn't have changed
going
much.
up, but yeah, it wouldn't have changed much. And then I think the double CS appearing behind them made Freaks so uncomfortable that they had to make, like, on the spot, imperfect decisions, and that was exactly what Opor wanted.
I mean, Opor was already established for anything that they could do at that moment in time. And that's the issue for Freaks. Once this round comes into effect, I don't think you can get out of the chokehold that they are putting on you.
Now, game number 4 in between both of those, and Yeah, for Freaks, they really need to get another round on the board here. Otherwise, they would be facing only match points after this. So we'll have to wait and see for the lineups, how they are actually gonna approach it. Opor, however, they are trying to put themselves on that match point with the double BZ, 1 IS7, triple CS, and the TVP.
Freaks, on the other hand, Centurion Action X, Double BZ, 50B, and 3 CSs. So both these teams having that neat little medium. The Opor has the burst of the TVP, Freaks has the mobility and constant fire from the Sente X.
Now, the 50B, obviously the clip tank here, I actually prefer the TVP in those kind of scenarios just because you clip out that much faster than the 50B, who obviously has a longer intra clip. You need to expose for longer. Meanwhile, with the TVP, you can really get your whole clip in and only take one shot by a CS, for example. Split-wise, we see Freaks once again sending one CS towards the 1-2, everyone else middle, and about the same for Opur, who have T-Sec in the TVP on the lower side, already dealing 2 shots of damage towards Skittle, and yeah, so Jacob, CryPayPal now starting to make their way up here. CryPayPal taking one by Jacob, but continues up the hill, doesn't really get punished further for it at the moment, and now the BZ's arriving in the middle.
Yeah, the beast is arriving from both sides. Rambo actually wants to take the top of the hill here. 4CB and Riser is not really connecting. I mean, 4CB gets 1, gets 2, but Riser was the more important factor there, not connecting too much. And that BZ just yet gets Amorak as well to help. Fury here wants to pick up 4CB. Jacob does one more shot. He might be going down. But before that, 4CB in that 50B is going to be picked up by DJ. But Diavol coming in, picks up Sir Jacob. And now look at Getsai on that top ramp there, surrounded by the guns from Freaks. He's trying to get out. The Ignite coming out as well. Getsai going to be burning. Kopiar going to be finishing off from the back. And so far, it looks like Freaks has this similar kind of chokehold on the middle of the map. Not much you can do about T-Sec. They're trying to pick up that CS62. Can he get it? No, the TVP gun just ever so slightly being that bit annoying for these kind of shots.
Yeah, exactly, and now we can see DJ actually starting to boost up the hill with his BZ. Rambo needs to be careful, does get picked up, was a one-shot here. Dreiser now coming in, setting Zuza on fire. That's going to be important because from the sidelines there is mediums that probably have this as a one-shot. Pants Fury now peeking, giving one to Dreiser, but Diavol in turn picking up Zuza, and T-Sec coming in from the lower side. Has to hope for a fire here. Actually, one of his teammates was able to put in another shot. Skittles with the good block here. Yeah, T-Sec is gonna get it, however. Now it's 3v2, but still up for grabs. But T-Sec is in a bit of trouble now, is reloading. Meanwhile, Diavol pushing DJ here. Potential one-shot.
Yeah, Skittle picks up T-Sec though, and that miss from earlier on CryPayPal, those 2 shots are not connected, could cost DJ here, as CryPayPal's the one to pick it up, and Freaks say, alright Opor, alright, we see, we'll make it all even, yet again, coming out of cliff.
Yeah, once again, the teams trading blows here, and Freaks, seeing what Opur brought in the first round, just immediately take the full-on aggression and turn it around in Opur's face. So 2-2, all even in between both of those teams. Deservedly so, I think. They're both showing very, very good rounds. They're both exploiting weaknesses where they see and where they find them. So yeah, good stuff all around.
Good stuff all around in the legacy. BC's there, top damage, Riser, Diavol, actually pretty good for CB getting its clip off. I don't think it's really a pen rate issue here for anybody by the looks of things. Just better positioning from Freaks, allowing them to do more damage.
And that 50B this time around, I don't really mind that he dies after one clip because, well, he still has like 2.5k HP to chew through for the enemy team. And that enabled the BZs to stay alive in that fight. Because it was the 50B getting focused out. So, yeah, still not perfect having only one clip, but in the position that he died and the shots that he took, it actually achieved something for his team, enabling Dreiser and Diavol, who were there roughly around in the same area, to just stay alive and continuously put in those high alpha shots.
Yeah, and for Freaks, this is ideal, you know? Coming back in, making it all even. What's our next map, Gihan?
You got me with that one. Now I need to take a quick look into the sheet. It is Muro, the next map that we are going to play. So, yeah, once again, Moravanka, we saw that map yesterday being played. supposedly attack-sided, even though we didn't really end up seeing that yesterday. So I am very interested what's going to happen here. Also, one of those 1-1 maps, so maybe we are actually headed towards tiebreaker. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting how we see Moravanka. I don't think we are going to see Rheinmetall Panzerwagens. At least not yet, but who knows?
You never know, though. You never know. Anything could happen on Moravanka. These two teams today very evenly matched, and Moravanka, just like live a map where anything and anything will happen if allowed to be so. But we have to take a quick look first what the teams are going to be bringing for their respective attack and defense. There's numerous ways to defend Moravanka. Kihan, what's your favorite so far?
Honestly, the coolest defense that I saw so far on the stream was the double batchat crossover one line with the low noise exhaust. I thought that was pretty cool, but obviously no double batchat here. Opor coming in with double IS-7 instead, one S-Kong, double VZ, and double CS.
And double CS to run it up. Freaks, on the other hand, though, quad, the 113, and IS-4, and S-Kong, and AT-100. Been a while since we've seen this on Muro, at least in this playoffs.
The T100 obviously giving over the spotting advantage towards the team of Freaks. That means, though, that they only realistically have like 6.5 combat tanks compared to Opor 7. Then again, that T100 is just such a passive threat always. It will generate map control for you for free, essentially. Although Opor doesn't really seem to be after a lot of map control. Instead, they seem to be after the one cap. The T100 does see a lot of tanks, pays with one shot of damage in return.
Yeah, only one shot of damage taken, but the cap pressure from Opor is going to be pretty hefty pretty quickly. You have Jacob and Richard there on the outside. Good shot from Kopiar, doing a little bit of damage. It's going to allow his team to start getting that surround on those tanks here. Of Ketsai and Rexar. Diavol already doing it, but they need that A-line control. Diavol does push across, does make it. T-Sec trying to clip out into that IS-4 though, gets both of his shells as well. Diavol is forced to make this play, has to reset, but the IS-7s will of course react.
The IS-7's currently reacting, coming off of the cap here, so cap pressure not an issue anymore. What might become an issue for Freaks is that Diavol is really stuck here out in the open. The potential of the VZ re-peeking him is also still there yet. T-Sec just going to pick him up, and that is one kill that doesn't really have an answer to it. Kopiat also seemingly caught out in the open, down to 830. Cry PayPal can't really stay safe either. Opor, they're making this work currently.
Yeah, making this very much work. The game is, I won't say decided, but it's pretty close to being over for the side of Freaks as Cry PayPal falls. Kopiat is going to be going to the grave any second now as well. There is an Ignite coming out on towards Ketsai from Drisers in that 113, but you can see the tanks from Opor just rolling at this moment in time as a snowball. Going to go pick up one by one from the Freak tanks, and I think it's going to be Opor to put themselves on match point first on Moravanka.
Exactly. Dreiser now dying here, and at this point it's just the Opor tanks rolling over the remainders of the Freaks team here. Only Rambo, only 4 CB remaining. Rambo even getting set on fire. But yeah, not that it matters here anymore. Those 113s are very prone to both Amorax and fires. And now, yeah, 4CB is going to try to draw it out, obviously, for a potential tiebreaker here, because that would have otherwise been an extremely quick attack by Opor, not even dropping a single tank. They still have 7 alive. So, yeah, really perfect execution by the team in purple.
4CB just trying to draw out a little bit of time there. The T100, of course, it matters in terms of the attack time. Not sure who has the quickest attack right now. He doesn't want to give them an even fast one, so he'll make sure that they have to cap it out fully to just ever so slightly extend that win, because they're going to be taking on Moravanka attack once this cap goes through. And yeah, well, they got kind of rolled here. Be real. I can't say the only one even low HP. The rest of them pretty healthy still.
I mean, yeah, finishing it off with almost 9k. That shows how well executed the attack by Opor actually was. And once again, the teams trading it back and forth. It was just Freaks taking the second round on Cliff. Now, once again, Opor putting themselves up in this match 3-2. And now it is do or die for Freaks here at the moment. They can't afford to drop another round. They need to force the next victory to even go towards the tiebreaker. But Opor will try everything they can to not let that happen.
Opor will indeed try everything they can to not let that happen. You can see the damage there pretty spread across the Opor team. Just immediately taking that initiative, taking that advantage for themselves, and coming out very, very strong. This is the Opor you want to see, just immediately taking their opponent, putting the pressure, and never allowing them back in the game.
Mm-hmm. Now, as we head into the next round, it obviously is important the sides are going to be switched, so now it'll be Freaks attacking. And we said it already, most of the teams consider Muravanka to be kind of offense-sided, or very offense-sided. So if there was a map to basically force the tiebreaker on, if you're back, then Muravanka is a pretty good bet. Then again, Opor have demonstrated that even on their own defenses, they can be ultra aggressive, sometimes leading to early demises.
They kind of have to be on Muro, man.
Yeah, you can't sit back.
They have to be aggressive on Muro.
You can't sit back.
I mean, you can, just it's not very effective.
You will most likely give up the game with that.
You can technically bring 7 mountains on Muravanka. Doesn't mean it's going to work. You're gonna live for a while though. Although I think if you bring 7 mouses, you get capped before you reach to the cap.
True, true.
I'm pretty sure you don't make that. If they drive straight to the cap and they start capping, nah.
As soon as you make it though, all of a sudden the mouse HP and DPM would really come in clutch, but yeah, I don't think you make it in time.
It's quite a distance from the spawn to the cap. That's why you just bring a CGC. With its arc, it can shoot behind the hill. And you can even bring Kihan on it, because Kihan is a secret arty connoisseur.
That is slanderous and false accusations.
I'm pretty sure I could find some Clan Wars replays with you playing the CGC.
That is entirely possible.
Quite a few, even.
That is entirely possible. But we don't talk about it. Alright, so we are headed into what might be the last game of the match here. Opor looking at being on a match point, and they're trying to convert it with 1 IS7, double VZ, double WZ, and double CS.
And double CS to round it up. Freaks, on the other hand, Mouse, Eskong, T100, Triple I7, and a 113. They probably will not be driving straight towards the cap. You could assume. You
could assume, yes, that T100 obviously does give you the spotting advantage, but it does put you back in terms of raw firepower. So they will probably be trying to draw out the game a little. Spotting advantage just generate ever so much more information, map control, and then just let the angles work. 4CB just driving immediately very, very aggressively. There is no tank on the Opor lineup that can really challenge him. And Opor don't even have the intention of challenging him in the eastern part of the map. They're sending everything towards the 1 cap, but this is going to give a lot of control over the 2 cap towards Freaks.
Yeah, and that's the kind of thing, when you go for this 1-2 line play, you do open yourself up to that light tank taking a lot of control rather quickly, getting the spots out as well. And the I7 spots out Rexa, Rishek, and probably Jacob here in a second as well, but it doesn't look like T-Sec, Fury, Getza, and DJ are about to stop either.
Indeed, the pain train is starting to get going here. Rishek taking 1 shot of damage. So Jacob already turning around though. They notice that they have left the cap 2 completely open, completely uncontested. So they need those resets. First of all though, Opor is gonna sweep in and try to get some shots on towards the team of Freaks, but they are very well entrenched. They have the Eskong, they have the 113 for Crossfire. Currently Freaks not really bleeding a lot of HP, while Opor is already down to 12k.
Yeah, Opor here just coming in as a snowball though. Fury leading the charge in that 5A. Rishek with the CS trying to get past Dreiser there. They're trying to swarm the tanks from Freaks, but Freaks have so much HP and they're all there as well. Opor kind of driving into no man's land now. They need to keep the guns alive, but they are not able to do so. Fury falling. Ketsa is soon to follow as well, although he survives for yet another second. Diavolt decides to pick up Reshek first. Now the mouse is getting focused. You see that HP drop rather quickly, but Diavolt, he has something to say about it. He's going to pick up this 5A. Does get the shot here. Picks it up. He goes down towards the one shot for that in return. But now you can see that Opor running out of tanks, and Jacob and that CS struggling to pen the mouse, which means that 4CB comes in with the pickup. T-Sec though retaliating on Diavolt, but DJ left surrounded by the rest of the Freaks team. And what has been the story of this game, the story of this match, these two teams going head to head, blow for blow, all the way through regular time, gonna be making it all even and gonna be moving into a tiebreaker.
Yeah, now the same story as last match. Rexa and T-Sec are starting to drive away from the enemy tanks, just draw out the time ever so much more, because otherwise this would be a very, very quick attack. But now 4CB and Copiat, they are very close, but Copiat actually down towards the 2-shot, so if they eliminate him, they will be able to stay alive for longer. Rambo and Skittles both from the back lines, trying to punish the tanks of Rexa and T-Sec here. Copiat now down towards a 1-shot, but 4CB sweeping in here for the kill with that T100, and now
I'm pretty sure this is faster. I'm pretty sure this is faster than the previous game.
I am pretty sure as well. So like 4 minutes 55. That is a very, very quick attack. The games on Cliff were those attack victory. I think the Cliff games were also attack victories, right? So
No, North is
no,
is
true.
defense.
Victories. Yeah, never mind.
Both teams won on Steps attack, but those games were a bit longer than this. And both teams winning their Morvanka attacks, which means that it should be Freaks getting to pick the tiebreaker side.
So yeah, we see here that basically the all-out or all-in push by Opur on the defense of Morvanka just entirely getting halted, getting stopped. I think there was a point in time where Freaks was still full HP and Opur had lost like 5k HP already. So yes, you can try to get that snowball going with a complete overpush on like 1 or preferably 2, maximum 3 tanks to get those guns out of the game. But the fact that the mouse was there and was one of the tanks that you had to focus at the start of the battle, that doesn't really help, because the mouse, it just has so much HP. It takes so much of your effective DPM away and just negates it. Also, I think I can check the detailed report. So this was 3 minutes and 3 seconds. I will check the match before as well. That one was 3 minutes 19 seconds. So this indeed probably was the quickest attack.
Yeah.
And production is actually informing us that Freaks indeed had a side selection on Tundra. They chose attack, which is not really surprising because Tundra is also one of those maps that are considered to be slightly attack-sided. So yeah, there we go about that. Obviously, we will give a slight bit of time for both teams to mentally prepare for what might be their last round in the tournament. It's do or die for either Opur and Freaks.
Well, for one team, it's definitely the last round in this tournament. That's correct, Jan. They should duke it out in E5 1v1s on Tundra.
E5 Cupola 1v1.
Yes. Like you go 1v1, right? And the loser goes to face the next opponent. So like, let's say you against me and I beat you and I have 500 HP left, and then you send in Phil. And then he has to kill me first before the next person comes in.
How did you get the thought that he would even kill you at that point?
Who? Phil? I mean, to be honest, if I have to pick... If I'm like, you know, having to choose, and I have to pick in front of me, and I'm like, you can only play with one of these two for the rest of your life. Phil or Key. Yeah, well. Let's just say that I guess my doors are going to be unlocked in the future.
Is that a I prefer not to speak moment?
No, I would definitely pick Phil. Then, you know.
Oh man, I mean, we are laughing, but I can tell you who's not laughing at the moment. The players on either team. They are gonna be hard at work for this last game of the match. It does go all the way, and I think with what either team has shown here, there isn't a different conclusion. They have been trading blows basically head to head. They have both demonstrated that they're able to play to an exceptional level, but it is the way of the tournament. One of those teams will get eliminated now.
That is indeed 100%, 1,000,000% correct. Tundra attack for Freaks, the favorite side. Let's hope that for Opur's side, they have something up their sleeves for this defense.
Opur coming into this one with 5 S-Kongs. That is a lot of hull down DPM potential. We have 1 T-57 and the VZ being played by Jacob.
Freaks, on the other hand, the triple I7, double 113, 1 S-Kong, and Minotauro as the rounding tank. Opur, if they can take a fight with this lineup, they will have a great time.
Exactly. Just the combined DPM of 5 S-Kongs alone, and then you have also the T-57 and the VZ that do add some burst potential. Opur's lineup looks easier to execute than Freaks' lineup, simply because Freaks have a lot more different tanks. Yes, there are the specialists with the autoloaders for Opur, but they sort of operate independently from the S-Kongs, right? They do their own thing. Whereas on the Freaks lineup, you have the 113s, you have the IS-7s, you have the S-Kong. All of those have different kinds of speeds. They approach things differently. And now this is looking like a very much all-in strategy for Freaks, though. Immediately at the south, blind push. So Jacob and T-Sec in those clip tanks will probably get pushed upon. And there is going to be double S-Kong out of the game for Opur.
Yeah, but it's great for Freaks. So if you look at it, they have Diavol and Crypaper now going in. T-Sec is going to be making his flip here immediately. Diavol needs to be a little bit careful. Here comes the rest of the Freaks lineup. Diavol getting the focus from the entirety from the Opur side. Rex started to pick it up from the side, and now the Opur tanks coming in. For Freaks here, they gotta shut down these Clipper tanks. T-Sec and Jacob, though, look at them just running, scattering, and maybe it wasn't that great after all, but T-Sec has nowhere to go, nowhere to hide, blocking Jacob as well, who has nowhere to go for himself either. But Freaks now needs to go forward. They need to push that S-Kong on the one line. They need to go get Panther Fury. They're doing exactly that. That's the correct decision here for the side of Freaks. Now Jacob and company pushing back in with that VZ, with that Ketsai S-Kong. Rambo facing off against Rexer in the 1v1. Panther Fury is going to be falling. The Minotauro is above them as well. Rishek still coming from the north-hand side of the map. Fury is dead. Ketsai is going to follow. Rambo and Rexer just duking it out there in the south. No real winner yet, but I think Rexer might come out ahead. Cry PayPal now shutting down Ketsai, and that Minotauro is still yet a nuisance, and Rishek has just been watching his teammates this whole time for CP on a one-shot. Gets out T-Sec. Rambo and Rexer, bit of an important fight though.
Rambo and Rex are indeed a very important fight, but I think that the S-Kong should actually have the DPM to finish this one off. DJ now giving another shot to Copia at the IS-7 of 4CB, trying to stay safe as well. And yes, Rexa has indeed won his 1v1 in the K2 position. That's going to retain an angle for Opur, but the guns are actually there for Freaks. Never mind that, DJ picking up Copiat here. Now the Minotauro of Dreiser coming in to face off against DJ, reducing him towards a one-shot. 4v3 right now, both teams trading it out. Another shot coming out by DJ, but not good enough to roll to finish off the Minotauro, so it does get picked up in return, and suddenly it is a 4v2.
It's a 4v2. Rishek here trying to get the shot on the IS-7. Does not connect. Crypaper's going to lower his HP a little bit more. That IS-7 in the face of Rishek should be able to shoot just under the gun and connect it. Finally gets the angle. He's pushed up a little bit high. It's Skittle and Dreisers in this 2v2, make it a 2v1 now. And the end, Opur somehow are enabling themselves to win this matchup. It's not over just yet, but Rex are winning that south fight. So important.
Rex are crucially winning that south fight. Now Skittles has his work cut out for him, essentially, but Rexa already aimed here with the quicker reaction, is able to pick up Skittles, and with 400 HP, Opur managed to pull through this match. I think another crucial factor was that the autoloaders actually got to reload. The VZ got off at least a second clip here, and those Super Kongs, man, in a prolonged fight, pretty good. Who would have thought?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Rexar wins this 1v1, I think, wins the game as well. Because if Rambo wins that 1v1, I don't think they can play it off of that. I mean, I don't think it works out in the end of the day. And Diavol and that other IS-7 going in a bit too early, I guess, compared to the rest of the teammates. I mean, look, Diavol does 0. That's, you know, they're playing with 6 for the entire game, and they still almost won it, by the way. Also, Copiat there, did you see like him turning his turret and getting picked up by the S-Konk in the water? That was Interesting. I don't know why he was turning his third.
Yeah, well, and now we see that Pants Fury, yeah, he got focused out at the start, but the VZ crucially getting out a second clip. Not the best of shooting by the T-57, but he was also able to reload. And the simple threat of facing off against a T-57 clip, like even if the tank is on a one-shot, you need to sometimes hold your shot against other tanks, removing effective DPM from the fight. And then we just see there Ketsai, DJ, Rishek, all those Super Kongs that were alive until the end, just letting their DPM work. And yes, Rishek was out of the game for very, very long, but the S-Kong gun is so accurate that even while he was making his way towards the fray, he was still contributing DPM.
And if they have all those 1 or 2 shots there, that pushes a little bit more together, they straight up win that.
I think also the 1v1 between Rexa and I'm not sure who the ISM was. Probably Rambo.
In the south, you mean? Yeah. Was Rambo.
Yeah. He had some bounced shots, and to be honest, it's kind of hard. As soon as the S-Conk goes to face hug you, you cannot really be sure to penetrate 100% of your shots because, well, if you go for heat, then you have the upper plate that has spaced armor. You have to shoot beside the gun into the turret ring, basically. But obviously, the S-Conk is going to try and block the gun there. So, yeah, in the end, I guess Rexa the game winner here. But yeah, this means that I think I got another prediction correct.
Congratulations, Kia.
But yeah, I think for the time being, that was quite enough from us. We'll head over to the analysts and let them dissect the game. See you soon.
Thanks a lot, Kian and Daki and Anakin. What a victory from the side of Opor. We had the feeling that Freaks had it in the tiebreaker, but they managed to actually take it, and they're going to be moving in the grand finals once again against GDVV1.
Yeah, great games there, especially that last one by Opor, like you said. We're going to get into it, but it looked like Freaks had it, and then I blink, and all of a sudden Opor's on defense with up 2 guns to the 1, and they take it. An incredible game there. They're going to go face GDV1 in the final, and that should be a really good matchup.
Yeah, definitely. We have to see if they're capable of having a better performance against GDV1 because they lost in the finals of the upper brackets yesterday. Convincing performance from that Ukrainian team. So they will definitely try to get their revenge and take the victory to win this tournament. But just before going to the replays, we're also going to be talking a bit about the NA brackets because that's going to be the next match we will be covering. We have the finals of the losers bracket between Smile and Escalate.
Yep, and we've gone over this a little already. Smile probably going to be the favorite, got more experience, but I personally am kind of riding the Escalate train right now. I think they've been playing well, and they've been having good matchups, and then the winner of that is going to face Dopamine in the Grand Finals for NA after we watch the EU Grand Finals.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday they had a very interesting performance against Bear Force 1. I think you can say so, and you can just give us information about that. But it's probably one of the strongest team on the NA server. They're pretty well known, so good stuff from Escalate. But they're gonna definitely have a hard task against Smile this time.
Yeah, for sure. And like you said, that win against Bear Force 1 was an incredibly big win for Escalate, and I believe we're going to get into replays here.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look to see what happened between Frix and Opor. And we're starting on step. Opor was on the defense, Frix on the attack. And Opor, they had the good idea to trap those things from Frix. They expected that base to push, but the Centurion Action X at the end of the day, not working out.
Yeah, Opor had Freaks exactly where they wanted them. The worst thing Freaks can do here is push that 8-9 line because Opor had set up, like you said, completely for it. But Opor makes a couple of pretty big misplays. You see the ram coming in from the I-7, showing that the Cent Action X may not have been the tank for that corner, like you were saying, but I believe that Opor needed to actually commit around the corner so that they're fighting one group of tanks and not 2 groups, which they end up doing. And it gets close, but Freaks are going to pull it out in the end.
They just played it wrong. Like the i7 managed to ram the Centurion Action X for 700 damage. You also have to point out that Rexar, he was totally fine in his corner, he could have farmed the entire time, and somehow he moved out. You don't know why. Those Centurion Action X, they got baited. They wanted to move forward, and at the end of the day, they turned, they took the ram. So I have to say that from Opor, they had the ID, but the coordination and the calls during the game, that was not it.
Yeah, and it's probably morally not great for Opor, right? Going down the first round, knowing that you probably should have picked it up. And we even see at the end, the Stir from Rambo was putting in work. Once he got high there, just putting in a lot of work. In the second game, Opor decides to make a commit with 3 IS7s, and they kind of get stuck here. Well, you take it away.
I mean, it's not necessarily bad from the side of Opor, because Freaks is actually going for the repush, which is probably a mistake. They're on the defense, they're not forced to go into that. And you could see Ketsai was here the entire time around C1 to get the damage done and cover his teammates. You also have Reshake that came in later on with his Batchat to get a clip out. And Freaks, they just didn't have enough tanks here to actually make that Rails play work.
Yeah, and not only did Freaks not really have enough, while also Opor had Ketsai and Reshik in the back covering, like you said, they also committed kind of one by one. You saw the IS7 go in first, and then Kopiad decides to go in. It's just a weird repush by Freaks.
Yeah, I mean, that was probably not the prettiest repush from their side, and you could see at the end of the day, DJ was just closing up with his S-Conk. He was out of the fight the entire time, but Opor, they managed to take the advantage of all the Rails fight, so that was just enough from them. Later on, we were on Cliff, teams were tied 1-1, and you can say that Opor, they had an amazing way to defend.
Yeah, I really like what I saw from Opor. Generally, you're not going to push the CSs around the hill 9 line if the enemy has hill, but Ketsai on the side of Opor also had hill, and as soon as these CSs push across, I really liked the rest of Opor's team. You saw Rexar take the high ramp immediately. It quite literally forced Freaks between a rock and a hard place. They can't really repush the CSs in the south because they've got hard cover, so Opor just kind of leaving Freaks out to dry in this one.
You can see that from the side of Freaks, they have 2 CSs full HP out of the fights. They're trying to get some damage done from the donut, but they are not involving their HP. And this is where Opor is taking the advantage. They have all of their tanks committed, only 1 out of the fight around D3, D4, and even Jacob around. He dropped low, right? But he had the house to just get safe behind, so he's gonna stay alive on a one-shot. Ketsai is gonna win the trade on the hill, so good start from Opor in that round.
Yeah, and in this round, a little bit of a weird split, I would say. Opor decides they want to pick the 50B and the BZ75 low, and HP throughout this game is incredibly even. The problem with going low for Opor is even though they get the picks, Freaks is going to control the high ramp, and it's going to stay close, though, throughout the remainder of the game.
Freaks should win this. Why? They have the 50B that is gonna make his clip and die. He has 2.5k HP to also trade. They are winning the ramp. They have a Centurion Action X with crazy DPM on that. They have the heal. Even though we can see Cry People almost went down to the TP here. Maybe bad luck from the side of Tisek could have taken him out. But I think that Freaks, the way they played their approach, actually playing for the ramp, having the 50B, getting his clip and dying, that was probably the right one.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Freaks played that well. Like you said, the 50B getting his clip out before dying is incredibly important. And I would also like to point out that there was a fire on the side of Opor, which could have cost them, and the 2 misses from their TVP onto the CS hill also those 2 things, if they hadn't have happened, maybe Opor takes that game. I'm not sure. It's going to be close either way, but yeah, a great Cliff game there.
Next up, we were on Muraranka with the Freaks defending and Opor attacking, and once again we see a team actually going for that base 1 aggression just to bait the attention and get the defending team out to get the decaps. And you could see that was the IS4, he actually pushed up here, but from the side of Freaks, the positioning is just not working out. You have enough tanks from the side of Opor staying around C3, C4 to actually get the damage done, and this IS4 is going to go down pretty easily. On top of it, what is important to mention, Kopiat is completely misplaying this game.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Kopiad was going for. At that point, his IS4 had already gone down, so there's really nothing to cover. He kind of just goes low. He does what I like to call the classic EU man bro, and just kind of throws his HP away. And like you said, the C4 S-Conks from the side of Opor, they're just going to be farming the entire time. They baited the rotation out from Freaks. Freaks, it looked like maybe kind of panicked, didn't really know what they wanted to do because they figured they had to be quick on getting that reset, and Opor completely capitalizes.
Yeah, I mean, normally with the skunk, he's meant to stay safe behind that dune, and he would be full HP, and he will also provide some cover on the 1-on-3 of Skittles. Instead of that, he actually died pretty freely, so Opor with the convincing and comfortable victory, getting on match point on that first one on Muravanka.
Yeah, and that was a very, very good round from Opor. We're going to see the next one shortly. Here we go. Opor does a very aggressive 1-2 line commit, but you see Freaks is completely set up for it. Opor does actually make a really nice call here. It's, I think, given the situation, the best call they can make. They realize they have no chance in pushing A3, so they push over the C line. The problem is dive all in his mouths, and you can tell everybody what that's going to mean for Opor.
When they went for that push, which was kind of forced due to the fact Freaks was countering that initial opening, they were already 5k HP down. This is also the power of the mouse. You just put him in the middle of the map, and you just tank all of the shots. On top of it, it's a mouse. It has some armor. You're not gonna pen 100% on it. So it's a great pick. Freaks, I mean, the Ukrainian teams have been playing like this, even GDVV1, using a mouse in the middle. That's something that has been used in the past also. That's actually great. So much HP, almost 3.6k. And you could see Opor, they did great. Good focus fire, good overmatch, but they were so down on HP they couldn't recover.
Yeah, and now on match point, we see Freaks does a very, very early south play, and it initially looks like Opor is going to get incredibly caught out with their T57 and VZ just because Freaks has every single tank essentially in the fight, with Opor having at the start at least 2 S-Conks out of the fight and their 2 T57 and VZ pushed up so far. But just like a miracle happens, we're going to see Opor, their Super Conks, I guess the DPM and the HP start coming in clutch, and they're going to start picking up kills and damage here.
I disagree about the way Rexar played that game, trying to help his teammates over picking here. I think he should have taken his 1v1 with Rainbow, but at the end, Freaks made some mistakes, also made some bad picks, and allowed Opor to get the kills with their S-Conks. You mentioned it, like the VZ and the T57 up here. I mean, they're good. They get some good damage early, but then that was possible for Freaks to actually push out. At the end, that's pretty miraculous. But Opor, they are managing to get the angles, the kills. You can see Reshake and Rexar are left on a one shot, and it's impossible at that stage for Skittles to win this game. He's gonna go down to Rexar a bit after. So good stuff from Opor. We were kind of scared for them in the tiebreaker, but they're gonna be taking the victory. Well deserved victory at the end of the day from the Polish team that is gonna be playing once again against GDV1 in the grand finals a bit later.
Yeah, and I guess it's worthy to note that Opor, for I believe, second WoT7 in a row, is going to be in the finals against GDV1. It's going to be an incredibly hard matchup, I think. GDV1 has been playing incredibly well, like we've been seeing. But at this point, if anyone has a chance to knock him off, it's going to be Opor.
I mean, what we have mentioned yesterday about GDV1 is that they were looking very prepared, very solid, very cautious in their approach of how they played each maps. So knowing the fact they're in the grand finals and they can pick a map straight, they can definitely put a lot of preparation into that map and force whatever team to actually play it. So that's a huge advantage for this team. In return, you have Opor. They're coming from the losers bracket. They had a tough match, but they may have some hype, some momentum, so they will definitely have to use that to get a chance against them. And now Anakin, we're going to be covering the 2 matches. I mean, one, first of all, the losers bracket from NA. We have talked about that. We have mentioned it a bit earlier. It's going to be a pretty interesting one. It's going to be like Escalate against the Simple. So very interested to see. You're going with Escalate. Most of the rest of us are thinking that the other team is more experienced, but definitely going to be a good match, I guess.
Yep, I'm going with Escalate, kind of riding their wave, like I said, but I wouldn't be surprised if either team won at this point.
Well, great. That being said, I guess we have our casters to actually give the full introduction about the next match of the day, the first one from NA Finals of the losers bracket. Kian and Daki, take it away.
Well, hello there, and welcome back. Indeed, after the lower bracket final from the EU server, now we are going to hop over the pond. It's going to be the lower bracket final for the NA tournament bracket. We are in for Yeah, Escalate against Smile. What's your take on it, Ducky?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting match between these two. I went with Smile as well just because of their experience that they have available in that team. But I feel like this could indeed be turning out to be a close one. Let's put it that way. I, again, predicted a more harsh scoreline because you never know what's going to happen between these two. But honestly, it could be 50-50. I mean, Aubrey as team captain, you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday already we had an upset when basically the Bears got eliminated by Escalate. So maybe they are going to surprise us positively once again, or maybe Smile is going to put a very, very sudden stop to it. Community predictions also going the way of Smile mostly. I think it's time for us to take a look at the pick and bans though. Because that already might give us some insights as to what is actually gonna happen. And indeed, map pick and bans coming up. Prokhorovka and Himmelsdorf being taken out by either side. Then we have Cliff and Steps as the first two maps. Tundra being removed. Then Sand River coming in as a potential map number 3. And Ghost Town would be the tiebreaker.
Yeah, Ghost Town would be the tiebreaker here. We'll see if we get to Sand River. It's going to be interesting to see how these teams will play it, if it does happen to get there. But first, Cliff has to be played, and then Steps. We go from a really fast-paced maps of Cliff to usually a bit slower tempo of Steps, and then even slower of Sand River usually.
Yeah, that change of tempo might obviously be a challenge for the teams, but we'll see. Obviously, both of those teams on Cliff, it's going to be very fast-paced. We're going to see a lot of action there. Do you think like the individual player skill between those teams differs, where it might come in clutch on Cliff more than anything else?
We'll have to see about that. The Smile team has a few people with higher ping. Let's put it that way. Fly, Lop, I think a few others as well. Escalate also has this though. Luca, Aubrey. I mean, it's very playable though. I am going to be honest, playing quite a bit on NA now. 120 ping is, for all the tanks, it makes Cupola shots ever so slightly harder, but you know, you get to just display extra skill.
I mean, the most important thing there is that basically that the ping is stable, that you don't have package loss or anything like that, which shouldn't be the case. Now, the picks coming in, or casters' predictions, rather. You and Insane going with Smile here. Then we have Escalate for Anakin and me. I'm still under the impression from the game of yesterday where Escalate did beat out the Bears, which were sort of favored before that matchup. So yeah, let's see what we get here, as I think the game is just about to start. Lower bracket finals in between Smile and Escalate. Smile bringing the triple BZ, the triple CS, and the singular Centurion.
Escalate, on the other hand, the triple BZ as well, the BAT and the triple CS. So the Escalate team having that BAT shot, that clip potential, where Smile has that Centurion Action X, that DPM, speed, mobility, amazing gun to complement their lineup.
Violence, speed, momentum. With that Centurion Action X. Now it remains to be seen how exactly the splits and then the reactions to said splits do go. Smile sending everyone towards the middle. Escalate sending, I think, from the minimap, their CSs, their Batcha towards the 1-2 line, but the BZs towards the middle as well.
Yes, it's a split here, 3 up, 4 down, where Smile is playing more of a everybody up, and we decide from that point on what we do. So they're splitting off 1 CS to the Kabi, a second CS of Silent is going there as well. He's going to be forced back towards the middle as he gets the info to San, immediately going behind that little Kabi position there. Very aggressive. Look at here with the peak as well. Not connecting, does track for Million though in that BZ75, who's now going to be using a rocket to get into the middle. And they're going to have to be a reaction here from Smile. They're going to have to at least push something, because right now they're in a really tough spot.
They're in a really tough spot, but they were able to put good punishment. Dusan now having crossed over, he's going to get unspotted rather soonish and then probably try to... Oh, he did peek and took a shot for his troubles. Now both teams sort of stable here right now. Luca, though, taking ever more damage by, I think, external. So needs to be very careful down towards a 2-shot here. Double BZ by Escalate getting halted, so there is actually only one heavy tank in the middle for Escalate that Smile could be pushing upon. But I think, yeah, the boosters do get activated, and Smile is making their way towards the donut, where there is the medium tanks from Escalate.
Yeah, they gotta be careful though. There's pretty nice crossfire here. Tiger trying to go behind that G2 position, getting punished pretty heavily in that bad shot, getting behind that corner, but at the cost of most of his life. 542 HP remaining. External now going off by himself to go for Dusan. Yeah, the blow up there on Blur. Well, blow up, they just all shoot him, delete him. Now Luca is the next one, and this Smile rotation is catching Escalate in a really, really tough position where they are now trying to shoot back at external, who will fall. Dusan is yet still alive. That is pretty big for Escalate, but number of the guns, there's 3 of them left against the 6 from Smile.
Exactly. Now, once again, the boosters do get activated. Vermilion has had enough of this. He's just boosting past Hobo here and is probably going to put a meaty one into the back part of that enemy BZ. And the multiple amount of guns for Smile here is going to carry them over the finish line. They're going to put the first point on the board.
Yeah, good stuff there from Smile coming in strong. It did look a little bit rough for them at a point, but like Dusan behind that corner, a setup from Escalade where you're like, okay, this is a pretty good choke, but maybe too much behind the G5 corner with those double tanks locked there, only Aubrey in the middle. That allowed this one to repush to come into fight. I think that bad shot going to G2 was also just a waste, to be honest.
Also, I think they took a lot of damage on those mediums.
I don't know how Luca took that much damage.
And then the thing is, as soon as Smile makes that decision to rotate over, that is basically the perfect call to make, because you're pushing onto the mediums that don't really have a lot of armor or HP to deal with that in a shootout. And the BZ-75s by Escalate, they're sort of completely out of the game there. They were sort of holding back, so they couldn't get over pushed in the middle, but that in turn means that it is a lot of ground for them to cover to actually be able to help those mediums. And at the time when they arrived, the mediums were already down and out.
Yeah, mediums down and out. And so result, Smile picking up their first round on Cliff. They're going to be happy. They made all the right moves, all the right rotations. Until a 0 on that BZ is not what you want to see coming in. Yeah, outplayed. Outplayed it.
Yeah, completely. Well done by Smile here in this first round. Obviously, this is best of 7 as well, so there is still a long way to go. But if Smile keeps this going, they were very, very convincing.
Yeah, and I'm happy for them that they are able to come in strong in this match for Escalade. They need Aubrey to come in clutch as the team captain to guide them on the path back to redemption. You do not want to lose Cliff 2-0 in this kind of match, because of the simple fact that the map that's coming after is not a 2-0 map, it's a 1-1 map in most cases. Steps being split down the middle in more cases than not, which means that if you lose Cliff 2-0, that you are immediately facing up against a match point. And as Keyhand would say, 2-0, you're not in trouble, but 3-0, sweaty.
Big trouble then.
Big trouble.
Yeah, we are not there yet. Obviously, Escalate, they've got it in their own hands still, regardless. They just need to get it going as well. On Cliff, you highlighted it. Steps most likely is going to be a 1-1. And then if you're looking at that 3-0, yeah, I mean, not impossible, but, You're
trying to say that they should step up their gameplay?
Indeed, yes. Indeed. Good one.
Yes.
I love it.
Yeah.
That
like
makes
it,
me happy.
Smile. You were like, yeah, I like it. Boomer humor. Let's go.
At least it's you making those jokes now, not me. I have converted you successfully.
Okay, calm.
The plan has worked out.
Yeah.
Alright, second round though, incoming in between Escalate and Smile. Sides are going to be switched, meaning Escalate is going to be on the defending side now. Not that it really matters a lot on Cliff most of the time, but yeah, there is that. They are gonna spawn from north, and Yeah, the first question that needs to be answered is what are the lineups by either team gonna look like? Are we gonna get some surprises regarding tank choices again? We should see soon.
Yeah, we'll see soon if they can raise the level of gameplay for the side of Escalate, and that's what they're exactly going to do. Triple 50B and 4 CSs. That's quick, that's fast, and it's very clip dependent.
Exactly. For the side of Smile, meanwhile, though, they have more single shooters here. Triple BZ, double CS, and still 2 clippers with the TVP and the Batchat. So, yeah, from the side of Escalate, they really need to make it that those 50Bs immediately get off their clips and then get reloading, and the CSs, while the 50Bs are reloading, cannot die. That is going to be the pivot point here. We see that Smile is splitting off that TVP towards the southern part of the map, where Luca is also driving towards the donut, Vermilion being sent over towards the donut as well. Meanwhile, for Escalate, most of the other tanks driving towards the middle. Now, it's going to be the question whether Luca or Vermilion survives. Luca obviously having taken damage from the lower side. That is not really good. Luca also putting in a good shot external now in the middle with the Batchat starting to clip out. That's a few good shots on Hobo here, but he's taking shots from below from the 50Bs. Fly there also with a good shot, but so far Escalate making a good amount of punishment, even picking up the first kill.
Yeah, and Escalate here in a commanding position right now. They got that bad shot out of the game. They have the top ramp. They're going to get repushed in 1-2 though, which is a bit of the danger here because Brain is coming with his CS friend. And there's nowhere really where Luca can go. There needs to be a reaction here from the side of Escalate because once Luca dies, if he dies, he's dropping off. That's usually pretty risky. Might just die for that. No, he's gonna live. Now we can see the push down the middle. The Tiger getting blown up in that 50B before he gets well and truly across that ridge. The big ram from Fly as well on towards that CS63. Silent trying to come up on the outside, trying to stay alive. Lip and Ethan, they want to get those more connections. Then another Amarak coming out because Ethan do one more shot at the very least in his PC. He does, and Aubrey is on fire, but not in a good way, as now Silent is going to pick up Hobo in the middle, and that means that Lip is still surrounded, but Dustan on reload, another ram coming out, more ramming damage on towards the CS63s, and Escalate running out of tanks, running out of HP as well, those BZs paying dividend.
The BZ is indeed paying dividend here, and the HP for Escalate, it's simply not there anymore. It's all on Attila here. Dusan just completely melting away as well. Brain now sweeping in, has probably reloaded. Yes, Attila does get the pickup on Vermilion, but no one else is really low HP, and Brain is just probably having the time of his life, reloading currently, blocking Attila from going away. Yes, Luca does get one more shot into Lip, but little is it gonna matter, as Smile are going to force their way into this match, and they are going to put themselves up 2-0.
It's an Escalate throw though, I'm going to be honest, Gihan. You know there's this thing called the E-line for Escalate, and they have this thing called 50Bs, and 50Bs are very fast, you know, they go vroom vroom, vroom vroom, and then they're there, you know, they're really fast. Why do you need to push over the middle if you're Escalate? Why do you not take 1 or 2 50Bs after the initial fight when you know that those tanks are on the lower side? Because they had info on the CS, right? They had the info on the CS, they had the info on the TVP as well. They had the info on all 7 tanks. So they knew that there was 2 tanks on 1-2 that could repush Luca. You send the double 50B or even 1 50B, and Luca probably holds that fight. You probably can stay there, and you kill 1-2, which then forces the team of Smile to actually have to make a move. But it doesn't happen when you just push down the middle.
Yeah, so the triple 50B completely not working out. You can see Tiger only getting 1 shot of damage. That is really the problem in those kind of scenarios. Like, yes, sometimes it's even worth to only do 1 clip, but 1 shot of damage with an entire tank invested, that is not where you want to be.
No, but he was also pushing over the middle, and he just got triple tapped in a very quick fashion.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's not even your fault, but then I guess
this case is definitely not. This time is definitely not Tiger's fault anymore.
Yeah. And on the other hand, all of those single shooters are basically working out great here for the team of Smile. It's like, yes, the TVP is up there, but he probably found 1 entire clip completely at the end. So yeah, those BZs, man, they're coming in clutch here on Cliff, and that means Cliff taken 2-0 by the team of Smile. Escalate currently struggling to find anything in this, And this means that we're moving on towards the next map. That is Steps. We already said it's kind of supposedly a 1-1 map. Then again, we had it being split 1-1, but not the way we thought it would be before. So maybe we should hold our horses a bit.
Maybe we indeed should hold our horses slightly. Escalate is attacking first, right, on Steps, which is another issue, in my opinion, because this could be 3-0 rather quickly, Kian.
Yeah, and from a 3-0, I mean, it's not impossible to come back, right? We have seen it before, it's been done before, but the probability of it happening is rather low. So, yeah, Escalate, they should pick up that first attacking round if they want to stand a, like, not less than 10% chance of winning this match, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, you really hope that they just pick up this first round here. But this is going to be super, super hard.
It is super hard. Then again, we've already seen, like, for example, on the A-B line, the stone that we had the group of speed tanks, like the IS-7s behind. There is some changes to the map that not every team seems to have figured out quite yet. So maybe for them, it is a glimpse of hope. We'll have to see. And we go into this one Smile, picking an IS-7, double S-Conk, double VZ, a Minotauro, and a Rheinmetall Panzerwagen.
Rheinmetall Panzerwagen to finish up this lineup. And Escalate, though, SCRV, BAT, S-Conk, 4 IS-7s to round up the push force. Let's see how this goes. It's interesting that Smile opts to bring the Mino and the RHM Panzerwagen.
Yeah, it kind of is. I mean, the Rheinmetall does give you the spotting advantage, obviously, in the early stages of the game, but it doesn't have armor, like any. It doesn't, like, it has okay-ish DPM. It doesn't really have alpha, though, either. External now, finding Blur, seeing Dusan as well, and we see the triple IS-7 hits by Escalate making their way towards the western part of the map. Vermilion driving there as well with his IS-7 respectively. And yeah, External is getting some information here. He sees a couple of tanks on the enemy team. Oh, that position that the Mino is driving to, that can be a very good one as well. Usually, or in the past tournaments, we've seen Badgers there, but obviously if a Badger can stay there, hold down, a Mino can do so as well.
The Mino can probably even do it better because the lower hull of the Mino is a bit more annoying than the Badger, I would say, if you can see it.
Then again,
yeah, Ethan there.
Then again, if his turret is angled down like this, there is the possibility
you can angle up against the rock.
But like this, like he was currently the 113s, they could probably penetrate it with heat. But no, actually, there isn't any tanks with heat on the Escalate team except for the Badger, so might be.
It doesn't need heat. The roof of the Mino is just not really good at all, if you can see it. But he does get spotted up, so I think that will probably force Escalate to a more 1-2 orientated strategy, I would say. But right now, I gotta look at the Smile setup, and you can be real about it. They are not really ready to cover A-line anymore. Rotating the tanks, the forces back, is going to put them in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, you can see Ethan is very much hull down here in this position, so not really going to get penetrated. This is why Escalate is now rotating around. Dusan has taken 1 shot of damage. That probably was the Rheinmetall. But yeah, triple IS-7 now lined up. They are going to meet Vermilion first, and there is no one in A2. There is no one in A3 that could be helping Vermilion.
No, and Vermilion gets actually spotted out. He spots out Luca, and he's going to be bailing from that position rather quickly. Probably going to try and go back towards A3. He's actually staying for now. He needs to be very, very careful with this because there could be a big follow-up coming. Now, External's trying to get the rest of the spot out. He needs to be careful as well with that RHM. You don't want to be in a position where you can get caught. He should be backing off from that one. The VC now crossing back over. And Escalate doesn't know it, but there was an opportunity there to pull the trigger and probably catch the IS-7.
Exactly. The Rheinmetall now in A3. He is going to be farming if the IS-7s come, but the penetration that tank has kind of limits it against frontal IS-7. Not really the best tank for that kind of job. The VZ though going to join in A3 as well, driving further forwards towards A2. That is more punishment. The Super Conk in C5 will probably also be able to get in a shot or two, but still, if the triple IS-7 over pushes, I don't see how Vermilion survives it. But they are actually rotating, so...
Yeah. But it's pretty split though for the side of Escalate still. You have the S going down the middle, you have Luca committed, you have an STRV that is not going to be pushing, of course. He's just going to be farming from the back line. So you have at least 2 tanks that are not currently able to assist, being that S-Kong, being that IS-7. Which leaves you only with what? What does it leave you with? Double IS-7, triple IS-7 and a bat? That's about it, right?
Yeah. Now the Rheinmetall also not in A2 anymore. That means he is actually spotting the S-Conk in the middle of the map and the IS-7 currently. And yeah, this means that Smile, they probably have a fairly good idea that it's not going to be the one cap right now. The Minotauro continuously spotted there, but that doesn't really matter. Ooh, Ethan just pressed reload, and I think he's going to be off.
It's fine.
Yeah, I think he's going to be off of reload as soon as the enemy tanks are there. So, perfect setup right now for Smile here. Escalate, they are going to have to commit hard with many tanks and try to snowball it out of control.
Look at the rotations though from Smile. They're sending the RHM to spot 1-2. They're pulling back the other tanks already. Attila taking the first shot of damage here. They have a pretty good read, and Attila taking even more, 1.5 immediately.
Now Ethan has done the first shot of damage. Did the second one with his Minotauro there. The Batchat doesn't really want to drive in. The double IS-7 does get committed, but there is double 2 tanks waiting by Smile as well. So now Attila already down towards a 1-shot. Ethan with a good possibility at rolling that IS-7 here. Next shot is soon going to be reloaded. We can see him here switching over, low roll coming out. So Attila for the time being living. But the amount of punishment that Escalate has taken is just brutal here. Finally, the first shots incoming onto the Mino.
Yeah, but the Mino is now on reload. Yeah, his turret is angled down slightly, so Hobo may be getting some shots against it, but Ethan is definitely going to trade out effectively for this. And here comes the repush. Fly, Loop, Brain coming from the lower side. They want to keep their Mino yet alive, as Hobo is going to be feeling the brunt of this autoloader damage. The Mino coming off reload as well. 1.5 immediately. The VZ's clipping out, drops him towards 449. Brain gives one more. Ethan with the finish. Vermilion even arriving as well to join the forces here, and this is what is great for the side of Smile, picking up 2 tanks. That S-Conk of Blur kind of driving through the open, silent rotating to face down, and it's not over just yet for Smile. They smell blood in the water. They now see Luca behind that rock. Brain actually picks up Tiger in the Batchat before that. The double VZ is gonna do another number here on Luca, and you can just see that burst potential that this lineup has. If it can just focus on one target, is very, very impressive. Luca then getting picked up by Brain, who's just having a bit of a good time in his S-Conk. Blur is in this S-Conk now, getting surrounded by Silent and that Arch and Panzerwagen. And Smile on Steps defense seem to have done it. Seem to have put themselves on match point.
Exactly, Escalate. The tanks by them just getting bursted down by that double VZ. They weren't able to even get the Minotauro out of the game here. Ethan still surviving here. Yes, they do get the first kill of the game for themselves on the board, but that's not going to remedy the situation at all. Yeah, Loop, as soon as he's going to be reloaded, the IS-7 is also going to die. Never mind, External from downtown there, able to pick it up. And now only Aubrey remaining here on a slither of HP. He's probably going to get another shot of damage, but now Brain there, insult to injury with the ram kill to finish off the game and making the scoreline 3-0 Escalate up against the ropes.
Yeah, that's rough. That's rough. The only saving grace here, the only light in the tunnel is, well, 1, it might be over soon for them. 2, they get to play Steps defense at the very least, right? So small lights down the tunnel. It's like they have a crossroad. Do we want to end it fast, or do we,
extend content? But yeah, I really felt the whole time of watching this that Escalate didn't really have a proper plan, was second guessing themselves, and then at the end did a push that was kind of it was an all-in push, but they already knew that the Minotauro was waiting for them, and they didn't have the proper answers here. Obviously, yeah, Aubrey farming good damage, but some of it probably at the end when it didn't matter anymore. And I think this is the first Rheinmetall victory of the playoff stage.
Is it?
Not sure if we saw one yesterday. I mean, we know what happened when Aubrey played it on Moravanka.
That was a beautiful sandwich.
But yeah, Smile are probably doing what their team name suggests at the moment. Up on match point in the quickest possible way. 3-0 here. Yes, they're going to have to attack steps now, but even if they don't manage to convert that, there is still 3 more rounds for them to possibly take the win here. Escalate, they need to get going, or they will be going.
I think their escalator is just having technical difficulties, and they need to take the stairs. And let's be real, Kihan, I've never seen you take the stairs in the wargame office, so...
Yeah, it's on the 3rd floor, hello. And we do have a lift.
What, 3rd floor is too high for you?
Not really, but, you know.
So when was the last time you've taken the stairs?
To the office, I don't think I ever took them. But at home, I take the stairs. I'm also living on the 3rd floor there.
Because you don't have an escalator?
There's 2 in the building, but like I think I'm doing something good for myself when I do that. So yeah.
Then do it in the office as well. Double the exercise.
Man, you're making me feel guilty now, and then I'm probably actually gonna do it next week.
Hopefully.
Anyway, who also needs to do something is the team of Escalate. They need to get going here. They need to get those rounds on the board. This is the last chance that they have here. Smile coming into their steps attack with a singular 113, triple IS7, 1 S-Conk, 1 CS, and Fly whipping out the STRV.
Fly whipping out the STRV against Hobo in the Minotauro, then the Batcha, the triple S-Conk, and the double IS7.
So the Minotauro on steps defense, enjoying a very good pick ratio by the defending teams here. The Batchat obviously adding a lot of flexibility to the lineup as well. It can just, scoot around. And as soon as the CS takes a single shot of damage on the team of Smile, that puts him in 1 clip range of the Batchat. So yeah, him taking damage is something we should watch out for. Now, opening-wise, Smile on their attack, sending the CS towards the west to probably spot out the AB line. IS-7 and 113 behind him, all the other tanks either middle or east. And Escalate, they put the Mino towards A23, they have the IS-7 in front of him, and the other tanks also going towards east.
Other tanks are indeed going towards the east. You have the I-7, the Mino behind. A bit different than what we saw from Smile, right? Because the Mino was in C0 with just the I-7 spotting ahead. Tiger did take 1 shot of damage. But that does enable more of a 7-0 line commitment, though, for Smile. If they want to at some point, right? Because there's no Mino, the S-Crews can get penned by the STRV.
Now, Aubrey here, a bit out of position. External is going to peek, is going to give a good shot. Good return fire by Aubrey. Also, you have to admit it, got a bit lucky with that shot. But he's going to take another one by External. The Minotauro there, not able to... Okay, Aubrey, stop cheating.
How did he even hit that?
I am not sure. RNGesus smiled on him that day. And now even Hobo taking a shot from the middle, I believe. That must have been the IS-7. So good connection there. External peeking once again against Aubrey. And Aubrey is going to make it safe. Like, as soon as he's turned completely, then it should be fine.
Yeah, it should be fine at that moment in time. I agree with you, Kihan. I concur so far. But we have to see how Smile approaches this Minotauro, right? They know that he's there. That was... Okay, Blur. That was a blind and a half right there. Onto Fly.
Highly illegal, but he did it. He made it work. Yeah, Fly taking a shot of damage and Escalate. So far on their defense, yes, they took some damage on Aubrey. Yes, they took some damage on Hobo, but they were able to punish back, even though some of the damage they don't even know. And now Silent pushing the 113 of Loop towards the eastern part of the map, which I guess is where we are going to see a commitment.
I would assume so. I don't think they want to deal with the Mino there. And like I said, you can actually possibly pressure cap 2 with those I7s, with those heavies, and then use the SCRV to punish any form of reset. That is indeed possible. But yeah, you first... I don't like the bat shot being this close, though. You should run away instantly, I hope.
We'll see when they get spotted. Ethan here leading the charge in the IS-7 loop now. Also joining in with Silent, his body and brain. Obviously the slowest tank is gonna lag a bit behind, but we'll have to see when they actually get spotted, because so far they aren't. Finally Ethan does get spotted and Tiger starts leaving here. The only remedying factor for him is that he isn't spotted currently. I think he's intuitioning right now, probably to heat. Silent going towards the lower side. Tiger does get spotted, and now Blur is the one close to the cap that is supposed to bring the resets, but you can see already the SRV from the backlines is coming in with shots onto the S-Conk.
Shots onto the S-Conk, indeed. You have that double IS-7. Now Brain is going to be putting himself in a position as well to punish that Luca with the peek on the outside. Not really a good one whatsoever. Dusan taking some from Silent. External, though, staying on 1-2 line. A little bit too long. It's going to be backing up now, but that's just a face-off there against 2 tanks, because Aubrey is also coming. Hobo is facing him, and now External should be running. Should have actually done that immediately as the push started. But the cap is still on, Kia, and that's the most important part. They need to really heavily punish these S-Conks when they decide to peak for decaps.
Yeah, exactly. The SGRV from the backlines, that is basically the most important factor here. You can see Blur already taking another shot simply for delivering this HE reset. Good penetration in the other ISM though, and Aubrey, he has found External here. The Minotauro is probably on his way towards the cap right now, but Aubrey should be winning that one-on-one here, judging by the HP that are there. And
he missed his shot though.
Yeah,
Aubrey missed his first initial shot. That means that External might get even one more. External is trying to face hug him as close as possible, so Aubrey doesn't get the connection. That one will hit though, but that was more damage than Aubrey really wanted to take, and these S-Conks are slowly being whittled down. The Mino will now arrive, and when he gets there, I think he should be able to decap rather easily.
Yeah, the Mino is not gonna get committed straight towards the cap though. Instead, they are sending him through the 0 line. We'll see how effective he'll be there. But yeah, another reset coming out. This time they didn't have to pay with HP for that. I think Luca's gun was just completely red, but he was able to repair it. And now Brain also looking towards this outside here, where the majority of the tanks by Escalade is. Yeah, cap. I mean, there's still a lot of time remaining in this game here, and I'm not sure how much they will escalate, that is, how much they will actually be able to sustain those resets. You can see Hobo taking one, Luca taking one. Luca's down to 600. Now the IS-7's actually with a peak here. Luca down towards one shot. Yes, Ethan is also a one shot, but in the back, I think Tiger and Aubrey, that rotation is the one to watch out for.
Yeah, Fly needs to make sure that he doesn't get caught in his SCRV, and it does look like that exactly is happening right now. First shot not connecting on towards him by the bat shot. The second one will though. Tiger is down towards the 2-shot himself. A nice shot there coming in. I think that's Aubrey as well. Fly now down towards the 1-shot. Can he hit his last shot? He can, and Tiger is going to pick it up though in that bat shot. A little bit of unawareness there, I would say, from Fly, but that is that big cover on the I-7's gone.
Ooh, non-connection there by the bat shot before dying. And now the question is, will Escalade actually be able to pick up those one-shots, or even those, yeah, the Million and Ethan? Those tanks need to go. Those are the ones able to put cap pressure, although the time for that has already almost passed. But Smile, they still have that HP advantage, but Brain now very, very close towards Attila, and Dusan needs to be careful not to get picked up here. Silent, he'll have to provide shots and cover from the back lines here towards his S-Conk brother, as Ethan goes down in the cap.
Good connections there from Brain, and I think one of the 113s there to pick up Hobo at the very least, but with 1 minute left, it is a little too late, I would assume, at this moment in time. Loop is now pushing up to try and get those kills out of the game, but 55 seconds left. Even if they kill Attila, even if they kill Dusan, there is going to be Blur and Luca pulling towards the outside. Aubrey is still far, far away, and this is going to provide enough screen time that they are not able to pick up those guns. Loop does find Dusan, but Attila retaliates on Brain. Silent coming in against Blur, but that double S-Conk is going to be too much for him to handle, to dig through, as Blur picks it up, and Escalate stay alive in this match for at least one more round.
Escalate do stay alive, barely, but they do, managing to finally secure a round on their steps. Defense here, Aubrey, completely out of the game, but that's exactly where he should be, just in case if something goes south on the other part of the map. And this means that Escalate, after 3 very, very rough rounds, do finally show us signs of life.
Finally a sign of life, but even this could have gone another way. I think External was really slow in running away from 1-2 line, personally. As soon as you start making this east pressure, you just run away with the I-7. It doesn't matter if they know that the chick is up at that point. It's like you have to run away and fly with the SRV, not respecting the bat shot at all. I mean, Tiger did not do anything this game outside of what he was supposed to do. Spot the SRV, make sure that he dies. Then the I7s and the cap have basically no cover left.
Exactly, and now we see Blur and Luca, both of those super kongs that were close to the cap on top damage here, and they did an amazing job of basically staying alive. I think both of them were on a one-shot at the end, but keeping your gun in the game and, more importantly, not taking too much damage while basically the Batchat is scooping around the map and generating that map control. That was what enabled Escalate to take this first round for themselves. So that is essentially steps going how we expected it. 1-1, making the score 3-1 in total. So still match point here for Smile. And I have to say the steps attack was rather close-ish. So Escalate still not convincing for me. Like,
well,
I know that sounds nitpicky, but yeah.
It, could have gone either way. Sand River, maybe they're just a great Sand River team, Kian. Huh? Think about it.
We'll have to see. Obviously, Escalate picking attack first on Sand River. I'm kind of excited because I haven't seen a lot of Sand River matches yet in 7v7. It is the new addition to the map pool. It replaced Mines. So, yeah, hopefully we get to see 2 games on it. But Smile will try to cut that to 1.
They will try to cut that to 1, but they have to first of all win their Sand River attack to get 1 step closer, then win their defense, and then yet still win the tiebreaker. It is another 3 rounds for them to win out in this match, which would also mean that it's a very long series for them. Anything is possible. It starts with the first round, but let's see if they can bring it to Sand River.
Yeah, indeed. Let's see. I think the game is going to get started soon, so we are going to have potentially the final round on our hands here. Obviously, thank you to MillionPugs for sponsoring the tournament once again. Beautiful people and good offers. Yeah, I think we are going to see the lineups rather soonish, and then we'll probably already be a step closer to finding out whether this is the last round of the match or not.
We are indeed going to be 1 step closer to that, as Smile is coming in with the double BZ, double I7 in S-Kunk, an STRV, and a T100.
And for Escalate, it's summed up rather quickly. They have 1 S-Conk and 6 IS-7s. So, yeah, they're going to try to stay hold on, I would say.
Yes, it's a very fast lineup from Escalate, though. Those 6 IS-7s.
Yeah, if they all have like purple turbos and stuff like this. Then again, on the other hand, the BZs initially are going to be very, very mobile as well for the side of Smile. And we can already see Loop boosting up towards the A0 corner, being followed by Silent and Brain. And External with that light tank, he is going to have such a good time against the 7 heavy tanks by Escalate. Like, he's going to run circles around the map, outspotting them. Hobo spotted here, but it's actually Vermilion taking the first shot. Fly here in that SRV needs to be rather careful, because obviously all those 6 IS-7s on the other team, they are all able to overmatch him.
And you would expect some more damage to come out from these triple I-7 snipers, Attila, Luca, and whoever was next to him, not getting the connections out. External here activating his binoculars to spot anything and everything. So it's a very, very passive defense here for the side of Smile. They're now rotating back down the 0 line to grab back a little bit of that map control at the very least.
Those binoculars, they should be able to spot anything within the cap, really, if he goes to like where Lop is, and then peeks over, activates them. Obviously, he needs to be careful not to get spotted during that. But yeah, Escalate, I think, as soon as their IS-7 got spotted in like B1, they were like, yeah, 2 cap is probably not an option, so let's go for the 1 cap. Also, I think you can even like cap hold down there, and then the amount of resets would be kind of limited. Basically limited by the amount of HE shells that the S-Kongs have.
The T100, they're gonna have to push here though. Like they can't cap. Who do they cap at, Kian? We talked about this when we watched Sun River last time. But who caps here? You cannot cap at this lineup.
Not really, no.
You cannot. It's nobody that you have to make some sort of push. And Tiger's just driving across the open by himself already. He's gonna take 1 shot of damage, probably a second one as well. Not from Fly, maybe the Esco can hit it, maybe Fly gets it. No, narrow miss there. They're starting to pressure 0 line, but Tiger bit premature by himself there, pushing up. Now Luca driving through the open. For Escalade, it all feels a little bit disjointed at this moment in time.
Exactly, and there is one more IS-7 in like the southeastern corner that isn't really coming into effect either. Luca there having to use the rep kit already. Brain taking a shot of damage here, but he can always drop back and then loop from the back lines. Is going to be able to loop heat shells into the IS-7 fronts. Like Silent and Brain, they're not in any immediate like danger of dying. Oh no, external, why?
Did he jump off?
Yes, I think so. He saw the IS-7 approaching and was like, I need to evacuate. And yeah, now the IS-7 found him regardless, and might even be able to one-shot him, considering that the... well...
To Sandshot HG to try and pick this up. I think External makes it out of this one, though. Ooh, on the move as well at T100, and more coming in as well. Beautiful shooting, though, from the side of Smile. 3 shots coming in quick succession. I think the BZ, the T100, maybe the S-Konk or the STRV. Good shooting, really good shooting.
Now External trying to make it away in his T100 here. The shot by the A7 whizzing past him, enabling to make his way away. He is almost unspotted probably, and then he'll basically fade to the darkness. And now double cap pressure by Escalate though. They have established double IS-7 within it. So essentially what Smile needs to do is get spots on those and get those resets. That being said though, on the 0 line, Aubrey right now establishing a more aggressive position. We'll have to see. Currently the IS-7's not spotted in that cap. So
yeah, not spotted, but the T100 is also coming to spot them out, and as soon as they get spotted, it will be well, there we go, immediate spot on Attila. Yeah, but he might be trying to shield his teammates. No, they roll off the cap immediately. Good shot there from Fly. One more person is on the cap though, that's Tiger on the far hand side there. He's currently unspotted, but if he gets spotted, he could just blow up and die.
I think External there right now trying to see Tiger with his... okay. He got, I think, blinded?
Blind reset from Fly.
Yeah, so Tiger also has to go out of the cap here. And yeah, Luca, problematic situation for him as well on that 0 line, because he's down towards a potential 2-shot for the enemy IS-7s. Tiger does get eliminated by Fly Slide.
He's shielding.
But yeah, those shots, man.
Okay. That was yeah, that was pretty nice actually from the SUV. Good shot there. Look at the HP difference though, Kihan. 8.5 versus 14k. Look going in with the double I7, finishing off Luca. Aubrey there over peeking for a shot of damage, but Escalade is down and out. I would presume at this moment in time, I mean, Fly does get spotted, does get shot at. He does drop rather low, but it's double the HP at this moment in time. I mean, Fly might die here to Attila if Attila hits this shot. No, he misses, takes some more from Fly in return. And I don't know, Smile put up a great defense here. Escalade not having the answers whatsoever.
Yeah, Smile, they didn't even have to do anything really, like, crazy or something. They didn't even have to answer with extremely good rotations. They just were able to stay in the positions that they were in. Yeah, Brain is sort of low right now, but 10,000 against 5,000 HP. The amount of guns, 7 against 4. We are seeing the last moments of Team Escalade right now in the MillionPugs WoT7 tournament. And I think Aubrey also realizes what it's at. I mean, yeah, Fly is just having the time of his life right now.
Is indeed just having the time of his life. He's playing tower defense, pivoting, shooting again, getting those connections. I mean, the i7 is a bit annoying. Some parts of that turret's hull can result into, but then you hit those, like just those pixels. That's what the SCRV does. That's what it does best. And Smile, deservedly so, going to be putting themselves in the grand finals.
Exactly, 4-1 is going to be the final scoreline here. We're gonna watch them later today. Attila, the last remainder of the team of Escalate here, is gonna get picked up by the FC, by External here. And Fly probably had a great point-and-click adventure.
Yeah, he probably had a lot of fun in this game, just sitting there shooting. I mean, he can do it one-handed, and it's just great. Maybe that's why Fabian only does that all day, every day, for all of his days. So he can, connect the copium tank with his other hand.
I mean, a stable copium supply is always very important for him. We know.
I hear they're building a new pipeline to his house.
Anyway, regarding the match results, yeah, Tiger not really having a good time, and obviously Fly just happily farming away in that STRV. That was just the perfect position to be in, and then the shots, like, sometimes they don't really want to connect, but this time they certainly did. Even External there. External, he dropped 1000 HP and still did 2k in the T100. Like,
yeah, 2k in the T100 is a pretty nice result. I mean, 6k though from that SRV, just doing exactly what he had to do, doing the damage. I didn't feel like they struggled at any given moment in this battle. Maybe when External dropped off a cliff and lost 1k, there was some breeze, but in general, pretty easy cruisings.
yeah, indeed. Especially the last round here. There wasn't even any adjustments needed by the side of Smile, right? They mostly stayed in the positions that they went to initially, and nothing that Escalate was doing was really forcing Smile into maybe some reactions that they didn't want to do. So overall, just very, very solid by Smile here, and I think very deservedly putting themselves into the grand finals. Talking about those, there is the EU one upcoming, but before that, let's see what Insane and Anakin have to say about the match we just watched.
Well, thanks a lot, guys. And we expected that Hanakin, your heart is maybe broken at that stage, because Escalate, they took a beating against Smile.
Yeah, let's keep it real here. Smile kind of dominated almost everywhere. It really wasn't close. I was wrong with my prediction. Escalate, they came a long way, but it's going to be Smile who end up facing Dopamine in the grand finals after the EU grand finals.
It's going to be a pretty interesting grand finals, because just like on EU, it's going to be a rematch of the winners bracket finals. So Smiley is going to try to get their revenge against Dopamine. Dopamine, coming up from the winners bracket, is going to have the choice on the first map to play. No permaban left for Smile, so it's definitely going to be interesting.
Yep, and like you said, both on EU and NA, we're going to have kind of the top dog and the underdog who lost to them in the 5th match coming back for revenge. So it should be 2 really great matches, 4 great teams on both servers, and we'll see what happens.
Yep, next up, we're going to be covering the grand finals of the EU brackets. GDVV1 against Opur. Once again, a rematch of the winners bracket finals. What's your take on that?
I think GDVV1 has just been playing so consistently well that I am going to have to take them. Opor obviously got that win over Freaks, but I think GDVV1, I think they're just going to take this game. I think they've had time to prepare. I think they've looked prepared in every single match they've faced, and I'm going to pick them.
What would be your prediction, since it's like a BO9? Do you expect
Best of
GDV1
9
to take it?
I'm going to say 5-3 in favor of GDV.
Yeah, okay, 5-3. I mean, I'm not expecting it to go all the way to the tiebreaker, but definitely going to be an interesting one. We also have some pretty cool announcements to take out. We're going to be having the next clan showdown tournament that is going to be happening the 27th and the 28th of May. So that's going to be a pretty interesting one. I mean, we are actually covering some 77. That's going to be some 15 back. So we're gonna have probably all of the Polish teams playing that one, the ones that we can see in this 77 tournament, and probably also for NA, Anakin.
Yep, I'm not quite sure what clans for NA are going to be playing, but it should be interesting there, and I believe we can hop into replays here.
Yeah, let's take a look at what happened between those two teams, Smile and Escalate. Smile starting with a pretty convincing run on Cliff with a good donut repush.
Yeah, like you said, Smile recognized that Escalate's got a BZ under the hill and a BZ out of the fight at G5, and their BZ's in the mid. They just rocket forward, and they're going to catch out Escalate. And although Escalate has a little bit of a crossfire here, again, you're kind of seeing why the BZs are meta on Cliff. They've just got so much HP, and with the rockets, they can just get places pretty quickly. Here, I would have actually liked to see External maybe push Dusan off the cliff, right? And then get his gun back in the fight, but it doesn't really matter. Smile's going to pick up the victory.
Yeah, those BZs, I mean, they're fast, they can ram, they have the HPs, and they have the alpha damage. Like those 3 BZs, if they are actually shooting all together, it's almost 2k damage. So you can pretty much take out a tier 10 with all of those 3 shooting at once. So that's pretty impressive, that's pretty meta, we have seen it in those tournaments. So good convincing victory for Smile. And then we had some form of brawl on the mids, and you could see that Smile, they went more likely for the ramp. In return, Escalate is actually establishing control.
Yeah, and one thing I don't really like that Escalate does is they kind of play, they go for mid, but then they back off, and it gives Smile the opportunity to kind of force tempo. And then that's going to force Escalate, because Smile's going to repressure 1-2 to pressure the middle. And again, we're seeing BZs versus 50 Bs in CSs. The BZs just are able to get that alpha damage out and survive for so long that 3,000 HP on a tank that's moving quickly is just too much for 50 Bs to handle.
I think Smile also lost that game, not Smile, Escalate lost that game, considering what happened in the donut with the CS. He got repushed by the TVP and the CS, and he dropped on a one-shot. He was completely out of the fight for the rest. He committed and he shouldn't. So Smile with a convincing lead of 2-0, and then they were on the defense on step. And we have talked about that Minotauro that is very strong in this position. We also have seen sometimes a Forge B played here, and this time it worked pretty well for Smile.
Yeah, indeed it did. And initially in this game, Escalate looked like they maybe wanted to go 1-2, but Verm in his B1 position in his I7 may have scared them off. Maybe Escalate thought that Vermilion had more support than he actually did, so they opt for this 8-9 line push. But as we can see, the Minotauro just does so much work. And behind him, he's got 3 tanks ready to repush. Eventually, the repush comes in, and Smile's up HP at this point. They've got the guns. The Minotauro stays alive, and they're going to catch out.
Yeah, what's actually impressive is that he managed to be in this position to get like his clip out, reload, and when his teammates are going to repush, he's going to get a second one out. So it was just like perfect for the side of Smile. The use of the Minotaur on that position, and then the repush was fairly easy. They were up guns, up HPs, and you could see Escalate, they went for that STRV, but when those tanks are getting close like this, is asked to overpick them to actually get the damage done, so it's not that great.
Yeah, and I personally don't really like the RHM pick on the side of Smile. I just feel like you're going for an initial light, and then it's not doing much the rest of the game. But like we saw, the Minotauro is just in such a good position, it doesn't end up mattering. And Smile, another convincing win on their steps defense.
Yeah, they were already on match point against Escalates, but we have to say that on step this is a bit harder to attack, and we have seen that. That was the first round for Escalate. They went for something very standard, 2 tanks over the rails, rest over the base 2, and you could see good damage, good play on those tanks getting to the cap. Also good stuff against the I7 of External, managing to force him away. And then they were just playing against that team of Smile neck to neck in this area, and they managed to get the crucial kills to take the win.
Yeah, and you can see at some point, it looks like Escalate kind of wants to make a repush, but then they kind of realize, oh, we're just about to win on time. So they do this pseudo repush and then kind of back off. But yeah, they got the initial bleed on the i7s coming to cap. I would like to mention that Silent in the CS over in the D0 Rock, that's very, very powerful for preventing Escalate re-pushing through that 9 line. But again, it didn't really matter. Escalate won on time here.
I mean, it's powerful, but when you don't have your CRV alive at F0 or G0 anymore to actually cover the cap, it's not the greatest. He's there to completely shut down the picks over the 8-9 lines, but in returns you could see that Escalade, they could freely pick and get the damage done and the kills done on the cap, which is what won them the game, because then not enough time to do anything from the attacking team.
Yep, and here on the last game of the series, we see that Escalade decides to kind of push through the 1 cap here. Tiger taking an unorthodox approach, going first, Luca following it up, and they're both going to bleed a significant amount of HP here, right? Bleeding 1200 off the bat for nothing really in return is not great, so it was a little weird by Escalade here. I'm not quite sure what they were going for. It seems this whole game they were kind of just bleeding.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty convincing defense from the side of Smile. They have managed to hold pretty well. They also had the T100 to constantly spot whatever could go in the cap. And I think Escalade, there's a mistake. You can see their lineup. 6 i7s, 1 S-Conk. What can you use to cap on the base 1? What can be unspotted there? Nothing. So it's very easy for the side of Smile to hold. They have the northern control with the T100, and then they have the spots. They can shoot with the STRV, they can shoot with the tank server D7. And as long as they're going to hold that push from Escalade, there are no options to cap.
Yeah, and I'd also like to point out that Sturv position by Fly, he's able to play that high up because they know that with their Q100 and later when they retake the base, there's no one really in base on the side of Escalate to pressure that Sturv off if you were to get lit. So I kind of like that T100 Sturv combo coming out from Smile. I think they played it. I think they had a plan with it, and they played that plan essentially as well as you could.
Yeah, well, good stuff. Good stuff from Smile. Victory 4-1. We have to say goodbye to Escalade, but they still made it all the way to the losers bracket final. So that's still a good performance for that team. We're gonna get to see later on. It will be the final match of the day, what they're gonna be doing against Dopamine. But before that, we have probably the match that we're waiting for the most today. It's the grand finals from EU. Anakin, it's gonna be a rematch, GDVV1 against Opor, and to introduce that match, the next match, we have our casters Kian and Daki to give extra information. Guys, take it away.
Well, hello there and welcome back. Indeed, the match on our hands is going to be GDVV1 against Opor, a rematch of the upper bracket finals. There, GDVV1 winning kind of convincingly.
Yeah, but this is a whole different ballgame, right? This is the grand finals of the tournament, a place where Opor has a lot more experience than this GDVV team. They have been here numerous times. They won it numerous times as well. So for them, this is like coming home. For GDVV, this is a lot of extra pressure.
That being said, though, they didn't have to play as much as Opor, so Opor will have revealed already a lot of strategies for a lot of maps. That being said, we are now bumping it up to a best of 9 since it's the grand finals, i.e. the first one to reach 5 points here is going to take away the victory, going to take away most of the prize money as well, although second place gets money too. And yeah, personally, I can't wait for what is going to be up. I think first of all, we can take a look at the pick and bans in between those teams, or maybe we'll have a look at the lineups. Let's see. And yeah, pick and bans. So I think that's still the best of 7 asset, but I think it basically works in a way where we'll have to see. I think we can just take a look at our sheet and just deduct it from there. So it's going to be Sand River picked first by the side of GDVV here, obviously making it through the upper bracket. They get yeah, the privilege of banning out a map and picking a map first. They choose to ban steps. Then on the other side with Opor, you have the Himmels pick, the Tundra ban, the Ghost Town pick, and also GDVV with the Cliff pick in between Prokhorovka, the possible tiebreaker in between both of those teams. So starting off with a map that we haven't seen a lot, Sand River.
Yeah, Sound River. And it's also the first pick of GDVV. So it's an important map to start off with because you, as GDVV, when you pick something first, you want to pick your best and most well prepared map, the one that you are most comfortable on to get that straight and potentially have a 2-0 start.
Exactly. Now, those teams, they have met each other already in the upper bracket final, so they will be kind of familiar with how to play against each other. Maybe Opor has been able to adjust some stuff because they did lose the upper bracket final. For me personally, in my mind, GDVV favored right now.
GDVV favors in, I think, everybody's minds, to be completely honest with you. This is going to be an interesting game. It's going to be an interesting game between these two. GDVV should be feeling pretty happy about everything, though.
Yeah, I mean, they had a very good showing in all of the stages of the tournament that they participated in. They comfortably went through group stage. They comfortably went through the upper bracket. Now they have to just continue that. And I say just, it's not going to be an easy feat. Opor, as we said multiple times, tournament winner in the past. They're going to do everything in their power to repeat that. But obviously GDVV, they want to put their crown on their head instead. So I think let's hop into the game. Let's see the lineups. Opor on Sand River, they are going to bring an IS-7, a Kran, an S-Conk, triple CS63, and a Mino.
Triple CS63 and Amino against the double E5, the CS63, the S-Conk, and the triple IS-7 for the GDVV lineup. So Opor has that mobility that they have to utilize a lot.
Also, the important point about the Kran is if you actually boost it with a CS, it can be a very mobile tank as well. So you can get quickly into a hold-on position and then essentially be untouchable. For GDVV, they're sending Big Share in the CS to spot from D4. That's not a position you normally see a CS in. Opor, they're sending tanks very quickly towards the southern part of the map. And Vic Share here, he does have low noise and the CVS, so he'll probably be out spotting the Opor tanks. He has Cat's Eye already getting spotted in his CS.
Yeah, Vic really loves the CVS setup, I think. He's been rocking it all the time. And this double CS here taking for the side of Opor. And Jacob just now figuring out or seeing this CS63 he's going to be running, but there will be shots available for the IS-7s of GDVV. They will be getting a volley at the very least. Cisa is going to be the first one to peek up. Can he connect? Trash Panda and Justice also aiming. He's now in the open. Another connection and the third one missing, but still good damage there for the side of GDVV. 1K taken on the CS63.
Yeah, exactly. He's now going to make his way out of there. That's a lot of damage taken already, though, and DJ in the Kran has taken damage. On the other side, we have Sisa and Lexa, who've taken a shot each on the GDVV lineup. But you can see Opor, what they're trying to achieve with that triple CS. They obviously have the mobility. They have the advantage of being able to run around the map and generate, yeah, exactly those kinds of engagements. Beauty Fruity having to take that shot for making that cross, and Cat's Eye is probably gonna just back out of there now.
A lot of map control being taken here, though, by GDVV. Really just moving across the map, going K-line, pressuring back the CSs, now going north, pressuring back that CS as well. Rexar now coming forward to take the position back to Ketsa. They're taking a shot, 409. Rexar will be establishing the spot, however, and it will be a repush from the GDVV lineup, but that S-Conk of Beauty Fruity needs to be really careful.
Rexar does now spot Beauty Fruity, does not connect his shot, however, so the S-Conk is going to get safe for the time being, and that is a lot of tanks by the attacking team here, by GDVV, being pushed towards the western part of the map, and Opor, yes, they do have the Kran, yes, they do have the S-Conk and the CS on sort of the 7 and 8 lines that could cover from behind. But if GDVV get a good engagement onto Rexar here, then that would be a tank picked up not for free, but it would be a gun out of the game. We'll have to see if GDVV actually chooses to go for that, though. It's a lot of open ground to cover.
Yeah, they're rotating everybody though. You can see the i7 that was holding at K4, K5 to spot the K-line is also coming now. The CS of Vic joining Trash Panda, joining Justice. The E5 is actually going to be going towards the middle instead, which is Lexa going to be taking over the position that the CS was playing earlier to have some sort of control and middle pressure. They have 4 minutes and 30 seconds, which is still plenty of time for this lineup, as Justice is the first to pressure up. He takes a shot of damage. Vic is actually the one to receive Rexar's shot. That is good prioritizing of targets there from this side of Opor. But Sir Jacob on the top, already dropping to 800. DJ here in the crown, going to try and make those shots count, but you can see narrowly doesn't have an angle.
Exactly. Rexar now getting pushed up on by Trash Panda, Justus, and Vic Share here immediately dropping down to half HP essentially. Rishek and Ketsai in the backlines, those are the tanks that are supposed to support Rexar, but those are two very, very squishy CS tanks, so Rexar is instead gonna get picked up and Rishek and Ketsai relegated to just watching.
Really, really good stuff here from GDVV, realizing that this i7 is open, and now they just have that superior lineup. We talked about it in the beginning. Opor needs to use the mobility of the CS63, but they have not been able to do that. Instead, they're using the CS63 as a main combat tank, as a brawler against IS7's key hands, and you can see how that's going for them. They're trailing hard. The Mino's trying to pressure the south, but Ketsai, Jacob, and Rishek, they're just lambs being led to the slaughter here as Sisa, Beauty Fruity, Justice, and Trash Panda come into this grand finals, popping off left, right, and center. Rishek escapes, but Jacob will not be making it, and neither will Rishek as Beauty Fruity picks him up. Jacob is the next to go down, and that leaves 3 tanks standing for Opor.
3 tanks standing for Opor and still 7 guns available for GDVV. Lexa has also probably found T-Sec in the meanwhile, choosing to shoot onto DJ for the time being, but the time available, it's going to be more than enough here for GDVV to clean up the entirety of the map, or even cap if they want to. Low roll coming onto Pan's Fury here, letting him live for just that little while longer, but look here is coming in to pick up the kill. Triple cap now being forced by GDVV. They are comfortably winning their first round on Sand River.
Man, this team looks so solid. This entire playoff stage and group stage so far, they just look like they know the answers to everything. You know, they see the IS-7, they just come with everything. They don't care about the initial damage. They pick up that IS-7, and then you have CS63s against these IS-7s, against the E5, against the S-Kong, and that tank just doesn't work for that kind of fight. It will never be able to achieve too much HP, too much armor, too much alpha to deal with.
Exactly. Cap does go through, so now we are at a scoreline of GDVV 1, Opor 0. So yeah, once again, the team that makes it through the upper bracket comfortably here, starting to play against Opor, and they are sort of trailing. Yes, they did have a good showing in the lower bracket. They did have to go to tiebreaker, but GDVV seems to be completely on a different level right now.
They just so solid. I don't know, Opor is going to have to really bring out their A game here. Sand River, of course, is the map that GDVV wanted to play immediately, and so far it does show that it was a smart decision by them.
I mean, they converted their attack now. They are going to have to defend, but we already saw earlier today a very, very solid defense as well. T-Sec here, the only one staying alive. Rishek not even with a shot of damage, and yeah, you can really see what you talked about. Using those CS63s as main combat tanks against hold-down IS-7s is never going to work out. And the damage spread really good on the side of GDVV, just able to involve every single one of their members in making this first victory happen.
First victory happen is exactly for them. And good stuff as well. Very convincing. They had 7 tanks alive for such a long time. If you're Opor here, you're a little bit on the edge. You got really outplayed again, out-rotated. You know, K-Line got matched and they went back north. They also came north. It was ideal for GDVV.
GDVV, the rotation's just on point. You said it. Like, even the IS-7 that was established super far in the back being rotated there at the end. And just also the realizations by them when, where to do the pickups. Like, the IS-7 that was stranded there I think that was Rexar. The simple realization by the team of GDVV, like, hey, we can push up, and yes, there is CS63s behind it, but realistically against our lineup, they're not really going to do anything. Also, like, Big Share, I believe, on the cross took a lot of damage in his CS63, but even he was able to stay alive for the remainder of the game. So, yeah, caster predictions going in GDVV's favor. 5-3 for most of us. You're being a bit more brutal, and to be honest, judging by what we saw, that is warranted.
That's indeed warranted so far, but it's only the first round, Kian. Let's not sell out Opur too soon, right? They still have both teams still have a long way ahead of them before either one of them can call themselves champions.
Indeed. Now, the second game is going to get started momentarily, and we are seeing the lineups now. Opur bringing one IS-7, triple VZ, double CS63, and a Centurion Action X.
GDVV, on the other hand, an STRV, double Centurion Action X, a CS, an Skunk, a Mouse, and an IS-7. Double AX on Sand River.
Mouse on Sand River as well. Like, I'm going to be very interested as towards the actual positions of the individual tanks where they get sent, because like, yes, it's good to have specialized tanks for specialized positions, but as soon as you pick too many specialists, then you're going to be lacking sort of the all-roundedness that some other tanks offer. So yeah, I would consider basically 4 out of the 7 tanks that GDVV have to be such kind of specialists: the Mouse, the double Centurion, and the STRV as well.
Yeah, Richard just sitting in the base. CS getting the initial spot on those triple VZ, sticking under quite heavily, quite quickly. Justice in the IS-7 is trying to go to a position. I'm not sure what he wants to cover from there. He needs to be careful because the IS-7 CS combination is about to spot him here. Justice might be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, so far he's not taking damage for it though. He is out in the open, however, so damage is probably gonna be coming in soon. He actually makes it out of there without taking a single shot of damage. So once again,
but look at the axis. Look at the axis rotating this the Mouse and the Skunk. They know that there's a lot of things here. They may even try to pressure these VZs together here, leading with the Mouse, Gihan. In here they come. Fig already peeking. Tsek is off reload, though. It gives his first shot. Tsek is now on relay. DJ running, and right now it does look like Opur. They're not really coordinated. They're everywhere and nowhere, and this AX is just taking that fight, taking that mobility. And you can see the VZ, it is such a formidable and strong tank, but if it is out of ammo, it needs some support, it needs some single fire to help it, and they don't have it. It's Rishek in the middle that's trying to do this, but just Rishek is not enough right now, as Rexar is the next one to get pressured on. He will get one more clip out by the looks of things, but in return though, DJ is not going to be having such a good time. Trash Panda is tanking all the damage here, which is exactly what you want for the GDVV lineup. Lokiers has DJ dead to rights, a little bit of ramming from Trash Panda as well. He will fall, but you can't say that he already paid off his tank multiple times over.
Exactly, the third kill here coming out for GDVV, and it seems like Opur, they're not really able to overpush to find the overmatches on other parts of the map either. Ketsai down to 5 HP, that's not good for Opur, and now look here, is very close to Rishek. He's going to start the DPM fight as he's ahead in that department. Rishek not even connecting his shot here, and Sizer finding Ketsai, reducing the team of Opur to 3 tanks in this round. And GDVV, they seem awake, they seem ready, they seem to be here to win it.
Yeah, that Sand River pick for them working out just wonderful, actually. Look here against Rishek. Rishek getting gamma right. Repairs that immediately as well. The pick from the top, picks it up, steals the kill from Lokir. That leaves just Fury and Jacob as the last 2 remainers for Opur. And those VZs take in the middle. Yeah, you have that clip potential, but then you face off against that Crossfire, the STRV, and the CS from the zero line. You have the Skunk from the side on D7, and then you have the Mouse and double Centurion Action X pressing you. And yeah, sure, you can hit all your clips in the VZ, but what do you do when you're reloading?
Yeah, exactly. Those triple BZs, they were in a very central position of the map where obviously they can support a lot of the other tanks, but as it turns out, like, a mouse has a lot of HP, and as soon as the mouse basically enables the Centurions decided to simply start farming, that's where the Centurion is really in its element. Like, the Centurion is not the tank that really wants to take shots. The Centurion is just the tank that wants to farm, and yeah, the mouse pick working out, and obviously the mouse has DPM as well.
This is great for the. This is great for them actually coming out. I mean, Vic doesn't do that much in this. He was also the first one peeking, but the mouse actually does 2.6. T-Sec only does one shot, by the way. And the other VZs get 2 clips out. But even that is not even their HP and damage, right? 2000, 2258. It's just not their HP and damage. So they still trade slightly negative. But then you have this STRV, you have the mouse, you have Lokir with 2.9, and then the S-Kunk with 3.6. It's great from GDVV. Like, they got pressured so quickly, so fast, but they still made the ideal rotation to deal with what was thrown at them.
Yeah, exactly. It just seems like GDVV right now, we said that after round 1 already, they're just ahead mentally. Just ahead with the thought processes. Yes, I would criticize their lineups for having a lot of specialists, but then again, they were very, very able and very good at putting the tanks into exactly the positions where they perform those special roles. Like the mouse, no, it's not great at rotating. It's great at tanking up the damage that the enemy team is trying to deal out, right? The VZs would obviously prefer to shoot at the Centurions, but if there is the mouse and it's driving at you, you can't just ignore it.
Yeah, but the mouse actually makes sense in this lineup, though. The mouse is there to, together with the S-Kunk, protect the northern cap against straight pressure, so the mouse can like peek, reset, and give you time to flank through the south. Because if you achieve a pressure through the south-hand side of the map, that northern cap becomes so much less of an issue to deal with, and the mouse is indeed the ideal tank to secure you that 1 or 2 resets if you need it. Right? No other tank does it just quite as well because it just survives long enough to get those resets. But that's Sound River done and dusted. GDVV's pick their advantage that they get from coming through the upper bracket, working out in spectacular fashion as they move 2-0 now into Himmelsdorf, and Opor needs to come back, huddle up, have some, I don't know, Polska Górum speech by Ketsai, and bring it here.
Indeed, second map, the video indicates it already, is going to be good old Himmelsdorf. And yeah, Opur, they need to reset mentally. They need to, basically forget about Sand River ever happening. And they are coming into this one with double 60 TP, triple 50B, 1 IS7, and a mouse.
And the mouse, GDVV though, BZ, double IS4, a mouse in 277, in E5 and an E4. Beauty Fruity or look here has to switch to a different tank. I mean, come on, everybody gets to play something else. Picking a 113, you know.
Yeah, once again, a lot of specialized tanks on the lineup of GDVV, with the E4, with the mouse, with the BZ. We'll have to see how exactly they do it. The BZ75 once again boosting towards the
different pathing though.
Taking a different path. Yes.
This is what I was wondering. Why doesn't Freaks just do this instead? The way he's driving now, and then come either through the middle or through the 8 line.
He doesn't actually commit into the courtyard. It seems. Now they're just aiming for the cross here. They do. Most importantly, see how the cross is working out. They see the double 60 TP going over. They have seen Rishek in his 50B. Yes, the 60 TP takes 1 shot by Beauty Fruity, but that is always to be expected. And now GDVV, I think they have a pretty good idea what's going on, but they need to react in fashion as well. That E4, though, on that 1 and 2 line will be very good at punishing any kind of approach.
I'll say though, Justice's timing superb in that BZ, backing off just before the 50Bs decide to peek from the hill. So that's just beautiful timing. coming out from them. Some more damage on towards Rexar now as well. And so far, so good here for the side of GDVV. They're now using that 277 and BZ to pressure the hill against that double 50B. That could provide something. Jacob 880 from Vic. Good shooting there. And Vic is just going to have pretty easy time against these tanks. I mean, 60 TP mouse, a lot of armor. The E4 does kind of negate that.
Yeah, exactly. Those tanks, a lot of armor. The E4, a lot of pen. The E5 there, now providing the spots onto Sir Jacob in the 60 TP, but I think Jacob is only doing that, so basically his other tanks, like now there is the threat of someone advancing through 2-line and them not seeing him. Now the double 50B on the hill, however, are in sort of a predicament because they see that one BZ-75 is pushed up. They don't really have much more info, and them not having turret armor is also a problem because they can't continuously peek there.
Yeah, and they're keeping just, it's a 2v2, which is fine for GDVV because you keep the double 50B locked, that rotational tank that can put pressure anywhere and everywhere. And they know exactly where the tanks from Opor are, right? They know the tanks that are on 1-2. I think they even know that the 50B was there. Rishik was spotted crossing over. So they're actually going to bail from that. They're going to pressure the 8 line. The mouse is coming into the 5 line as well. This is really brave from GDVV, gotta say. I mean, that I7 will spot them crossing over if he's playing in the correct position.
So we'll have to wait and see whether they actually get spotted here, and they do. So Pan's Fury sees it very, very early. This needs to spark a reaction now by Opor, because currently as it stands, GDVV, they have 5 tanks on the lower area of the map, whereas Opor only has 5. Yes, the 50Bs can rain down hell from that hill, but if all the Opor tanks die and then it's only the 50Bs left, that's not what they want here, really. Justice now coming and edging closer, but obviously doesn't know if he can peek this this corner here. I'm sort of wondering how the 50Bs are going to react to this. They seem kind of hesitant, but I think now they're almost coming down from the hill. But the thing is, double 50B, the first thing they're going to meet is the mouse, and they can't take it out. Like, the mouse has too much HP.
They just have to go past him and flank into the 8 line. They want to get the 277 out of the game here. That's the play. In the meantime, we will see some 1-2 repressure from the side of GDVV. Rexar and Rishak here. They want to pick up Justice in that position. The 277 backing off. The mouse is going to chase here, though. Can they find the BZ? Is the first question. 1.8 already done to him. 2.2. One more shot from Rishak should seal the deal here. No, 346 remaining. Rexar bouncing as well. Justice got another shot out there as well. Rexar dropping low in that mouse already. Seaside just backing off with that 277, making sure not to get caught. And that BZ paid off his life rather successfully. I mean, look at Rishik's HP, look at the mouse's HP. Now Jacob's getting pressured by Lexa. He's not winning that 1v1.
He is definitely not, as Lexa just put in another shot, reducing the 62p towards a 2-shot T-sec there, sort of aiming towards Victor, but Victor isn't even crossing. Big shot into Lexa by Sir Jacob here, 800 roll, but obviously the E5, it has the DPM here. Maybe Lexa takes another shot, but he is going to eliminate Sir Jacob, and obviously Opor, after all of this, is still attacking, so they need to get something done closer towards one of the caps, but they're down so much HP.
I mean, Lexa here still needs to pick this up against the 60 TP. He's made a bit of a fumble of it. He does pick it up. It's what you want to see. Bounced 1 or 2 shots, and now the progression down the D line, the move on towards Beauty Fruity. He's just drawn them out back and towards the middle. He knows that his days are numbered, but he's going to try and get these tanks to overcome it. Loki, Vic are going to be peeking from the window here in a second to do the damage as well. And Opor, yet again, another battle just being played by the boys from GDVV, who never let off the pressure again, making rotations. DJ goes down, Catside to the grave. I mean, Seaside here might lose the 1v1 against Panzer Fury, but for the 3rd round in the row, it's GDVV all the way. It's not even close. Opor being schooled.
Opor indeed being schooled here. Trash Panda and Rexa. The battle of the mouse is going on here currently, but the fate of the battle has been decided long ago. It's GDVV once again, just rolling up and rolling over Opor here, showing them how it's done. Still 7.4k HP to spare. Yeah, this one wasn't close either.
Yeah. Two mouse is not mouses, Kihan. What's the correct word?
Mäuse, obviously.
Exactly. Jesus. at least represent your country correctly, Kihan. I mean, that I say mouses is acceptable, but that you say mouses? No. No, I don't think so.
All right. But yeah, the fact remains that we are seeing a team that historically has been performing very well just get battered, bruised, beaten, schooled. Those are the kinds of words we have to use. 3-0. And all of the rounds we just saw, it was not close. There was no opening whatsoever for the team of Opor. It's just GDVV, time and time again. Finding the correct positions, finding the correct rotations, finding the openings, and then punishing.
Yeah, it's actually incredible to see how well GDVV are doing. Their lineup, I think, also kind of counters this triple 50B pretty hard, in my opinion, because of the amount of armor and HP available. Like, even that BZ takes a long time to kill, right? He did only one shot, he could have done two, but the rest of them, man. The mouse against triple 50B, it's a great thing. The IS4 is against 50Bs, it's a great thing. E4 against 50B, I mean, every shot you go is 750 on them easily. 277 is and E5 are the ones that struggle the most with 50Bs, but even them, like, they have 7 single shooters against those 3 clippers, and they didn't do nothing. Yeah, they didn't have any position or play for those 50Bs to get them into the fight. And when you have these clippers, when you have that burst potential, you need to find a push, and they never did that. They did find it on Justice in the 8 line, but that costed them 2k HP on a mouse, maybe a bit less, 1.5k HP on a mouse, and like over 1k on Reshek to kill Justice. It's not really value.
Also, I think important to highlight regarding the match or the round that we just saw is that from the get-go, basically Opor gave a lot of information to GDVV essentially for free. Like Reshek in the 50B was spotted, the double 60 TP was spotted, the mouse was spotted going over, and if you give that much information, you need to basically act quickly. And instead, it was GDVV actually acting first after, first putting I think it was a BZ and an IS4 close towards the hill, essentially scaring the 50Bs there, and then just rotating once again around through the 8 line, and then creating the overmatch of 7 versus 5 tanks, and then the 50Bs had to come down from the hill, already took damage, and the information on them was also known because the mouse was there.
Yeah, and they lost so much time staring at this 0 line. There was at least a minute where the 50Bs were just waiting there. Opor, though, 1, 2, 3, 4 60 TPs. Lewandowski, 1 AMX 50B, 1 mouse, and 1 CS63.
And on the side of GDVV, once again, the single shooters out in force. Double IS4, double mouse, double 277, and an E5.
And then E5 to round that lineup.
I think it's also important to mention that the 60 TP, like in engagements where the tanks are not like driving around each other, but rather in side scraping engagements and stuff like this, it really struggles against mouses. It really, Mäuse, it really struggles against IS4s simply because it's sort of lacking the pen.
I see Justice, though, very aggressive in the 8 line, taking that position immediately, spots DJ crossing over as well in the 60 DP. He'll not be finding much more than that. At this moment in time, he might actually spot more by peeking here. Does he get a glimpse of one more tank? No, I don't think so. I think he just about missed the other ones from the side of Opor. Will this be a surprise for GTVV? I mean, the way DJ is driving and the fact that Jacob got spotted there as well, probably not.
Now, Beauty Fruity already in a position where he will be ready to receive. T-Sec does... Okay, I say the IS4 is good at side scraping against 60 TPs, and yeah, I just got proven wrong.
Yeah, well, T-Sec is just built different. What can I say? Now, though, this is again one of the scenarios where we didn't see GDVV in just yet, where they are the ones being pressured immediately by the side of Opor. 714, good shot there from one of the 60 DPs on towards Trash Panda. He doesn't even get a shot back on towards him, and even that CS63 now coming in from A5 and getting some damage dealt on towards them. Trash Panda is actually pushing forward in that mouse, trying to angle, but he goes down to rather low HP immediately. This is what Opor wants. This is what they need. Good retaliation though, but Panzer Fury now peeking out in his 60 TP has something to say as well about this. this battle, 744. And these 60 TPs right now just absolutely paying dividend, out trading the guns from GDVV. But here comes, look here comes Lexa, another flank coming through the E5, the IS4, another non-connection though on towards those 60 TPs. They're struggling a little bit here for the side of GDVV.
They are indeed struggling, and Opor with those trades here just edging ahead. You can see another connection into Vikshare here, and every time you hear that deep rumble of the large caliber gun from the 60 TP, it seems to be like minus 750 HP at the moment. Look here now, trying to peek out here, and even Ketsai from the other end of the map is able to put in cross shots, and like, yeah, the mouse armor is good, especially when angled, but if there's so many angles that they need to think about, then yeah, it's starting to become worthless.
Finally, a start where Opor gets the initial engagement that they want. Now they gotta be careful though, because you see that 277 driving down the 8 line. He wants to 1v1 the CS63 of Ketsai. That's Sisa against Ketsai, and Ketsai currently is not winning this. So now Opor will have to make a play off of this, because Ketsai, they try to track the 277, but don't forget he has hardening available, and the 277 is zooming actually. The CS63 struggling to get away from him, but you can see the engagement on the other corner. Rexar, Jacob, and Tisek trying to make the fight there. The 50B coming as well. They actually took a pretty good hold on position to play from. Jacob with the first kill takes a lot of damage in return, but here comes GDVV with the rest of their tanks. Rishek now coming in with the 50B, needs to be careful, could get focused out here, is getting focused out as well by the guns from GDVV, but Lexa 2059, that's that 60 TP trade potential just coming in. Finally, Sisa finds that PCS63 from Ketsai, but I don't know if he's gonna have any teammates left in any moment in time, because they still have 360 TPs just able to delete tanks. Now, though, they need Sisa in the game. They really desperately need him to do some damage.
Yeah, Sisa finally finished with that CS63, but the thing is, Opor still 6,000 HP, and they still have those triple 750 alpha guns. Sisa with the 277 is even on a one-shot. Yes, he is hull down, but if any one of those heat shells does hit his cupola, that's going to mean his demise. And yeah, the mouse, possible two-shot. The IS4, possible two-shot. So the range of HP that the tanks of GDVV have does not favor them out at all. Also, T-Sec seems to have found a good hold-down spot against Vikshare, putting an 811 roll into it. And yes, the possible two-shot, it does come true. Vikshare gets deleted from the game, leaving only Lokir and Sisa to wonder where it went wrong.
Yeah, well, getting outtraded by 60 DPs, that's where it went wrong. And finally, Opor, they take an engagement. They put their game plan down, pressure the south. I think maybe they were still a little bit surprised that all 4 60 DPs were there, since Justice didn't spot them all. He only spotted one, then Jacobs got spotted. And then they had to trade with mouses against 60 DPs. And yeah, that 60 DP pen is lacking, but when the mouse is facing, it's more than enough.
Exactly, and now T-Sec here rolling in, probably going to reload first. Indeed, he's going to be the one to pick up Look here. And now Cesar there with the 277. Yeah, he's kind of hull down. Yeah, he's still shooting. But he does get picked up. And Opor, after 3 rounds where it seemed like they completely had nothing available to stop the onslaught of GDVV, finally get their first point on the board, 3-1.
An important victory here for Opor, finally. Something going for them. But like I said, finally they are able to lead the battle. They are able to make the plays, get into positions that they want to be in. And T-Sec and Fury, man, whoo, 6k and 5.6. That's it's a good battle even for randoms. In return, you could see the lineup from GDVV does struggle with those Lewandowski tanks. Hard to trade against, hard to make 100% pen ratios. And as long as these 60 DPs from Opor are hitting those shots like Jacob 3 out of 3, when Panzer Fury, let's see, 10 out of 8, 8 out of 10, and it's like 8 out of 9 as well. That's like really good pen ratios for those tanks. It's super hard with like a 400 alpha versus 750. Like you need to connect 16 shells to be even to T-Sex 8. Almost, and a bit less than 16, but you get the point. It takes so much longer.
All right, here again, the pick and bans. We are 3-1 current scoreline, meaning Sandra and Himmelsdorf both are behind us. Sand River going 2-0 the way of GDVV, and the two teams splitting Himmelsdorf in between each other. Now we are going to yet another classic. We are once again headed towards Cliff.
Cliff. This was a really good map from Rapport, though.
Yeah, but I mean, thinking about Cliff, like we have now seen that both teams are able in like those pressure situations when it comes to like the end game and it's not clear who's going to win yet, and it's like completely chaotic. We've seen both teams do very well in those scenarios. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in the grand finals, right? But yeah, I think Cliff is the map on which raw communication and cohesion is actually the most valuable asset that you can have as a team.
If there's any map where I could see maybe Opor turn it around, it is this one. Because Cliff is, they played really well on it so far. I mean, just in general, just really good movement, rotations, plays that were being made against Freaks as well. Really, really good stuff. But, you know, with the way that GDVV, this was the first battle where GDVV struggled, but even here there was, you know, it wasn't as clear cut as the first 3 rounds.
No, it definitely wasn't. I think there was a point during the battle we just saw where essentially GDVV realized that they had lost so much HP that they needed to do something now, or, you know, stay forever quiet and just accept the slow defeat of getting out traded. Yeah, very well done by Opor to just seize the opportunity. But yeah, game number 5 is on our hands. We are headed to Cliff, so we okay, the lineup. Opor first of all, double IS7, 1VZ55, and quadruple CS for Opor.
And GDVV 5 BZs, an IS7, and a RHM Panzerwagen.
So I guess the biggest mystery of this game here right now is what is the RHM supposed to do? Because it is very fast, but then again, if you need a fast tank, you take a CS, and essentially, you know, you have better firepower and more HP and a bit more armor compared to the Rheinmetall just having no armor at all. We'll have to see. He's driving towards the middle together with 1 BZ. All the other tanks by GDVV are currently booking it towards the 1-2 line.
I think Sisa here is just going to be... I think the BCs are just aiming if somebody tries to take the hill. Sisa, is he going to boost?
Yes.
He failed it.
He is trying to boost.
Well, he has another opportunity to do it.
I mean, as long as the IS-7s don't overpush the middle, he should be kind of fine. Let's see. Sisa, second try? No, I think he stopped for some reason. Did he drive against a rock? Or what happened here? Okay, so the IS-7 of Katsai does get spotted. He basically turns his front towards the lower side. One shot from the BZ-75 does connect, and yes, only is I think the correct way to put it. Sisa, second try, didn't work either. So I guess third time's the charm.
Third time might be the charm, but they got to be careful now because there is indeed potential for Opor to start rotating and take positions that CS can go around the hill at any given moment. Now, Beauty Fruity, Vic, and Just are just pushing down 1-2 line with those BCs, but it's kind of disjointed here. It seems like their initial plan was to get RHM on the hill, but since that didn't work out, they're not too sure what to do, and the initial damage taken by Beauty Fruity already pretty significant. T-Sec is trying to make the clips. Vic now against Rexar, against DJ, is also taking a lot of damage for this. Can they find T-Sec though? That is the big question.
T-Sec right now doing a very, very good job of essentially staying safe behind this tower here. This is...
But look at Lexa.
Yeah, Lexa does have found shots onto him, so T-Sec now down towards 1200 HP. Also in the reload, the double CS from A4, or A5 rather, putting in the work right now, but T-Sec's days are obviously numbered. As soon as Lexa, yeah, there we go, is reloaded, he should go down. So the first kill going in favor of GDVV here. Katsai on the hill though, that's a huge asset to have. Basically, such a hold-on tank in such a position. And GDVV, yes, they picked up the first kill. Yes, they are up in HP, but they still need...
I kind of got to see the equipment from the RHM though. If he has like low nose and stuff, he could actually cap on base number 1 unspotted. I don't know which equipment he had. Did you pay attention to it?
I have to admit I did not. Now though, readjustment coming out from GDVV. They're pulling tanks closer towards the middle. There we go. Low noise.
Crash Panda just taking the hill. Low noise, it's enough to cap it with. I think it's enough to cap it. Just suspicion across the middle as well. I mean, GDVV, man, they didn't get the hill with the RHM, but arguably this is better. I mean, the RHM sniping on K5 versus what else? Arguably, this is more effective.
The BZ there on the top part of the hill, Trash Panda, he's also going to be having good trades against Rishek and Jacob. And like Justus, if he wants, he can drive up there as well. Yeah, you see now Opor bailing, evacuating that eastern part of the map simply because of the threat of the BZ raining hell down from above. And what is stopping GDVV from taking a second BZ and putting it on the hill and start trading against Ketsai? Nothing, really.
You know what's stopping GDVV from capping base number 1? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. The moment... Oof, Justice doesn't even get spotted. The moment that the RHM... We might go hill as well, but... yeah, well, Beauty Fruity is coming under. This is such a surround, dude. Like, look at it. Beauty Fruity is under them. I think you should realize that DJ is still at A5, but the moment DJ shoots is also the moment DJ dies. Now, Trash Panda. Look at the rotation, though. Rexar, Rishek. Spotted out, though. That is super important. Sisa there in the middle of the map. From the rocks, he gets the spots. I think they want to repush Beauty Fruity, but that was spotted by Sisa in the RHM. That's the ideal scenario for them because Rishek does take some damage for this. They trade off extra HP than they normally would for this repush.
Yeah, Beauty Fruity is gonna go down, there's no doubt in my mind about it, but also DJ's position has now been revealed, and this now means that Justus and Trash Panda, they can just scare Ketsai off this hill, take him out of the picture right now, and this CS hit squad, yeah, they are driving around, they're doing a good, like, they're making a rotation, but what is it gonna help them? They're spotted doing it, so Vikshare, Lokir, Lexa, all of those guns are gonna be trained their way.
But even Fury is going to come. They're going to try a last-ditch 1-2 repush, which may result into something because Panzer Fury is very, very healthy. Vic now in that BZ trying to survive, trying to go behind the rock. Fury takes some damage from the crossing. He's going to come in, immediately donate his shot towards that BZ 75. Vic here wants to shoot Rexar. He does as well. Look here, doing the damage as well. Lexa still on that outside, being alive. He actually is going to probably push back in as he sees Rishek from below. But here comes the double BZ from the hill. I mean, Ketsai survived sliding down that hill, but I think his teammates are not going to survive for long enough for him to get back in this one. As now Trash Panda and Justice arrive. The time is important to take into account. But again, Opor down and out. Again, getting outplayed, getting surrounded, getting owned even by GDVV, who are like, thank you very, very much for this, as they yet again have 4 tanks against the 2 from Opor.
Yeah, the 2 tanks are currently trying to drive away. We can see Rishek is gonna get found by Sisa here, driving against the wall. Yeah, he is going to probably do another shot or 2. There we go, shot into Sisa, damaging the Amarak, but the rep kit was available here. Ooh, non-connection coming out by Sisa, or rather non-penetration, so he'll probably have to aim this shot here. Does pick up Rishek, and now it's only Ketsai that's once again trying to reverse up onto the hill here, but he's not gonna get there. The snap missing the Rheinmetall. So now Justus, Trash Panda and Lokir are gonna sweep in and secure match point for their team.
Match point is what going to be the triple match point, man, for GDVV. Unbelievable. Yet again, just better. I don't know how else to say it. It's just playing better. I mean, their initial plan, getting the RHM on the hill, didn't work out, right? But getting that VZ in 1-2 relatively for free, because they have so much HP on those BZs, it looks a little bit scary, right? You see BZs driving down 1-2, you're like, But I think there's a big misplay there for the side of Opor.
What?
I don't think the VZ should stay. I think he should have been back at A2 probably, behind that hold down. There's no real reason for T6 to stay outside of being greedy. Could have backed out, could have been an A2. They could have taken over the hill with more tanks. They could have driven more I7s on the hill if they wanted to. And they did not do that. So they lost the VZ, and then they started losing map control off of that. I think that is a mistake. The analysts can, confirm or deny, but I think it's a mistake.
Rheinmetall Panzerwagen, top damage. That is also not something you usually
I don't even know where he
expect.
did 4k damage, man. Honestly.
Oh, man's just gaming, I guess. Yeah, Beauty Fruity, only one shot of damage, but sometimes, those tanks that are doing the initial pushes, you sometimes just have to bite the bullet. And then, 13 penetrations. That is a really, really good, considering that the penetration on the light tank is rather lackluster. So I guess he had a
But
lot...
5 out of the 7 tanks he shoots again.
Yeah.
CS, even VZ. Yeah, I7 is the most annoying one, I think.
Yeah, like frontally, I think with Heat you have like a 50-50 probably of penning him. Maybe a bit better, but other than that, he just had the time of his life, man.
It's rough to see if you're an Invil fan.
Yeah.
It's really rough to see.
I mean,
Yeah.
4-1 match point now.
I'm pretty sure GDVV didn't... Did they play the last WoT7 already, the qualifier?
I think they went out in groups.
In qualies.
Groups,
Or groups? Qualies or groups. But I think they played the last one already, right? They went out in either quali or groups. It doesn't really matter. There's not too much of a difference, I'd say. And now they're, beating Opor.
Yeah, it's crazy to see the development that they took. I mean, obviously, as a transfer team, they didn't really have 7v7 on the former IU server. So it's crazy how quickly they are adapting to the EU format here, WoT7, and already in the final, and like the way, the confidence with which they are doing that. I mean, essentially walk in the park through the group stage, and then walk in the park through the upper bracket, and now they're making it look easy against Opur in the finals. It's mind-boggling.
Everything just seems to work out for them. No matter what they do, it just seems to work, except for that one Himmel's game. But here, it's like... I also don't think Opor is playing the best they've ever have, but that's in no way, shape, or form trying to discredit GDVV's just incredible performance. They are capitalizing on every mistake that Opor makes.
Yeah, exactly. And, part of what makes them look so good right now is that they do realize when those mistakes are made, and other teams probably wouldn't, be able to capitalize because they wouldn't even recognize the mistakes and capitalize on them. So, really, really well done here right now. And, rightfully so. 4-1 currently, match point. It only is going to take one more round for them to take the spoils of victory here. And they're also doing it with, unusual lineups, right? They're bringing new ideas, and Opor seems to be kind of not ready for that, not able to adapt to that on the fly.
Oh my god, dude. GDVV1 coming in here to potentially win the tournament with triple 60 TP, triple BZ, and a singular CS63.
Opor, on the other hand, trying to stay alive, trying to put a second point on the board, doing that with double BZ, 1 IS7, and quadruple CS.
Dude, I want to see the HP difference from the beginning. It should be quite significant.
All right, like 3k. Okay, so Jacob being sent towards the south with a singular CS, all the other tanks by Opor driving towards the middle. And for GDVV, we see double heavy tank on the lower side, BZ and 60 TP, and everyone else towards middle, although Victor gets diverted into the Kianandi position, from which he's going to be able to spot, to see, and no team really seems interested in the hill as of now, although that's a very, very interesting flank already with a double CS around the hill.
Yeah, double CS and an IS7 as well. Don't forget about that one. I think they're trying to block off Trash Panda and Lokir here from taking the hill. I think that is their goal right now, to get that flank in so fast that they haven't been able to establish the hill just yet with their BZs. Ketsai here going to be even going slightly further, but do they hit the timing here? Ketsai shooting on the move. Does Trash Panda and Lokir just decides that this is our moment, we're going on the hill no matter what? It does seem to be just that way. I mean, Ketsai is going all the way rather deep. He's going to get a really good rock as well. Pretty safe from behind that one, but it's not going to change that Lokir and Trash Panda are going to be on top of that hill.
Yeah, that was the best reaction I think that GDVV could have had. Yes, they are bleeding right now, but the bleeding is going to stop now that the BZs are on the hill. This is now prompting DJ and Rishek also into that push onto the hill, but Beauty Fruity with a big connection into DJ. DJ even dropping down to 875. I think the boost has run out. Justice and Saisa are probably also able to punish. DJ going down towards a one-shot. And yes, Rishek has made it up full HP, but DJ probably even going to drop soon.
So Jacob here is forced to drop as well. This heavy lineup is just so hard to deal with. Vic picks up DJ. The instant rotation from GDVV. Get the CS over, get the 60 TP in the BZ to shoot the BZs going up the hill. Because this is a different game. If both DJ and Rishek take the top of the hill, this is a completely different battle altogether. But they were never able to do that because GDVV was so quick on 1-2 line. They were that quick that even the 60 TP from Sisa gave a shot to one of the BZs revving up. That's ideal. It can't be better.
And now Trash Panda and look here, they're both not a one-shot for Rishek. Rishek's still full HP, but he can't pick up because of the 60 TP and the BZ from the donut. They would punish him now. Beauty Fruity, he doesn't even have to stay in the back hull down anymore. Nope, he's just coming up. He's coming over. He's picking up Ketsai, and that is 3 unanswered kills here for GDVV that are also leading in the HP department. And the story of this match once again, GDVV just showing Opur how the game is played. And we see here Rishek, he has also probably accepted at this point that today is not the day that Opur is going to win another WoT7.
They're rocketing him off the hill. That was his beautiful reactions from GDVV. Getting that double BZ on the hill, accepting the damage is exactly what you want for them. It's the best reaction. But on top of that, what saves this game for GDVV is that 1-2 line pressure. It is Justice, it's Sisa and the CS combining with their damage on towards DJ going to take the hill, and GDVV picks it up 7-0, 5-1 in a spectacular fashion. Their first WoT7 win, and what a stunning way to do it.
Man, GDVV just on a completely different plane of existence, it seems. Like, yeah, there was one Himmelsdorf game that sort of went south, but the rest, like, holy crap, just completely ahead, outthinking, outminding, outplaying Opur. And we are talking about Opur here, right? Outplaying them every opportunity they get.
How many rounds did they lose in the playoffs?
2 against Opur in the upper bracket final, 1 in the upper bracket before that, I think. So in total, they dropped 4 rounds.
Yeah, they dropped a grand total of 2 rounds in group stage. So they lost 6 games in total throughout the entire tournament. Don't know how they did in the quali, because I think they went to the quali 1. But that's a very dominating performance, not just through the playoffs, but also through the group stages as well. It's just like, was their tournament, man? The stars aligned. The stars aligned, bro.
Absolutely. But yeah, I think for the time being, that is enough from us. Congratulations once again to GDVV for an absolutely stellar performance. And yeah, I guess we'll see now what the analysts Insane and Anakin have to say. Take it away.
Are you sick and tired of being relentlessly shamed for your lack of skins and loot boxes and other cool things? Well, don't worry about it. We've got you covered, Jimmy. Hi there, we're MillionPugs. You've probably seen our logo on stream, but here's what we actually do. MillionPugs earns you skins and in-game rewards whenever you shop online. When you shop with any of our partnered brands, you earn our own loyalty points, called Pugs. You then swap those Pugs for some spiffy World of Tanks loot like premium tanks, premium account access, and gold. Anyway, head on over to millionpugs.com now and sign up for free.
Well, Anakin, what a performance from GDVV1. They're gonna be taking the victory and they deserve it. They are the winners of the MillionPugs WoT7 EU edition. Really well played from them. We have seen an amazing performance. The BZ meta that was just outstanding, and Opur, they had no answers.
Yeah, it was insane to watch, no pun intended. GDV1 just dominating the entire time. And Opor just had really no answers. And so congratulations once again to GDV1.
It's a perfect tournament from them. I mean, all of their matches were clean. Freaks, Opor 2 times. They also had a pretty good group stage performance. So nothing to say. Well deserved. Opor still taking the second place, getting some great rewards on top of it. So I don't think they're going to be too sad because the team against was really on point.
Yeah, like you said, you can't even be too upset because GDV1 played about as well as any team could play. I think definitely the best team we've seen either on EU or NA in this tournament for sure. They could probably beat any of the NA teams also. So, like we said, very deserved for GDV1. Opor regroup, comes back for the next one, and they'll look to dethrone GDV1.
Yeah, definitely. Well, also we can talk about that BZ75 meta. I mean, they have been proving it on this tournament. It has been just amazing what they have shown, the capability of this tank, like abusing it completely up to 5 on some maps, using the HPs, the mobility with the rockets, and also the alpha damage. And Opor, I had the feeling that they didn't adapt to that meta. They kept using 3 to 4 CSs on open maps like Cliff, and they really suffered.
Yeah, I completely agree, and we'll get into it more when we see the Cliff matches, but as you said, the BZs are just, they're just able to take positions with their HP and their speed from their rocket boosters that other tanks, like a CS, for example, just would blow up taking. And like we said, we're going to see that on Cliff, but they also were doing stuff like that with the Mice, right? Bringing incredibly heavy comps and just using their HP pools very well.
Yeah, well, now we have the grand finals on NA to be played. Dopamine against Smile. That's going to be also an interesting one. It's going to be coming shortly. We're going to have the replays, the analyst segments, and then we're going to have the final match of the day. You have said that both of those teams were probably the ones we expected to be here at the end.
Yeah, for sure. Both teams have been playing fairly well throughout the tournament. Dopamine obviously has Nexus calling. Smile has External. I believe External and Nexus have actually played on the same team last season. I may be incorrect there, but I don't think I am. So at the very least, these two teams are very familiar with each other. We know they faced off in match 5. Dopamine took that one, but Smile's back, and they're going to look to get the revenge and the big $1,000 cash prize.
Yeah, well, I mean, Dopamine, they have that slight advantage coming up from the winner's bracket. As you could see on the EU finals, they are going to get the chance to pick one map and ban one map straight. So no permaban possibility from Smile. But Anakin, we should take now a look at the replays of that last match, the EU Grand Finals. We have just witnessed amazing performance from GDV1, and we were starting on step. Perfect rotation. They actually analyzed what Oppo was doing, very splitted on their defense, and they went for that LN repush.
Yeah, and what's really nice about this repush from GDV1 is these IS-7s, as well as Victor, but mostly these two IS-7s, they're just going to come play on Rexar, such that none of the other tanks from Opor can shoot at them. So it's just going to be a 2v1, and they're going to pick him. And you're going to see in a second, the IS-7 from GDV1, I believe it's Sisa, makes a... Seaside, sorry about that. Yep, makes a beautiful pinch eventually, which we're going to see now.
Yeah, Seisa making a good play, actually coming to the mid to have some crossfire angles, and even Beauty Fruity joining him, and you could see Opor, they had no answers and they even tried to run, but that was complete domination from the side of GDVV1, actually teaching the Poles how to play on that map.
Yeah, and it wasn't just good play, it's also very good timing from GDV1. They're not bleeding unnecessarily for tanks coming into position. They're getting bleed onto Opor, and it's just super, super clean and good play to see from GDV1.
Well, you mentioned it, the heavy meta, the BZ75, and also the mouse. And what can we say about that? Trash Panda actually getting into the open, tanking all the shots, all the damage coming up from Opor, and it's actually working out. I mean, 3.6 KHP, 2 Centurion Action X to get the DPM with Lexa and the S-Conk, and Opor double VZ55, that was not the answer.
No, it was not, and it looked like GDV1 was kind of banking on something like this at the start because the 2 cents actually started on the 0 line at the start of the game, but rotated back to their mouse when they spotted a lot of the tanks from Opor going hard east. And like you said, and you can see, the Mao's going over, just abusing his HP pool and letting the Centurions just farm with their DPM. It's just this one moment just completely wins the game. Just Mao's over, and it's a GDV1 victory again.
Yeah, I mean, that was a convincing defense. And then we had something that we have seen again from Freaks, that BZ75 that made it to the corner in the courtyard, and that was actually really good. You see that pincer movement coming up from Opor with those 50 Bs from the hill, but Seisa is running with his 277. Good move from him. And in return, yes, Justus is gonna die in the courtyard, but look at the damage. GDVV1, they are always HP up, they are always in control, and Opor, once again, no answers.
Yeah, and honestly, this one, it's kind of hard for Opor to read. I don't think their 8-line play was even bad. It's just like you said, they have so much HP. You see the tanks from GDV1 also winning the offside. The Opor gets the pick they wanted, like you said, on the BZ, but they went down 5,000 HP for it, and it's just so hard to come back, especially against a team like GDV, who are making the correct rotations and making them quickly and bleeding you for everything you're doing.
Yeah, I mean, at the end, they had Sir Jacob in the 60p that was isolated and that got picked up by Lexa in the E5. And you could see they tried for a push. They're going to take down Beauty Fruity in the IS4, but in return, they are 6k HP down. They are attacking, and GDVV1, complete domination.
Yeah, this was a very, very good round from GDV1. Again, on the next Himmels round, this was actually fairly well played by Opera. They get really aggressive, but then they slow it down, and they realize that their 60 TPs are going to start out-trading the mice from GDV1, and that's exactly what they do. You see that Ketsai in his CS is providing a lot of pressure on that D-line, which kind of forces GDV1 to make a play. You will see in a second the 277 repush, but it was too much HP loss for GDV to successfully repush into 5 of the Opor tanks.
There's something very interesting to mention, Anakin, there. GDVV1, what meta they have been playing is the very heavy one, right? With Miles, BZ75, on those maps like Himmels, even the IS4. What is the answer from the side of Opor? 60 TPs, 150 B for mobility, 1 Miles, 1 CS to move around. That was probably the only one where they had the answer, tanks-wise, actually, to counter what GDVV1 was doing. The 60 TPs actually trading 1-for-1 with the mouse was actually good. But afterwards on Cliff, once again, we have to talk about those BZ75. We have to, simply due to the fact that this play usually doesn't work. You get shot down before reaching B1. But since those tanks have 3k HP, they actually managed to be both alive and healthy and take down the VZ55 of Opor.
And yeah, you really can't overstate that BZ75 HP enough. You saw there were actually 2 CSs in one point at A5, and Rushik also had shots on that A-line cross, and the BZs just still get there with 1200 HP, and they're able to pick the VZ from the side of Opor. They can then come up to the E-line ridge, right? The CSs from the side of Opor decided to repush through the B-line. They do pick up the kill, but they're in the low ground, and you can't repush 3 BZs or 2 BZs in an IS7 with CSs when they're high.
I mean, yeah, it was just once again GDV1 teaching Opor that new Cliff meta. Too much CSs. I mean, 4 of them is just way too much. They were way too light. They didn't stand a chance at all. They were hard rotated. You could see at the point GDV1 made it to the hill with double BZs almost uncontested. They had no place left with those CSs. They tried to go back and push their base, but that didn't work out. And at the end, match point for GDV1. Once again, the perfect play, the perfect reaction. They are actually not going to get trapped with those BZs in crossfire on the middle. They're actually going to go up on the hill. Also, perfect reaction pushing the donut with the BZ and the 60p and actually getting the damage on those BZs going up, and afterwards the CS at the G2 corner. So from the start till the end, GDV1 in complete control.
Yeah, and it just felt like GDV1 was maybe like 3 steps mentally ahead of Opor. Like you said, Opor almost looked like they were about to counter those BZs by coming up the 9-line with their CSs, but the BZs make the such fast rotation and decision to get up the hill, which is just so smart. And instantly with the repush on 1-2, there's just not much Opor can do. GDV1 is just so fast and so precise and so dominant with everything they've done today. I really can't think of a better team that has taken the victory in this EU Grand Final.
Oh yeah, they have been completely dominating that tournament. Well-deserved victory for this Ukrainian team. Very impressive performance. We were really happy to get the chance to witness that on the stream, because usually we have some Polish domination. It has been for a while Holovenici that was taken out by Fricks in the losers bracket straight, and Opur taken out, like beaten 2 times by GDV1 today and yesterday. So well played from them, well deserved. It was really a pleasure to see them play that tournament. But now, Anakin, it's time for the last match of the day. Those are the NA Grand Finals between Dopamine and Smile. And for the last time of this tournament and the day, we're gonna get to the casting desk. Kian and Taki, take it away.
Well, hello there, and yes indeed, one last time, welcome here at the caster's desk. We are gonna have another grand final on our hands, which means another best of 9. It is the team of Dopamine playing against the team of Smile that we already saw win against Escalate earlier today. And yeah, we are here to witness who's gonna take the crown for the North Americans.
Yeah, to continue about what Insane said though, 2 times, now 3 times, Kihan. TDVV actually beat Opor in group stage and then twice in playoffs. If you're Opor, it really hurts, man. You lose to them in groups, okay. Right, you lose to them in upper bracket, you're like, okay, we'll get them in the grand finals. But no such thing today. But now moving on to NA. Dopamine, the team coming into this grand final. We've seen their lineup before: Nexus, Ferret, PM, Spirit, Falcondark Ninja, what is but Manu and Frugo, the Polish superstar. We might actually get a Polish victory, just not on the server you expect it to be.
Yeah,
actually,
exactly. We'll have to see Frugo, the last Polish hope here, alive in the NA tournament, in the NA WoT7, and then they are taking it up against the team of Smile under their caller and leader External, and then Brain Extremist, Ethan Dodoma, The Million, Loop, Lop, Silent Wolf, and Fly to round it off here. And yeah, indeed, it's also gonna be a cracker of a match. I think the first map that is going to be played in between both of those is going to be Cliff. So once again, from the get-go, we are gonna have action all around. Dopa there being favored by the community predictions. Also, for me personally, I think they are the favorites to win, but we have seen upsets already.
Yeah, I've indeed seen upsets already come through, but Frugo is now carrying the lone Polska Gurum flag across the pond to NA. He has to do it here. You know, he's the last hope for Poland. To make this into a movie, dude. Frugo against the world.
All right, as you can see, map video already coming up, meaning we are not that far away from gameplay, and yeah, it remains to be seen how this is gonna go. Lineups, though, however, for the grand finals of the NA part of the WoT7 tournament, quadruple BZ for Smile together with double CS and the Centurion.
Double CS and a Centurion, and then Dopamine, though, 4 BZs, double CS, and an Archer and Panzerwagen. Maybe these teams took a lot of inspiration from GDVV, or maybe they're just that with the meta themselves as well.
I mean, yeah, normally the saying goes that NA is 2 to 3 days ahead of the EU meta in 7v7 game mode, so we'll have to see how this one works out here. We just saw Caesar doing a spectacular round in the Rheinmetall. We'll see if Spirit can actually yeah, repeat that. Dopamine sending all tanks towards the middle. Smile sending everyone towards 1-2 except one singular BZ making its way towards the middle as well. Ferret already getting split off here with the CS63 for the long flank around the hill. Spirit is gonna see that BZ here is not getting spotted yet, I don't think. So, oh, now finally he's spotted. So now the question is Smile actually able to punish that Rheinmetall for taking the hill? It doesn't seem like it. He takes one shot, he takes two, but now he's up.
Yeah, and Frugo getting safe in the middle as well, so is Kern. Dark Ninja smartly bailing off of that crossing overplay. They're now getting the CS across, but now they need to get ready for the side of Dopamine. There will be a very quick DE line repush here. It is what needs to happen for the side of Smile to have a chance in this battle. They have to do it. They don't have a choice.
Exactly, the push already starting to happen. The Million, the leader at the front, the one to take the damage, but now the Centurion starting to get focused out. Obviously, the more squishy tank. PM now retreating behind the rocks here in the middle of Cliff, but he's taking some punishment as well. And now Smile, they have made that repush, but the HP, that advantage that they had, has vanished, and now the CS from that outside, from the C7 position, getting another shot into the Centurion, making him a one-shot now. Frugo, though, the Polish prodigy, taking heavy punishment for an overpeak as well, and now Ferret is in big trouble.
Yeah, they need to do something in the middle right now for the side of Dopamine to get something going for them here again, because right now they are out of position. They need Dark Ninja into the fight as well. You can see Nex is now boosting into the middle. He wants to pick up that Centurion Action Act. They realize that if they lose the CS, they're going to lose a lot more behind that. Nexus does not get the shot against the Centurion Action X. He gets to live for that slight amount of time longer. Dark is now joining as well in the middle. The trades going left, right, and center, but that G2 CS is providing so much crossfire, and Ethan here with the shield for the Centurion Action X staying alive, and Lop just doing more and more damage, but finally Frugo from the top puts a stop to that man. As an AX Nexus though, no ammo rack, no fuel tanks, and no HP left either, as Smile in their first battle here seem to be doing it. Fly picking up Kern, Vermilion somehow dying as well. I think he was on top of Kern in his BZ, and Smile picking up the first round actually, or look to pick it up. It's not over just yet, but the comeback here,
Unlikely.
I don't believe in it.
Unlikely. I mean, Lip taking another one from the top from Spirit, but the problem for Dopamine is that all of their HP is on a tank with no armor, essentially. His whereabouts are known. Dark Ninja now goes down in his CS, and now, yeah, Spirit, he's checking in front of him, checking behind him, intuitioning to heat, but it's all not gonna matter, as 2 shots from BZs will be more than enough to take out the entirety of his HP. Fly already on the prowl here. Lip almost has his shell loaded as well. He has an ammo rack, but I don't think he's going to need a second shot. Ooh, HE connection actually. Good stuff by Fly. 843.
Yeah, he's had a pretty different. Fly tries to bomb him, but External's gonna pick it up. And I think External did a lot of damage in this game. He was the CS in G2 behind that rock, just having constant crossfire onto the side of Dopamine and Smile. The underdog, I would say, in this matchup, coming in and immediately showing that they have the rotations down. They had to do this. If you don't, you lose A5, you lose the cap, you lose the game. If you allow the enemy team to set up all the positions that they want for you to repush, then you lose immediately.
Yeah, indeed. So
might be the wrong battle result though.
Should be the correct one now. But yeah.
Look at External. Yeah.
External 5.8k, being exactly where he was needed to be. Like, yeah, the Centurion maybe not really working out. Then again, he was forced to do like that repush into the middle that opened him up to taking a lot of shots from everyone, basically, because if you're faced with a choice, right? Do I shoot the BZ that's approaching, or do I shoot the Centurion? Most likely the Centurion, you know? But yeah, overall, Smile coming into this one and demonstrating that they're definitely here to stay.
Good stuff from them. They did exactly what they had to. I don't know if I would repush with the Centurion as well straight, but, you know, I don't know, man. I don't know if the Centurion also needed to go per se, because like it's just an easy focus call, right? Shoot the Centurion. He didn't really pay off anything. But the biggest problem there for Dopamine, IMO, well, PM doing 1 shot of damage is one, but Nexus and Dark Ninja, you know, Dark Ninja dropped off from the, you know, crossing. I think he could have just turned towards the middle, personally, instead of doing the drop, because he spotted the CSs early enough. You know, you just turn right, you go back into the middle. He was very far out of the game. And you had the CS going around, so another tank that's pretty far away from the game. And you have the BZ on the corner. So you're already out 3 tanks, and you have the RHM on the hill.
Exactly. Also Ferret with that CS basically on the outside. He was alone. The only one that could really support him was the Rheinmetall, which ended up being top damage. But yeah, it was just an easy call to also focus out this tank. Now, prediction-wise, all of us going with a dopamine win, except for Insane, who probably knows more than we do.
Well, he's just guessing. You know?
All that.
To be different. But yeah, the good thing about this, like this BZ meta, normally if you repush across the middle with like 277s or CSs, you know, they explode. Let's be real, they just explode. Because of the HP pool that they have. But the fact that this BZ has 3k HP, right, which is a lot more than a CS without hardening, it's like 1,000 more. They don't really die on the crossing. They do arrive on the position.
All right, lineups for this round number 2. Smile, once again bringing the Centurion double CS, 1 Batchat, triple BZ, and that's it for them.
That is indeed it for them. But double 60p, double BZ, triple CS. Both these teams going pretty heavy though.
I mean, we just saw what happens. More heavy equals more good, apparently. Just demonstrated by GDVV. And we are starting with a 1k HP disadvantage for the side of Smile. Obviously, those 60 TPs coming in, they rock those 3k HP. The BZs as well, almost 3k. And then the triple CS tank that all have hardenings. Now the BZ is being used to boost the 60 TPs up there as well. We're gonna have to wait and see if we do get connections from those 4 heavy tanks onto the CSs. External there with the Batchat kind of driving onto a rock here, not really the opening that he wanted, and Vermilion, now seeing that the heavy tanks are drawing close, decides to cross, makes it up the hill without losing HP, and that is a lot of tanks in the middle here. There is the CS flank around though, and there is 1 CS for Smile that's out of the game currently on the 1-2 line.
This is kind of what we saw from Opor, if you remember, pressuring that around the hill and then pressuring the top ramp, trying to get these tanks stuck in a position that they don't want to be. And that's exactly what's happening. External's now pushing on towards Ferret, but he's by himself. He's going to be able to get his clip out at the very least, but the top ramp is lost. And that's really, really bad for Smile right now. I mean, sure, External does all of his shots, but he dies. He's down and out. And now Dopamine is pushing through the middle. Dark Ninja is going to ram the Centurion Action X to dead. I don't know about this play though, because now Kern is going to fall as well in his BZ. Nex is trying to get out, but he's going to burn to a crisp on this retreat, and pushing across the middle for Dopamine may not be the play. The top ramp was fine.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Right now, Smile doing a good job of adjusting to what Dopamine is doing. Yes, they lost the Batchat on the outside, but now the CS, the Million, and also Loop in the BZ, they have the top ramp that now needs to once again get re-engaged by those Dopamine tanks that are now trailing 2k in HP, and from the lower side, Brain is continuously able to farm the tanks that are on the ramp here, and now I think Dopamine, they are just gonna... that's just too much what they tried to do with too little forces available. PM now the obvious target on the lower side. There's just so many targets around him that are... yeah, he could finish them off one by one, but not at the same time. Frugo picking up the Million though. Maybe this isn't over yet.
I don't know about that one. They still have to fight the double BZ and the CS. Loop, they're on the top in his BZ. He's going to reload in a second. Fly wants to pick up Frugo. Will potentially get the connection. He does. Loop missing the shot against Spirit though, but PM in that 60 TP surrounded. Again, Dopamine did not need to push over that top ramp. They had the positions. They had them locked. They had everything they wanted. They could have crossed back over to 1-2 even to pressure the CS, but driving over, all that happened is the good old switcheroo. Smile just took back the top ramp, took their side of the middle Dopamine side. They took it from them. They took back the ramps and they killed them. And there was no reason.
Yeah, and just like that, Smile, the team that came from the lower bracket, now 2-0 on the map that basically was the bonus map for Dopamine, right? That was their map that they immediately picked. There was no way for Smile to avoid it, and they just get shown how to play it. Like, that's not a good start for Dopamine by any means.
No, it's really, really not. It's a big tilter as well if you're Dopamine coming in. They haven't played yet today, you know?
Yeah, also Kern, 0 damage. That's not where you want to be. Nexus, 488.
I stand by it. The push through the mid was unnecessary. Like, actually unnecessary. Peeking middle, killing tanks, yes. Pressuring the rock position, you know, next to the rock and shooting the guy there, yes. But pushing over? No, never.
I mean, they also had the surround with the double CS, right? And that, in the long run, is going to just bleed the enemy tanks.
That is going to generate a lot of damage. I mean, Spirit, after External died, like External did his clip, but Spirit, he did 4K now, he would do this damage. Ferret would be able to come into the fight as well. Vermilion was on top of the hill, which is a bit annoying to deal with, but they could have just kept bleeding the middle. I'm not too sure.
But yeah, the team Smile coming into this one.
I mean, they're definitely
right.
smiling.
Yes. It does get the dopamine pumping in their system, eh?
Yeah, and how do you feel about the smiley face emoji? Like, if somebody writes like a smiley face behind it in Twitch chat, I think it's the worst emoji ever
I
invented.
think it actually is a terrifying emoji. Like, have you seen
It's
the
like, it
Smile
looks-
W?
Yeah, but it looks so sarcastic.
Yeah.
You know, like, Kihan, you did a great job casting. Smiley face. And then a dot behind it to like round it up, and you're like,
And it's like, oh no.
is he serious, or like is he just insulting my entire family?
Anyway, that is Cliff done and dusted. We are now headed into Steps, which is a map that we saw earlier today already. Also being played by Smile. So, yeah, I have to wait and see. Personally, I'm positively surprised. Like, Smile, obviously, we saw them, and they were playing very good, but I thought Dopamine was also on a different level, so yeah, currently looking good for them. 2-0. That is a statement.
It is indeed quite a big statement, and we already saw it in one of the matches. We gotta be careful here. Really, really careful for the side of Dopamine. You know, lose 2 more, you're in the same situation as Opor was. But anyways, Dopamine, triple 113, an I7, an S-Kunk, ACS, and a Minotauro.
And for the side of Smile, we have an SJRV, we have 1 CS, 1 S-Conk, triple IS7, and a 113 to round it off. So both sides actually with very brawling-oriented setups. I think Dopamine in like a head-to-head fight wins out simply because the Mino is more brawly than the SJRV. But obviously the SJRV has other strengths to boot with it, and we already saw Fly earlier today in that SJRV just completely, you know, pointing, clicking, racking up damage.
And it's a very heavy Nord commit here, though, for the side of Dopamine. 4 heavies, triple 113 and 97 pushing this. And this is, I talked about it yesterday, I think, about Nexus. He does some like really good stuff and some stuff that I find not as impressive. And pushing A-line with your team puts you out of position rather quickly as Spirit realizes that most of the enemy team is in the south. He's going to be taking a lot of damage. And now, though, Kihan, you have these tanks. And we saw it before. This defense works really well if you have like S-Kunks and stuff, you know, to play Hulda. But 113 and IS7?
Yeah, not really. They do have the Mino that's currently playing the position in which you would mostly...
SJRV will hit him.
Yeah, the SJRV, like if the Mino overpeaks, then the SJRV will have shots onto his lower plate. Now, the push comes in by the attackers here, by Smile. The Mino does spot all of them, the first shot not connecting, however. And yeah, Dopamine, they are on the long rotation here, and Spirit needs to be very careful. Already got spotted again, and there is the SJRV from behind. Good shot by the Mino, I believe.
It's going to be a straight push, I guess.
And
no?
Maybe. I mean, they're forming up. They're not spotted yet. They have the option still open, but double IS7 now on the cap. A reaction needs to happen by Dopamine.
I mean, the S-Kunk is coming closer as well. Vermilion and Ethan now peeking over against Ferret. They want to get that double shot. They do it very well as well. 975, lowering the HP of that Mino. They probably do it once more. Now, though, the 113 is getting spotted out. They probably will not peek again. They were waiting for Lob to commit. And here comes Dopamine. They've got to make this play, but External almost there already in the CS63. Vermilion and Ethan now focusing on Ferret in that Mino, dropping his HP lower. 1042 remaining, though. Lob's getting focused out. Ethan's got to be careful. there as well in that IS-7. He has Spirit to deal with, Nexus to deal with as well, and Dopamine here may be able to cause a cascade effect if they can keep going as a Wrecking Ball, picking up guns left, right, and center, but they do lose Kern. Now the CS is flanking from behind as well. Vermilion gets one more shot against the Minotauro to put him to 500 HP. He gets Samurai, but one more shot should come from him. In the meantime, External is going to be killing Spirit as well. Vermilion gets the roll on Ferret to pick him up, and this Dopamine push is running out of stamina as Smile do hold it. They were close to losing it, but now another repush on the bottom side. But Dopamine, they're running out of tanks, they're running out of HP, and they're driving into the STRV.
They're indeed starting to run out of tanks, run out of steam, run out of everything. You can see the SJV just with perfect shots, although I disagree with trying to go for the track shot here. Why not just go for the kill? But it's not gonna matter as the STRV reloads rather quickly. And now Dark Ninja and Nexus, the only two ones that are really able to get something done still. But never mind that, as Vermilion and Lup put the last nails in the coffin. It is 3-0 for Smile.
3-0 for Smile indeed in this game. Absolutely coming out swinging against Dopamine, who lose their defense on steps and could be facing match point rather quickly.
I mean, yeah, sides will be switched now, then Smile is defending. That's normally the more comfortable side to play on Sand River, and Dopamine, they don't seem awake yet. They are not finding any openings into the game. They're not really doing the correct decisions. We talked about it on Cliff. The overpush wasn't necessary. Here, the opening sort of screwed it up for them because then they had to do that repush, right? That also got halted. Yes, they got a lop, but after that, they couldn't even continue anymore.
No, I mean, they did get those that first 113, but you know, if Spirit was higher HP there, they could have held this. I held it as in they could just play from the corner, right, and potentially do it, because External came in and he is able to kill Spirit rather easily, which completely kills the back line.
Yeah, complete and utter domination here currently by the team of Smile that are just ahead, it seems, right now when it comes to the reactions. Also, they just seem more confident in their executions, right? Because, for example, this repush on the 9-0 line just now by Dopamine, they took a whole while to form up, and then they didn't really commit in until like everyone had sort of rubbed each other's backs to make them more comfortable for pushing. I don't know why they took so long, but yeah, it just seems more crisp by Smile at the moment.
So yeah, Smile just absolutely rolling with it. I'm gonna say 4-0 after this, maybe. Although I think I predicted 5-1, so I do need Dopamine to pick one game up. Wait, did I predict for Dopamine?
Yes, you did predict for Dopamine.
Yeah, maybe I just predicted. You know, I really meant Smile, to be honest. Yeah, it's just a small mistake on the predictions. Of course.
Yeah, you slipped up with the columns. Understandable. But yeah, overall, just Smile all over the place, and Dopamine. Yeah, we hyped them up a lot. So far, they've not delivered up on that, and one more round required by Smile to put them up on match point, and then is really like, okay, they're already in trouble, Dopamine, right? But then they would be in really big trouble.
They're already in a lot of trouble, dude. They're already in a lot of trouble right now. Steps attack is not an easy one. And I go back to it, right? I said it. I think Nexus is a good FC, but I do believe that the Steps defense was ridiculous, in my opinion, to try. You know, pressuring the A-line, it's a gamble, right? If they're there, it's great. If they're not there, you don't have the tanks to fight 9-0 line.
Now, Smile coming into this one looking to put the fourth round on the board. Double IS-7, 1 S-Kong, double VZ, and double Minotauro.
Against Dopamine's STRV, CS63, S-Kong, and triple IS-7 and a 113. That double Mino, man. They have to get a really good setup from the beginning, because if they get pushed with their setup, it's going to be hard to hold all sides.
Dopamine here going for everyone towards left part of the map. The double VZ actually getting committed over the rails in the northwest. by the side of Smile. Vermilion also making his way there. External getting spotted out, spotting Spirit, however. So immediately a shot landing onto Spirit here. I believe that was Lip, who's now also starting to reload. Vermilion taking one for his troubles as well, but that is also further information, right? I think it was Ferret who just tagged Vermilion, which means that Smile, they know where the STRV is, and the choo-choo train for the push onto the A and B lines is forming up. There is some tanks by Smile there, but honestly not a lot, and Vermilion looks very pushable.
Yeah, Vermilion's going to be running away now. Good shot there from external onto the side of Frugo. The whole team here for the side of Dopamine arriving, but there is double VZ. Nexus takes already 1-2 punch combination. Dark Ninja taking some as well. Vermilion is going to be making it back into that cubby. The VZ's forcing their way in there as well, and Vermilion makes it, and that's 3 tanks in that little cubby.
That is indeed.
I don't know how you push this. How do you push this?
That is a very good question, and I'm not sure I have the answer. Frugo, Dark Ninja, and Nexus, they're like, this is 3 tanks, we can't push them, and now the VZs, they have actually reloaded their clips, so pushing them is even more dangerous than before already. Nexus, 771 HP, that is 1 clip range
Is that a
here.
Minotauro crossing over? It looks like a Minotauro crossing over across A5. That is Eden coming in with his Minotauro. He needs to be really careful though, because Spirit does have shots on him if he moves over. Eden taking 1.2. Gotta be careful here, Eden. Might be a little bit of a mistake, because Spirit will get a side angle. Here comes Fly, though. Here comes Lip. They want to make a repush. They want to make their clips. They want to make it count. And as they already remove one, they're going to be backing off and reloading. But I do believe that Eden made a mistake in the Minotauro. Makes it a little bit closer here. Not sure why he decided to try and be a hero.
Dopamine right now slowing down the game a little. They are rotating around with the CS63 to possibly give more angles on towards the enemy tanks. So that's gonna help here. And yeah, I think in those entrenched kind of fights, thus this should be favoring Dopamine, but they still have a large gap of HP that they still need to to cross, right? Also,
really
Spirit,
good move though from external. He pushed into the middle, so he pressures the CS away, so Eden can stay alive.
I mean, Spirit is maybe gonna take one more, but he is gonna get out. But this means, like, external, that's a very healthy IS-7 that they need to also take into account. Vermilion, though, taking a lot of damage for this repush. Fly there, also starting to take aim onto Frugo and Dark Ninja. Vermilion is gonna survive for now, and Frugo is the second one to fall.
Frugo is the second one to fall. Fly and Vermilion just having a run at it, deciding to pick it up. Vermilion now dying against Dark Ninja. Ethan trying to get the connection here onto that one. Does he know even the I7 on the back? But the HP is starting to even out. They're making a little bit too many of these plays. You have your enemy surrounded in position where they can't do anything. There's no need to really lose guns, lose tanks when they have no potential to leave this part of the map without being spotted.
Exactly. Now we'll have to see what that CS63 does, because that could become a huge potential issue for the team of Smile. Now, that is important though. Cupola probably onto the 113, so that is 3 guns down now for the side of Dopamine. That is a very, very important angle gone as well. This enables now the S-Conk to maybe rotate away even, if he wants it. I think the CS on the other side needs to be the playmaker, but he's kind of limited. He only has 730 HP.
Only has 730 HP. He's driving into a full HP S-Conk.
And there also is a Minotauro around. So, yeah, Ferret now getting spotted here on top of the rails. Takes a shot of damage as well. PM taking one more into the backside of his S-Conk while driving away. Kern taking one by the Minotauro there, has to repair his Amarak. So now once again Smile, they have stopped a little, but the trades are now starting to favor them as Dodoma puts one into Spirit, reducing him to a one-shot.
I mean, this is, for Dopamine, what do you even do now? I mean, what can you do? Where do you go? PM takes one from Fly. He's gonna take a second one from Fly as well. Another one coming out from Eden. Lops shutting down Ferret, Kern, and Spirit. The last 2 standing. And we had GDVV on the EU part of the WoT7, but on the NA part of the WoT7, Smile is also showing that they come from the lower bracket instead and are really not making Dopamine's life any better.
No, 4-0 is going to be the score. after this, and if this was anything but the grand finals, well then it would already be over. But yeah, match point now for the team of Smile here after 4 rounds, and I mean, the way that Dopamine are presenting themselves, a remontada would be nothing short of a miracle here.
That would be a miracle indeed, either way. But we'll see. We'll see how it turns out to be. There's still one more round left at the very, very bare minimum for Dopamine, right? They still have something going their way. Spirit does get spotted out now. Lop will probably... Lop or Lip will pick him up. One of the two. Which one's it gonna be? It's gonna be Lop. Lip. Lop. Wait, well, say that 10 times quickly, Kian, the two names, and they both sound the same.
They indeed do. And yeah, Smile. 4th round in a row. Not really.
They went from like first round. They're like, now they're like, yeah, guys, we're doing it. Unbelievable. Big smiles all around.
Big smiles all around. I mean, yeah. Most of us predicted Dopamine to be the favorites. The community predictions went their way, and all of a sudden it's Smile coming from the lower bracket and just showing Dopamine how it's done. There was no point in any particular game where it seemed like Smile was shaken or anything. They're just here and completely stomping Dopa. Yeah, I mean, Ferret does get a good amount of damage, but the thing is, like, the reaction also by Smile was so good to send that IS-7 also in towards those VZs, because it's already not great to push 2 VZs in there in that little cubby, but the IS-7 as well makes it almost unpushable, because what do you focus then? Like, do you go in, do you focus the IS-7 because it's a single shooter? You're already have taken then the clips by the VZs, but as soon as you start focusing out the IS-7, then the VZs are definitely gonna reload and give you another clip straight to the face. So, yeah, there were just no good options in the north there for Dopamine. I think they made the game super hard on themselves. They immediately, without having any info, committed in. And yeah, Smile was just waiting for them.
Yeah, if I'm smiling like this and playing with the tanks, like I'm really, really happy, you're having a good time. What map can make me ruin this smile? It starts with a C and ends with Liv.
Good thing that Cliff has already been played then. We're not gonna see it anymore. Instead, the next map that we're gonna be watching is going to be a ghost town. So... yeah, normally considered to be a 1-1 map. If that actually holds true, then it would be over after Ghost Town, especially since Smile is going to start on defense.
It's such a hard scoreline to recover from. It's just it's so hard to come back from this both mentally and like in the game itself. Oy oy, oy oy. That's my reaction.
Yeah, and we'll have to see. Dopamine not really putting up any resistance right now, it even feels like. Yeah, as soon as, you know, Smile makes some overcommitments, like we just saw in the last battle, they are ready there to exploit them, but the blunders that Smile made weren't big enough to turn the battle in their favor. And now Smile looking for the clean sweep and doing so with a 113, an IS-4, triple S-Conk, and double CS-63.
Double CS-63 against Dopamine's triple mouse, double 277, an E5 and a CS. That's a lot of mouses.
That's a lot of mouses. That's a lot of HP. But I think that kind of gets countered by the Super Kongs, because they also have a lot of HP and they have a lot of DPM. So, yeah, I think if the mouses and the Super Kongs meet on like open ground, then the mouses probably win, but open ground is not going to be the case, right? It's going to be side scraping everywhere, and then the mouse is probably going to lose against the S-Kongs.
You can see that Smile is reacting to this potential of Mouses by pushing through the north. They do spot out the 277, they do spot out the CS. It's going to be a 3v3 here. Loop, External, and Vermilion are going to be taking this fight against Nexus, Spirit, and Kern. I would say, though, that I think that the side of Dopamine is slightly favored because they have the initial shots, but they also have the double heavy here.
They do have the initial shots plus the double heavy, and you can also see the Mouses, the E5, they are able to punish on the cross, and this is why we now see Kern, Nexus, and Spirit. They are starting to approach those mediums and the 113 that are very close to them. Another salvo should probably get rid of one of the enemy tanks here. Lip dropping down to 492. Yes, the focus fire could be a bit better, but the Mouses, they're also able to put in shots from the sides here. So this, for the first time in this match, is looking good for Dopamine.
It's looking real good for it. It's done and dusted. I'm gonna be honest with you. There's still 2 full HP Mouses they have to go through, man. The difference is about 8,000 at this moment of time. Opening for opening, Dopamine just wins. It's that simple. You can't really say anything else about it. It's just opening against opening. It was over from the first 30 seconds of this game. The strat from Dopamine just beats Smile's strategy. But luckily enough for Smile, they have quite a few more match points to play from.
Yeah, exactly. Dopamine for the first time in this match, showing why they are here and came through the upper bracket, just completely demolishing Smile here. Very, very good cross with the double 277 and the CS63. And that was a very, very quick ghost town attack to also keep that in mind. But first of all, now they are going to have to win on their defense as well.
Yeah, they are going to have to start with that. It's a long, long, long road for them to come back in this one, but it starts right here if they want to have any shot at it. Next up goes down the fence for the side of Dopamine.
And over 10,000 HP still to swing. So
over from the beginning.
Yeah. That was not pretty if you're basically betting with Smile right now, but for Dopamine, finally they get a point on the board. Finally, they're able to show, most importantly, also towards themselves, that they can actually win a round.
Maybe they'll pick 4 Mouses next round.
Maybe. I don't think we'll see that, but well, maybe. External, not really what you want to see, but then again, like, the Million, Loop, and External there, just they didn't they couldn't really do anything to remedy the situation. Like, they have to come close. They take shots in the cross, and then they are at an HP disadvantage with double medium and a heavy against double heavy and a medium. So yeah, they're always going to lose the brawl there, and that is going to force the rest of their team into something that they don't want to do, which is push full HP Mouses from the get-go.
Yeah, they were forced to, but it's like there's no recovery. What are you pushing in when your S-Kungs and S4? Oh, a triple Mouse. Oh, they're behind buildings. Oh, they're on top of a bridge. Well,
unlucky. GG go next.
Yeah, it's kind of GG go next. I do believe, though, that in the north part of the map, Vermilion, his 113 friend, which was Lip, and the CS, they all need to fight the corner. They don't really have a choice. Like, running away does nothing for them. But if they fight together, they can kill 1, maybe 2. It will not win them the game. It will not win them the game. But I think running is the... I mean, okay, you turn around, Kihan, you run. You come out of the dip, there's 3 Mouses waiting for you. You know, it doesn't really work, right?
Yeah, exactly. And this now means that we are having ourselves a second round on a Ghost Town here. Dopamine looking to extend the streak of currently 1 battle that they have won. They need to, otherwise it's going to be over. After all this memeing about Smart strategy just now, right? They're still on match point. And they are going to be for the remainder of the match until it's over one way or another. So Dopamine, they cannot afford to slip up even once again. This is where it needs to all keep going for them.
A Smile coming in, though, with the double Mouse, the double 277, the S-Kung, the CS, and the 113.
Dopamine, on the other hand, looking to put a second one on the board with a 60 TP, an IS4, a singular mouse, double S-Conk, a T57, and a CS63. So 1 medium against 1 medium here. Or practically also, you could rotate around the outsides with the 113 or the 277s, if you really wanted to. Also for Dopamine, I guess one of the S-Kongs could be anchoring the A4 positions. So I think the story of the game here is going to be that Smile somehow needs to generate the angles from the outside. Dopamine obviously needs to prevent that from happening. And that is going to decide it. Already, though, big commitment here in towards the northern part of the map by Smile. Double 277 being sent there. The CS63 going to cross over probably towards the A line. But they seem sort of hesitant. Like, I don't know what that pathing is by Ethan and Dodoma.
Yeah, maybe just checking and then deciding to go. They're arriving now with their mouses, though. Lop and Vermilion. Is it going to be some A-line take for them coming out with the double 277? It does look at. We have seen this many times, though, Kihan, and I will say that double 277 really struggles against the S-Kong, but Frugo there in a bit of a awkward position, I would say, in that mouse. I mean, the Doma is just crossing over still, but Frugo there taking 1.8k damage in very quick succession. That's beautiful stuff there for the set of Smile. Not sure why the 277s didn't just stop and did more damage instead of crossing further, but it's a good start.
It is indeed a good start. One of the mouses down to 1300 HP already. Dodoma taking a second one, though, I believe, by Frugo. Yeah, the 277s, they can't really go on. I think it's sort of a dead end for them. Another good shot by Frugo into the mouse. Dodoma taking another one as well. The Super Kong on top of the hill is making its presence known. And now all of a sudden Dodoma really in no man's land together with Ethan. The CS external is not going to help with that situation either, but Lop now from the side peeking and killing Frugo. And yeah, Nexus is now going to proxy them, possibly even for Kern.
Yeah, that S-Kunk is having a field day right now. Even this S-Kunk from Dark Ninja kind of able to shoot towards these tanks, peeking, and Smile now yet again seems to be in a little bit of trouble. They're getting Amarak. Grindo, what's happening to his health pool? Who is shooting this man? Where from? I think it's Lop in the mouse having an angle as well together with External and Ethan. He is low, but he is going to survive, I would assume. I mean, he's down towards a one-shot. One more will take him out of this battle. If he backs off too far, Lop kills him in the mouse. That is so big. External could potentially sneak past, take A4, Kihan, because the CS of Spirit is spotted. Smile may have a road back in this game if they take A4 away. If External can do it without being spotted, that is going to be a very rude awakening for the side of Dopamine.
Dark Ninja now realizing that A4 is compromised, so he's starting to make his way in towards the city. I think Dopamine realizes that with the north outside being lost, they need to force an engagement somewhere very soon. Otherwise, that CS is just going to eat them up from behind. And yeah, Fly also being pulled towards the fray. Dopamine, though, engaging now here onto the tanks by Smile, starting to drive in. But that's a very healthy two mouses. And that is a Super Conk with DPM. Nexus starting to melt. The 113 being pulled into the fray, taking another one. But that's the one that they want the shots onto, simply because he's Amarak. Now, Fly there, repairing his fuel tank. But push, it keeps on going.
That was a bad decision there from Dopamine. They missed so many shots a lot. I think the T57 made an entire clip towards their mouse, not even connecting a single shot. You want to push around that corner. You want to fight Fly in the S-Kong. That's the one you want to go for. You want to flank the other mouse. Let Lop be in that position. Let him just sit there for a while. Focus out the S-Kong. Get the other mouse from angles. Not like this. They all stopped. Nexus took the initial damage, and then there was a freeze, a moment of hesitation, and this hesitation means that Smile in this game is having another run at it, and the run will be the touchdown as well to bring it home and make them win the WoT7 and Napart by a 5-1 scoreline in an impressive fashion and well deserved.
well deserved indeed. There was only a single game in this match here where it even seemed like Dopamine was ready to take on Smile here, and they are going to be putting themselves on a 5-1 scoreline as well. I guess you got the score right, but not the victor. Congratulations to Smile for completely stomping Dopamine and taking the NA crown and putting it on their head.
2 dominating finals in a row. It doesn't happen that often. Both Smile and GDVV just clapping their respective regions. Frugo was the last hope for Polska Grum, even he falling short. There's going to have to be some improvement coming out of all the other teams to match this performance, I would think, on not one region, but both regions.
Both regions, yes. GDVV 1 basically introducing a completely new, or not entirely new, but sort of new meta, and Smile here on the NA part of the tournament. Losing one match throughout, that's why they came from lower, but in the end just demonstrating that they were well prepared, and that as soon as Dopa was giving them an opening, they were more than ready and more than happy to exploit it. So congratulations once again to the team of Smile. That being said, Ducky, it has been a blast casting with you. We are going to raid you after, and for any of those viewers, if you still have one of those crucial primes, feel free to throw it Ducky's way. I like
it. I like it. I guess you're going to say you need last words to me. Absolutely stunning finals from both these teams. The underdogs of Smile against GDVV was the underdogs in the beginning. After group stage, not so much anymore, but in the beginning, there would be 2 fairy tale stories, really, if you look at it. Smile and GDVV going up against the established teams and absolutely bringing it home for them. It was an absolute pleasure to see both of those just handing it to their respective opponents, and I cannot wait to see everybody in the future. But for me and Kihan today, that was enough, and we have nothing left to say. Insane, take it away.
Are you sick and tired of being relentlessly shamed for your lack of skins and loot boxes and other cool things? Well, don't worry about it. We've got you covered, Jimmy. Hi there, we're MillionPugs. You've probably seen our logo on stream, but here's what we actually do. MillionPugs earns you skins and in-game rewards whenever you shop online. When you shop with any of our partnered brands, you earn our own loyalty points, called Pugs. You then swap those Pugs for some spiffy World of Tanks loot like premium tanks, premium account access, and gold. Anyway, head on over to millionpugs.com now and sign up for free.
Well, thanks a lot, guys. Amazing casting from both of you over the weekend. And Anakin, that's a great victory from the side of Smile. I mean, most of you didn't have trust into them and voted for Dopamine in the prediction, but I have to admit that Smile took it and deserved it.
Yeah, look, Smile just played better today. I think some of their strats were just also better. Their rotations were a little faster. I can honestly say I did not expect Dopamine to go down 5-1, but these things happen in some of these tournaments. Smile just putting on a dominant performance, and Dopamine falling a little short of where they wanted to be.
Yeah, well, Smile making it back from the losers bracket. They lost against Dopamine actually in the finals of the winners bracket, but they actually managed to get back into the grand finals and win it in what a fashion, 5-1. That's very convincing. They only dropped to 1 round, and Dopamine maybe at the end of the day coming up from the winners bracket, it costed them. They didn't have the momentum like this team that already played today against Escalate.
Yep, for sure, and I think we can jump into the replays here.
Yeah, let's take a look at what happened exactly between those two teams. We were starting on Cliff, and you could see Smile. They went for the donut, and then they repushed over the mid.
Yeah, and they were actually really forced to repush through the E line here, but they end up doing it really well. Dopamine is set up into the rocks to try and bleed it, but the trades just start going Smile's way, and we see the BZs, Vermilion and Fly. Fly starts to take ramp. They kind of back Dopa off of the mid, and they're able to also pick the CS north in C7, which ends up being a pretty big deal. But either way, it's close, but Smile's going to pick up the round.
Yeah, well, good stuff from the side of Smile. They had really good trades over the middle. I mean, also have the feeling that Spirit on the hill with the RHM didn't have much to do, even though it's a very dominating position. In return, that CS of the Donut at the G3 Rock had constant shots on those tanks of Dopamine, so they played well. They utilized the BZs in the front line, as you can see, to tank as much as possible, and it worked in their favor. And next up, I had the feeling we had Dopamine trying to play a bit like Opor did against GDVV1, going around with those double CSs, but Smile, they have their full team over the middle. They have 5 tanks, only 1 CS, kind of out of the fight, but not too much in the donut. So instead of GDVV1, they were really involved their full team over the mid.
Yeah, and I think actually Dopamine probably had this match under control if they don't repush mid. You see, they go low, they repush mid, and Smile's just able to retake the high ramp. And again, although HP gets close, they have a BZ75 full health and a full health Vermilion and a CS63 on the ramp with Dopamine caught low, and Smile again is just able to convert off that.
Well, good stuff from the side of Smile. I mean, most of the time when you see teams clashing on Cliff, and you have those brawl situations with very important micro calls, you get to see with the better team coming on the top, and that was definitely Smile. Next up on Step, though, I think that there is an issue from the side of Dopamine. Spirit, he was mainly spotting over the 9-0 line initially, and he dropped down pretty fast, so he was not actually capable of possibly going around and contesting external in the CS, and you could see that 3-push, that's something pretty standard. But when you don't have any pressure over the H line, the G line, and you can possibly spot the S3V, he's just gonna do so much damage and help his team so much that it doesn't work out.
Yeah, I'd also like to point out that there were, I think we're going to see it right now, there are a lot of bounce shots on the side of Dopamine, and also the two... Yeah, Nexus bounce is a pretty big kill shot. Also, the 2 I7s who peaked the Minotauro weren't really bled for it. So, kind of sloppy play by Dopamine in this one.
Yeah, this 9-0 repush against the S3V, we can see Fly, he was just having a blessed time here, just constantly farming damage on those tanks. They are not really capable of doing much. They could stop at the first hole, but then they would be stuck, so it was not the greatest. But then this time Dopamine on the attack and Smile on the defense, actually pretty smart, taking those 3 tanks and getting into the Kobe pretty safe, and you could see that Nexus, he had no answers, and he will even drop down pretty soon.
Yeah, and like you said, Skip or Vermilion getting out in his I7 early is pretty big. That new cubby that they've reworked in A3 is just super, super powerful. I honestly feel like it's just almost never a good idea to push it. And you can see the 2 VZs, by playing behind their I7 there, if they want to overpeak, they can simply clip overpeak as 3 and then get back into the cover, and it's so hard to push them. We do kind of see a couple throws or counter throws by Smile, and you could kind of talk about that.
I mean, yeah, probably Ethan in the Minotauro. It was definitely not needed for him to push up to A5, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Like, Dopamine going for the rails push, they are going to face 3 tanks here, so that was definitely not the right call. I mean, they would have get better chances over the base too, but since they saw the double Minotauro, they maybe expected like limited amounts of tanks contesting the rails. They actually met 3 up here, so it was also a good gamble taken by Smile.
Yep, and then on the first Ghost Town, we see Dopamine. I think Doc, you mentioned it. They kind of just win off of the opener, right?
Yeah.
They completely pinch 3 tanks from Smile. Not much Smile can do here. They're going to lose their 3 tanks, and there's really not much else to say on this one.
Well, on this one, this is just the perfect counter from the side of Dopamine, completely countering what Smile tried to do, 3v3, but they have all of those mice E5 to get the crossfire angles, and well, we have seen it with GDVV1. The mouse is an interesting pick, very chunky, very tanky, a lot of HPs, and it worked beautifully there.
Yeah, it really did, and like you said, that crossfire that they had on those tanks in A7, it's just too potent for Smile to overcome, which does put Dopamine to the 4-1, but unfortunately, as we now know, into the next match, which we're about to go into, Smile is going to take it. And I would say probably the biggest thing that happens here that's bad is that Kern in his Super Conqueror goes down in A4, and that's going to allow External to eventually rotate through the A line, which essentially forces Dopamine to make a city play. Unfortunately for them, Smile is ready for it.
It was looking good for Dopamine as long as they had A4 alive with that Super Conk. They traded Frugo in his mouse and that was totally fine. They were even on HP, but yeah, you mentioned it. Karen going down A4, the CS actually having some extra angles, and he had enough time also to work around it, so they were kind of forced into that push. But once again, they are pushing into double mouse, an S-Conk, and you also get the CS that is gonna join pretty shortly. So Smile, good stuff, winning the A-line and winning that final round and that grand finals.
Yeah, and not to rub salt in the wound, but you see Lop essentially remains on 2300 health that whole fight. I saw at least 5 or 6 shots from Dopamine bounce, so maybe their shots just weren't going where they wanted them today. Maybe they just weren't feeling it. But yeah, Smile just playing overall a much better series.
Yeah, well deserved victory for the side of Smile. 5-1 against Dopamine in the NA Grand Finals. They're taking the victory there, coming back from the lose bracket. So well deserved. Dopamine still making it to the finals. That's still a good performance to actually put on the table. So I have to say congrats to both of these teams. I will also tell congrats to you as an analyst. It was a pleasure to spend that time with you over the weekend. We also have to say thanks a lot to our sponsor, MillionPugs, for sponsoring this event, providing some amazing prizes. You can have the comments in the chat to get extra information. Don't hesitate if you want to get some. And Anakin, what's your take on that tournament, on those two tournaments, EU and A? How do you feel now that it's over?
You know what? It was really entertaining. I think maybe the first day, the NA games seemed to be a little bit more fun. EU games maybe a little more calculated and slow. But it was, I must say, it was an absolute pleasure getting to watch GDV in the finals today. And also Smile, just both teams putting up such great performances. It was a pleasure to watch. It was a pleasure to analyze with you. Another big thanks to Kia and Daki too for great casting today.
So, well, guys, the next time we will be back for some tournament will be in May for the Clan Showdown, end of May. And for the meantime, you can get to watch streamers like Daki that we're going to be raiding after that. You can also get the drops if you didn't finish it. And Anakin, I think we have to thank also all the viewership for being here. You were a lot to watch that tournament. Thanks for watching and being here. And we will catch you on the next tournament.
Are you sick and tired of being relentlessly shamed for your lack of skins and loot boxes and other cool things? Well, don't worry about it. We've got you covered, Jimmy. Hi there, we're MillionPugs. You've probably seen our logo on stream, but here's what we actually do. MillionPugs earns you skins and in-game rewards whenever you shop online. When you shop with any of our partnered brands, you earn our own loyalty points, called Pugs. You then swap those Pugs for some spiffy World of Tanks loot like premium tanks, premium account access, and gold. Anyway, head on over to millionpugs.com now and sign up for free.